This series has told the same morning twice. The morning of the battle at Ichinotani in the first month of 1184 has appeared before in this channel in the story of Kumagai Naozane, the eastern warrior who rode down the beach after a fleeing Taira warrior called to him, watched him turn back, and then found, inside the helmet he removed, a flute and a face that was the same age as his son. That story was told from Kumagai Naozane's side of the beach. This story is told from the other side. Taira no Atsumori was 16 years old on the morning of Ichinotani. 16. This is the fact that the Heike Monogatari places at the center of his story, the fact around which everything else arranges itself, the fact that Kumagai Naozane could not incorporate into the framework that had organized his understanding of the war, and that has not been incorporated by the 8 centuries of readers who have encountered this story since, into any framework that makes it simple. 16 is not a warrior's age, in any culture that has reflected carefully on what it means to send human beings into battle. 16 is the age of someone who is still becoming, still in the process of learning what they are, still carrying the specific quality of incompleteness that childhood transitions into adulthood through, a quality that is precious precisely because it is temporary, because it will, in ordinary circumstances, eventually resolve into the fuller person who emerges on the other side. Atsumori did not have ordinary circumstances. He was born into the family that this series has been exploring for many parts now, the Taira clan at the height of its power, the family whose rise from warrior origins to the control of the imperial court had made the Heian world available to its members in ways that no purely warrior family had previously experienced. Atsumori was the son of Taira no Tsunemori, one of Kiyomori's nephews, which placed Atsumori within the larger Taira family, but at a specific remove from its central leadership, a cousin rather than a direct son of the man whose ambitions had built everything. This position, within the broader Taira family, but not at its immediate center, shaped Atsumori's childhood in specific ways, allowing him to grow up within the world the Taira had created, to absorb its values and its aesthetic sensibility and its particular cultivation, without bearing, at least not directly, the weight of the clan's leadership responsibilities that had defined the childhoods of figures like Munemori or Tomomori. Atsumori grew up in Kyoto. This is by now a familiar phrase in this series, the phrase that begins the stories of so many of the Taira figures whose lives this channel has explored. But for Atsumori, the phrase carries a specific weight that it does not quite carry for the older figures in this series, because Atsumori was young enough that Kyoto, in the years of his childhood and early adolescence, was not simply the city he lived in, but the entire world he knew, the world as he understood it, before there was enough experience to understand that the world could be other than this. Older figures like Tomomori had grown up in Kyoto, but had also had time, before the war began, to develop a sense of the world beyond the capital, a sense of the provinces, of the political forces at work beyond the court, of the fragility of the arrangements that made the capital's particular beauty possible. Atsumori had not had this time. He had grown up in the world at its height, surrounded by everything the Taira's power had made possible, without enough lived experience to have developed the awareness that this world could end, that what seemed permanent was, in fact, as temporary as anything else. The Heian world, as this series has described it in many contexts, was a world of extraordinary cultivation, a civilization that had devoted centuries to the refinement of beauty and sensibility, and the various arts through which that beauty was expressed and transmitted: poetry, music, the arrangement of flowers, the composition of incense, the specific colors of robes at specific seasons, the particular quality of moonlight in specific months. These were not peripheral activities in the Heian world, pastimes that people engaged in when the more important business of life was done. They were central, the primary domain in which a person's quality, their depth and sensitivity and cultivation, was expressed and recognized. Atsumori grew up inside this world, absorbing its values, developing its sensibilities, being shaped by its particular understanding of what mattered and what it meant to be a person of quality within this specific civilization. He was, by every account, exactly the kind of person that this world was most suited to produce. Handsome, in the way that the Heike Monogatari notes the handsomeness of certain figures, not as a decorative detail, but as a quality that was understood to reflect something about the inner person. The Heian belief that outer beauty and inner cultivation were connected, that a person who was deeply cultured would express this in their physical presence as well as in their poetry. He was gentle by temperament, in a way that distinguished him from figures like Shigehira, whose directness and quickness to anger had been noted as defining qualities, and he played the flute. The yokobue, the transverse flute of the Heian court music tradition, was not simply an instrument Atsumori had learned as part of the standard curriculum of aristocratic education, the way a young person of his background would be expected to learn poetry or the appreciation of incense. The flute was something more, something that the tradition around Atsumori's story consistently presents as central to who he was, as the most direct expression of the qualities that made him the specific person he was. He was good at it, not simply competent, in the way that a well-educated young man of his background might be competent at many things. He was recognized for his playing, noted for it, in a world where musical ability was one of the primary measures of a person's cultivation. He carried the flute with him. This will become important. He carried it everywhere, including to places where most people would not think to bring it, including to the beach at Ichinotani, inside his helmet, against his head, on the last morning of his life. The yokobue is an ancient instrument. Its presence in Japan predates the Heian period, predates the specific civilization that produced Atsumori, going back to the earliest transmissions of continental culture from the Korean peninsula and from China, through the periods when Japan was absorbing the arts and technologies and religious practices of these older civilizations and making them, over generations, distinctly its own. By Atsumori's time, in the 12th century, the yokobue had been part of Japanese court music for 4 centuries, a continuous tradition of practice and refinement and transmission, teacher to student, generation to generation, that had developed the instrument's technique and its repertoire into something specifically Japanese, something that bore the marks of the Heian sensibility, the particular aesthetic values that had shaped everything this civilization produced. The sound of the yokobue is difficult to describe to someone who has not heard it. It is a sound that is simultaneously clear and soft, precise and atmospheric, the kind of sound that carries through the night air with a quality that other sounds do not have, reaching further than you might expect, maintaining its clarity over distances that would blur most other sounds into indistinctness. The Heian poets had associations for this sound, specific emotional and aesthetic registers that the sound of the yokobue evoked, associations that were not arbitrary but had been cultivated over centuries of listening and writing about listening, the way that any civilization that pays careful attention to beauty eventually develops a specific vocabulary for specific beauties. The yokobue was associated with autumn, with evenings, with the particular kind of beauty that is inseparable from its own impermanence, the beauty of things that are present and will not always be present, that are heard and will not always be heard, that produce in the listener an awareness of their own passing, that is simultaneously the source of the beauty and its most bitter quality. This is the instrument Atsumori played, not as a metaphor, not as a symbol that the narrative uses to stand for something else, but as the literal activity of a specific young man who had a specific talent for this specific thing, whose fingers knew the specific positions, whose breath had learned the specific pressures and angles that produced the sounds this instrument was capable of, whose ear had been trained, over years of practice, to hear the differences between a note played with complete mastery and a note played with almost complete mastery, differences that are invisible to the untrained ear, but that are, to the trained ear, as obvious as the difference between a precise word and an approximate one. Atsumori practiced. This is how skill is built, not through natural gift alone, though the gift may be real, but through the daily practice that is, in a sense, the truest expression of love for the thing being practiced, the willingness to spend hours in the incremental, unglamorous work of getting better, hour by hour, day by day, year by year, until the skill becomes available without thought, until the instrument becomes an extension of intention rather than an obstacle to it. The teachers he had, the musicians of the Heian court tradition who would have instructed him, are not named in the records in the way that his story is named, but their influence is present in the quality of his playing as it was perceived and noted by the people around him. A young man of his generation, in a family like the Taira, would have received instruction in the major instruments of the court music tradition as a matter of course, the biwa, the koto, the various wind instruments including the yokobue, but there is instruction, and then there is what you do with instruction, the way that a gift, given the right circumstances and the right attention, can develop into something that goes beyond what instruction alone produces, something that has the quality of genuine voice, the specific personal expression of a specific person through a medium that has become, through years of practice, genuinely theirs. Atsumori's yokobue playing had this quality. It was not simply technically accomplished, it was recognized as something that expressed something about Atsumori specifically, something that was, in some sense, him. This is worth dwelling on, because it is one of the ways in which Atsumori's story differs from the stories of the other Taira figures this series has explored. Shigehira is known for what he did, the command at Nara, the fire, the association with destruction. Tomomori is known for how he saw, the clear-sightedness, the assessment. Munemori is known for what he couldn't do, the absence of choice. Atsumori is known for what he made. The music is not incidental to his story, not a detail that adds texture to a story that is really about something else. The music is the story, or rather, the music is the most direct expression of what the story is about, the specific quality of a specific life that was cut short, the particular thing that was lost when a 16-year-old turned back on a beach in response to a challenge and met what was waiting for him there. The flute by itself does not explain why Atsumori is remembered the way he is remembered. Many people played the yokobue in 12th century Japan. Many young men of aristocratic backgrounds learn this instrument, and most of them are not remembered at all, absorbed into the anonymity of the historical record. Their specific music is completely gone as their specific faces. Atsumori is remembered because the flute was inside the helmet, because a warrior named Kumagai Naozane, riding down a beach in the chaos of a defeat, pulled off the helmet of the young man he had just defeated, and found it there, the small wooden instrument, tucked inside, close to its owner's head, in the place where Atsumori had put it, because he did not want to leave it behind. The flute inside the helmet is the image that has survived 8 centuries. The flute inside the helmet is what Atsumori left in the world. Before we get to that morning, this story wants to tell you about the years that preceded it, the years in which the flute was simply an instrument, and Atsumori was simply a boy becoming something, in a world that he had every reason to believe would allow him to become it. The world that Atsumori grew up in was, as this series has described from many angles now, a world of extraordinary refinement. But this series has mostly described that world from the perspective of people who were old enough to understand it as a specific achievement, something that had been built over time, and that could, therefore, be lost. Kenreimon-in understood the Heian world as the world her father had made available to her, understood its contingency even before the war began to make that contingency visible. Tomomori understood it as a world whose political foundations were, by the time he was actively assessing them, already showing the strains that would eventually cause it to collapse. Atsumori was too young for this understanding. For Atsumori, the world he grew up in was simply the world, not a specific achievement that could be lost, but the basic fact of existence, the given context within which everything else happened, as unremarkable in its presence as the air he breathed, as permanent, apparently, as the mountains surrounding the city. This is worth examining because the innocence of this understanding, the way it allowed Atsumori to inhabit the Heian world without the specific awareness of its fragility that older figures carried, is part of what makes his story what it is. He grew up in the silk and incense and poetry of a civilization at its height, absorbing its values and its pleasures, and its particular ways of understanding what mattered, without the overlay of awareness that might have complicated or qualified this absorption. He loved the music because the music was beautiful, and he had the gift for it, and the world around him valued it, and rewarded those who practiced it, with the recognition that, in this world, was one of the highest forms of appreciation available. He participated in the seasonal ceremonies and the poetry gatherings, and the specific pleasures of each month's particular quality, the plum blossoms in the 2nd month, the cherries in the 3rd, the moon in the 8th, the chrysanthemums in the 9th, each one arriving in its proper sequence and being greeted with the specific attention and the specific forms of expression that the tradition had developed for each. The poetry that survived from Atsumori's milieu, the poetry of the late Heian period, the poetry of the Taira court, and the people connected to it in the years before the war and during its early phases, carries a quality that distinguishes it from the poetry of the fully mature Heian tradition, the poetry of Hyakunin Isshu, or the poetry of the great imperial anthologies. It carries the quality of people who understand, or are beginning to understand, that the world they have been living in is ending, that the forms and the pleasures and the seasonal ceremonies and the particular beauties they have organized their lives around are all, in some fundamental sense, on loan, that the season for them is passing. Atsumori was young enough that this awareness, even if it existed in him at all, would have been abstract, theoretical, something the older people around him seemed to feel, but that had not yet been confirmed by enough lived experience to become personal, to become his. He was approximately 7 or 8 years old when the war began, in 1180. This is worth holding, because it means that Atsumori's formative years, the years between roughly 10 and 16, when a person is, in the deepest sense, becoming who they will be, the years when the values and the aesthetic sensibilities and the understanding of what matters are being laid down in ways that will shape everything that follows. These years coincided exactly with the years when the Taira's world was collapsing. He was 10 when Kiyomori died. He was 11 when the Taira abandoned Kyoto. He was 12 or 13 when the campaigns in the western provinces were establishing the Taira's exile positions. He was 15 at Ichinotani, the world of his childhood, the silk and the incense and the music and the seasonal ceremonies was available to him in its fullest form only in his earliest years, before the war had begun to impose its own priorities and its own rhythms on everything else. The years of the retreat, the years in the western provinces, would have been years in which the Heian world Atsumori had grown up in was maintained, as this series has discussed in other contexts, in a kind of exile form. The forms and the practices continued as best they could be, the poetry still written, the music still played, the seasonal observances still marked, all of it conducted in the diminished circumstances of a court that had lost its capital, but had not yet, entirely lost its identity. Atsumori was part of this continuation. He played his flute in the evenings, in the western provinces, in the position at Yashima, wherever the Taira court found itself during these years. This is specifically noted in the accounts connected to Ichinotani, which describe music coming from the Taira camp in the evenings before the battle. The eastern warriors of Kumagai Naozane's army, hearing this music from across the water or the open ground, the sound of a civilization they had not been part of, continuing to express itself even in impossible circumstances. Atsumori's flute, in these evenings before Ichinotani, was expressing something specific, something that goes beyond the simple fact of a young man practicing an instrument he was good at. It was expressing the persistence of a world, the insistence that the values and the pleasures and the particular beauties this civilization had developed were worth maintaining, even now, even here, even when the people around him knew, to varying degrees, what was likely coming. Atsumori, perhaps, did not know with the same clarity that Tomomori knew, or even that these older figures, with their greater experience, sensed, but his playing in those evenings was the expression of someone who was not yet ready to give up the world he had been given, who was still, in the most fundamental sense, living in it, finding in it what it had always offered, the particular consolation and beauty and rightness of music played well, in the evening, in a world that was, still, however precariously, the world he had been born into and that he loved. The war arrived in Atsumori's life the way wars arrive in the lives of people who are too young to have participated in the decisions that caused them, not as a choice or a consequence, but as a sudden new condition of existence, a transformation of the world's basic texture that was not asked for and could not be refused. He was 7 years old in 1180 when Minamoto no Yoritomo raised his standard in the east and the Genpei War began. 7 is too young to understand the political causes of a war, the accumulated resentments, and the strategic calculations, and the specific events that, combining in specific ways at a specific moment, produce the decision that transforms political tension into open conflict. 7 is old enough to feel the change in atmosphere, the specific quality that descends on a household when the adults around you are frightened, when the conversations change their register, when the ordinary confidence with which adults manage the world, the confidence that had always been available for a 7-year-old to borrow when the world felt large or uncertain, becomes less available, replaced by something else, something that the 7-year-old can feel without being able to name. Atsumori grew up, therefore, inside a particular kind of childhood, a childhood in which the world he was being formed by was, simultaneously, the world that was being unmade. The poetry and the music and the seasonal ceremonies and all the forms of cultivation that the Heian world had refined over centuries were still there, still being transmitted, still shaping Atsumori's sensibilities and his understanding of what mattered. But they were being transmitted in a context that increasingly contradicted the assumptions that had given rise to them, the assumption that beauty could be cultivated in peace, that the seasons would continue to arrive in their proper sequence and be greeted with the proper forms, that the world was, at its foundation, stable enough to support the long patient work of refinement. The war was contradicting these assumptions, with every campaign, every retreat, every piece of bad news that reached the Taira court and changed the specific quality of the air that Atsumori breathed in the rooms around him. He was trained as a warrior because he was Taira, and the Taira were warriors, whatever else they had become in the generations of their political ascent. The training would have begun early, the riding and the archery and the sword practice that were the foundational elements of a warrior's education, the physical disciplines that were as much a part of a Taira boy's upbringing as the poetry and the music and the seasonal observances. Atsumori, by every indication, was not primarily a warrior by temperament, in the way that some figures in this series, Tomoe Gozen most clearly, were warriors by temperament, people whose deepest instincts and most natural expressions of themselves found their fullest form in the specific demands and specific capabilities of the battlefield. He was trained, and the training would have produced competence, because he was young and healthy and the training was serious. But the competence, for Atsumori, was in service of a role that had been assigned to him by his birth and his family's identity, rather than being the fullest expression of who he actually was. Who he actually was the musician. This distinction matters, because it shapes how Atsumori's story is understood, and because it is one of the things that distinguishes his story from the stories of the other warrior figures this series has explored. Kumagai Naozane, as this series has discussed in the story, told from his perspective, was a warrior by the deepest kind of identification, a man whose entire sense of himself and his value in the world was organized around his capability in battle. Atsumori was someone who had been trained as a warrior, because the family he was born into was a warrior family, but whose deepest identification was elsewhere, in the music, in the specific kind of beauty and expression and connection that the yokobue made available. These two things, the warrior training and the musical identity, coexisted in Atsumori without apparent contradiction, because the Heian world, more than the cultures that followed it, had developed a framework in which a person could hold multiple kinds of cultivation simultaneously, could be both warrior and musician, without either identity canceling the other. The war, as it intensified, as it moved from the eastern provinces toward Kyoto, and then forced the Taira evacuation and the years of retreat in the western provinces, was narrowing the space in which both of these things could be held simultaneously. The court in exile, maintaining its forms and its practices as best it could, continued to provide some of this space. The music continued. The seasonal observances continued. The poetry was still written. But the war's demands were also real, and as Atsumori grew from a child into an adolescent, the specific demands that the warrior identity made on him, the requirements of a young man of his age and his family's situation, became more concrete, more immediate, less something in the background of his life, and more something that was, increasingly, the foreground. By the time the Taira were established at Ichinotani in the winter of 1183 and 1184, Atsumori was 15, on his way to 16. He was not, by the standards of this period's warrior culture, too young to fight. Warriors of his age had fought in every campaign of this war, had died on every battlefield. The warrior culture did not have a notion of age-appropriate combat in the sense that modern cultures have developed. If you were capable of riding and shooting, you were a warrior, and if the war required you, you were present. Atsumori was capable. He was present. He was at Ichinotani, in the Taira position on the narrow coast between the mountains and the sea, in the weeks before the battle, as the two armies positioned themselves for the engagement that would define, in its outcome, the next phase of the war. He was also, in those evenings before the battle, playing his flute. The music carried across the space between the camps, and the eastern warriors heard it, and did not know whose it was, and would not know until afterward. The retreat from Kyoto in the summer of 1183 has been described in this series from several perspectives now, and each perspective has added a different layer to the understanding of what this event was and what it meant to the people who experienced it. Kenreimon-in left behind the only city she had ever known. Tomomori understood, with his characteristic clear-sightedness, exactly what the loss of the capital meant for the Taira's legitimacy and their prospects. Koromori left behind his wife and children and the specific family life that would become the defining source of longing for the rest of his years. Atsumori was 8 years old when the retreat began. Wait. The calculation requires correction here. If Atsumori was approximately 16 at Ichinotani, in the first month of 1184, he would have been approximately 9 or 10 when the retreat from Kyoto occurred, in the summer of 1183. Not 8, 9 or 10. This is still a child who packed whatever could be carried, who was loaded into whatever conveyance was available, who experienced the departure from the city that had been the entire world of his conscious existence as a sudden, disorienting, incomprehensible transformation of the basic facts of daily life. What does a 9-year-old understand about a political situation that requires an emergency evacuation of the imperial capital? Very little, in the analytical sense. A 9-year-old does not have the framework, the historical knowledge, the political awareness to understand the specific forces that are producing this specific emergency. But a 9-year-old feels the emergency. A 9-year-old absorbs the fear and the urgency in the adults around them, the specific quality of hurried movement and lowered voices, and the sense that ordinary things are not allowed to proceed in their ordinary way. A 9-year-old understands that something has gone wrong, even without understanding what has gone wrong, and this understanding, wordless and visceral, shapes the experience of what follows in ways that the analytical understanding, when it eventually develops, is added to, rather than replacing. Atsumori left Kyoto as a child, experiencing the departure in the way children experience upheavals, in the body, in the specific sensory details of the journey that become, because of their intensity, permanent memories, the specific quality of the air outside the capital as they moved westward, different from the air he had always known, the roads, different from the roads he had walked in the city, the faces of the adults around him, different from the faces of adults in ordinary times. These sensory details would have been, for Atsumori at 9 or 10, the texture of the retreat, more immediately present than any understanding of why the retreat was happening or where it was leading. The years that followed, the years in the western provinces and eventually at Yashima, were the years in which Atsumori grew from a child into an adolescent, from someone who was experiencing the world as it happened to him, into someone who was beginning to understand it, to form views about it, to have responses that were not simply absorbed from the adults around him, but that were, increasingly, his own. These years, 10 to 15, are the years that this series' account of Atsumori is, by necessity, somewhat speculative about, because the records that survive about Atsumori are primarily records of his death, and the circumstances immediately preceding it. What we know about these years is primarily what we can infer from what Atsumori was, from the kind of person he had become by the time the story of his death was told. He continued to play the flute. This is one of the things we can say with confidence, because the flute's presence at Ichinotani, inside his helmet, is not the presence of an instrument he had picked up recently, or that he was carrying for someone else. It is the presence of an instrument that was his, that he had carried so consistently and with such commitment, that even in the midst of a military campaign, even in the final battle that he may have understood at some level could be the last thing he would ever face, he had it with him. You do not carry something everywhere for years and then decide suddenly that you have no need of it. The flute was with Atsumori, because the flute had always been with Atsumori, because the practice and the music and the specific pleasure of playing well were woven into his daily existence in the way that things which are genuinely central to a person are woven in. The western provinces and Yashima would have offered Atsumori what they offered all the members of the Taira court in exile, a diminished but recognizable continuation of the world he had been growing up in. The poetry still happened. The ceremonies were maintained as best they could be. The music continued, and Atsumori, growing from 10 to 15 in these circumstances, was, in the most direct sense, growing up inside a world that was ending, developing the sensibilities and the skills and the specific kind of person he was going to be in the context of a civilization that was, at the same time, in the final stages of its decline. This is a specific kind of growing up, different from growing up in a world that is stable or expanding, different even from growing up in a world that is in obvious and violent crisis. It is growing up in a world that is maintaining its forms while its foundations erode. That is, in some sense, still the world, still recognizable, still offering what it has always offered, but also, at the same time, fundamentally changed in ways that the forms being maintained cannot conceal from anyone who is paying attention. Atsumori was paying attention. He was 15 years old, and he was paying attention, playing his flute in the evenings, in the exile position at Ichinotani, as the battle that would end everything approached. Ichinotani. This name has appeared many times in this series, from the perspectives of Shigehira, who was captured there, from the perspective of Kumagai Naozane, who fought there and found the flute, from the perspective of Tomomori, who survived it and continued, and from the perspective of the broader campaign narrative that this series has referenced in relation to other figures. Each of these appearances has added something to the understanding of what this place was and what happened there. Now the name appears from the perspective of the person for whom Ichinotani was not a battle to be survived, not a position to be defended or attacked, not a location whose strategic significance needed to be assessed. For Atsumori, Ichinotani was the last place he would ever be. The Taira position at Ichinotani was established, as this series has described, on the narrow coastal strip between the mountains to the north and the sea to the south, a position that seemed defensible from the frontal approach, but that had vulnerabilities, particularly from the mountainside, that the Taira, by Yoshitsune's assessment of their thinking, had not adequately prepared for. Atsumori was in this position, in the weeks before the battle, one of the Taira warriors positioned in the beach approach, fortifications, the prepared defenses that had been built to stop an attack from the direction the Taira expected. His specific role, his specific assignment within the Taira defensive structure, is not detailed in the accounts of this period in the kind of specificity that would let us understand exactly what he was doing in the days immediately before the battle. What we know from the account of the battle itself and from the specific events that would unfold on the beach is that Atsumori was present, positioned in the coastal area, in a location that put him on the beach when the battle broke and the retreat began. The camp itself, in the weeks before the battle, had its own specific character, the character that military camps in the Heian world had, a combination of the practical necessities of a force preparing for engagement, weapons maintenance and tactical discussion, and the management of supplies and horses, and the cultural practices that the Taira, in particular, continued to maintain even in circumstances like these, the poetry, the music, the specific forms of refinement that were, for the members of this court, as natural and as necessary as eating. The music that came from the Taira camp in the evenings, The music that Kumagai Naozane's account, in the series this channel devoted to him, describes the Eastern warriors hearing from across the space between the camps, was music that Atsumori contributed to. He played in the evenings. This is not speculation. The flute he was carrying on the morning of the battle, the flute that was inside his helmet when Kumagai Naozane removed it, was a flute he had been playing the night before, or the nights before, in the camp at Ichinotani. What did Atsumori feel in those evenings, playing his flute in a military camp on the coast of the western provinces, with an enemy army across the way, and a battle coming that everyone understood was significant, perhaps more significant than any battle the Taira had yet fought in this long campaign? The records do not preserve his internal experience in the direct way that would let us answer this question with certainty, but we can think about what it means to play music in a situation like this, and what the act of playing music communicates about the person playing and about their relationship to what is happening around them. Music, in a military camp before a battle, is not denial. It is not pretending the battle is not coming, or pretending the stakes are not what they are. Music, in a military camp before a battle, is the specific, deliberate choice to remain, for the duration of the music, in the domain of beauty, the domain that is most fully human, most fully the expression of what a person is beyond their role, beyond their position, beyond the function they are about to perform in someone else's narrative of strategy and tactics and the movement of forces. Atsumori playing his flute in the evenings before Ichinotani was Atsumori, insisting in the only way available to him on being himself, the person who had been shaped by the Heian world's values, who had developed the specific skills that world valued, who understood and responded to beauty in the specific way that a person who has genuinely absorbed a culture's aesthetic values responds to beauty. He was a warrior in the camp at Ichinotani, but he was also Atsumori, and Atsumori played the flute. The night before the battle, this dual identity, warrior and musician, practical necessity and cultivated person, coexisted in the specific way it had coexisted throughout Atsumori's brief life, the way it had coexisted for all the members of the Taira court, who had spent a generation trying to be both things simultaneously, to bring the warrior's capability and the courtier's cultivation together into a single, coherent human identity. The Heian world at its best had produced people like this, people who could fight and also feel, who could participate in the necessities of violence, and also understand beauty, who had not allowed the demands of one domain to suppress the capacities of the other. Atsumori, at 15 or 16, was one of these people, and the flute inside his helmet, on the morning of the battle, is the most direct evidence of this that the historical record has preserved, the physical fact of someone who was going into battle, but who was not willing, even so, to leave behind the thing that was most essentially and most irreducibly himself. The morning was coming. The battle was coming. Atsumori was there, with the flute in the camp at Ichinotani, on the last night before everything changed. The music that night. This series told this detail from Kumagai Naozane's perspective, in the series devoted to his story, but it deserves to be told again from this perspective, because it is the same detail, the same music, experienced by two different people in two different ways, and the difference between the ways they experienced it is part of what this story is trying to convey. Kumagai Naozane, in the eastern camp heard music coming from the Taira camp in the evenings before the battle. He heard it as a warrior from the eastern provinces hears music from an enemy camp, which is to say, with the specific quality of attention that registers the fact of music without necessarily engaging with its content, the way a soldier registers the presence of fires across the way as information about the enemy's position rather than as warmth or light or the specific comfort that fires provide to people sitting near them. What Kumagai Naozane eventually understood after the battle, after the beach, after the helmet came off, was that the music he had heard in those evenings had come from the person whose face was now in front of him, the person whose helmet he had removed, the 16-year-old. This is the moment this series has described in Kumagai Naozane's story as the moment that changed everything for him, the specific recognition that the abstract enemy, the music from across the space between the camps, the sound that had reached him and registered as information and then been set aside, was not abstract, was a specific person with a specific face, the same age as his son. But Atsumori's experience of this same music was completely different. For Atsumori, the music was not information about an enemy. The music was the thing itself, the direct expression of what he was, the specific activity of a person doing what they loved in the evening, in the last place he would ever spend an evening, in the camp at Ichinotani. He played because he played. He played because the flute was there, and his hands knew what to do with it, and the evening was the time when playing was most natural, the specific quality of evening light and evening air that had always been for the Yokobue tradition, the appropriate time for this music. He played, possibly, because the act of playing was the one thing available to him that was entirely his own, in a situation in which most of the other things in his life were defined by forces outside his control, the war, the family's retreat, the specific military position at Ichinotani, the battle that was coming. The music was his. Whatever else might happen, the music was something he was choosing, something that came from him rather than being imposed on him, something that was, in the most direct sense, the expression of who he was as opposed to what the situation required him to be. The music carried. It reached across the space between the camps, in the specific way that the Yokobue's sound carries, clear and soft and further than you might expect, and it reached, among other places, the ears of Kumagai Naozane, who heard it and noted it and set it aside. But it also reached other ears, other people in the eastern camp, or in the space between the camps, people who heard it and responded to it in the ways that people respond to music that reaches them from across a distance in the evening, with something between surprise and recognition, the surprise of encountering beauty in an unexpected place, the recognition that beauty, once encountered, is recognizable as beauty regardless of where it comes from or who has produced it. The Eastern warriors, the men of Musashi and Sagami, as this series has discussed in the story of Kumagai Naozane, were not, by background and culture, participants in the specifically Heian musical tradition that Atsumori represented. They did not have the training that would have allowed them to appreciate the specific qualities of what they were hearing, in the technical sense, the specific execution, the specific nuances of phrasing that distinguished excellent playing from merely competent playing within this tradition. But they heard the music, and they heard it as music, as something that someone had made, that someone was making, in the evening, across the space between the camps, on the night before a battle. This is not a small thing. The act of making music, whatever the tradition and whatever the instrument, communicates something that transcends the specific cultural knowledge required to appreciate the specific musical tradition. It communicates that someone is there, that someone is alive, that someone has found, in the specific act of making music, a reason to be in the world that goes beyond the immediate demands of the situation they are in. Atsumori played his flute in the evening at Ichi-no-tani, and this playing reached the people across the way, and it would be remembered by at least one of those people, by Kumagai Naozane, in the specific way that things are remembered that you do not realize. At the time, you will need to remember, that simply happen and are set aside, and then are suddenly essential, when the context changes in ways that could not have been anticipated. He did not know he was being heard, or if he knew he was being heard, he did not know that the person who was hearing him would the next morning be the person who would end his life. He played. The night continued. The morning was coming, and in the morning, Atsumori would put his flute inside his helmet, close to his head, and ride toward the battle, carrying the most essentially personal thing about himself into the one place where, by the logic of war, the personal is supposed to be most irrelevant. The morning of the Battle of Ichi-no-tani. The dawn would have arrived over the mountains to the north, the mountains that the Taira had considered their protection from that direction, the cliffs that were too steep, by every military calculation they had made, for a serious attacking force to descend. The sea to the south was gray in the early light. The fortifications along the beach approach were manned. The fleet was riding at anchor in the offshore waters. The Taira position looked, in these first hours, defensible. It was supposed to be defensible. The months of preparation, the thought that had gone into the choice of this location and the construction of its defenses, had been organized around making it defensible. Atsumori was in the position. He was there, with the flute inside his helmet, ready for whatever the morning would bring. The battle began from the west, from the direction the Taira expected, the Minamoto frontal assault on the beach approach fortifications, the attack that the defenses had been built to absorb and hold. This attack was real. It was serious. It produced real fighting, at the walls and along the beach, the specific close-quarters violence of warriors engaging in the fortified positions that are both the advantage and the limitation of prepared defenses. Atsumori was positioned in this part of the battle, in the coastal area where the frontal assault was pressing against the Taira defenses. He was 16 years old. He was fighting. The sound from the north, when it came, was the sound that this series has described from Shigehira's perspective as the sound that changed everything, the sound of an army in a place where an army was not supposed to be. Yoshitsune's force, descending the cliffs that the Taira had deemed impassable, arriving at the rear of the Taira position from the direction that no military calculation had required defending against, produced this sound, and the sound produced the effect that Yoshitsune had been counting on, the disruption of the shared understanding that makes a military force function as a unit. The Taira lines, under pressure from the front and suddenly threatened from behind, began to break. The breaking of a military position is not a single event. It is a cascade. the initial breach leading to widening gaps, the widening gaps leading to the collapse of local coherence, the collapse of local coherence spreading as units that are still intact realize that the units around them have ceased to function, as the information about what is happening moves through the force faster than any countermeasure can be organized. Atsumori, in the coastal area, would have been in or near the parts of the position where this cascade was most directly visible, where the flight toward the ships was beginning, where the beach was becoming the scene of the specific chaos that this series has described from Kumagai Naozane's perspective. He ran for the ships. This is not presented in the Heike Monogatari's account as a shameful act or a failure of warrior identity. Running for the ships, in the context of a collapsing position with an enemy descending from behind, was the rational response available to a warrior who understood that the position was lost and that the ships represented the only viable path to survival. Atsumori ran for the ships. He was heading for the water, for the boats, for the continuation of his life into whatever came after Ichinotani, which would have been, if he had reached the ships, some version of the continued retreat, the continued exile, the continued maintenance of the Taira court in whatever position came next, Yashima, and eventually Dan-no-ura. He might have had years. He might have played his flute in many more evenings, in many more camps. He was almost at the water. What happens next, this series is going to describe from Atsumori's side of the moment, that, from Kumagai Naozane's side, was described in earlier parts of this channel. But first, this is the moment to hold Atsumori running for the ships, almost at the water, the chaos of the breaking Taira position behind him, the ships ahead of him, the specific possibility of survival that was, in these seconds, still available. He was carrying the flute inside his helmet, against his head. He had not left it behind. He was running, and he was almost there, and the flute was with him, and if he had made it to the ships, the flute would have come with him, would have been played in the next evening's camp, in the next position, and the story that this series is telling would not have this particular shape. But he did not make it to the ships. Something happened first. A voice called to him from behind. This is the moment, not the battle's beginning, not the descent from the cliffs, not the breaking of the lines. This, a voice from behind, calling in the formal language of the warrior challenge, the declaration of name and lineage that the Eastern warrior tradition required before one warrior engaged another, the specific words that said, "I am someone, I am calling you, I am asking you to be someone too," rather than simply a body in motion, a figure in flight, something to be run down and ended without acknowledgement. Kumagai Naozane called his name. He called his lineage. He called the name of his lord. This series told this from his side, the formal challenge issued in the heat of the pursuit, the training and the culture expressing themselves in the specific form they had been designed to express, the acknowledgement, even in the midst of violence, that the person being challenged was a person. Atsumori heard the call. He was almost at the water. The ships were ahead of him. The call was behind him. Why did he turn back? This is the question that this series has held open since the first part of Kumagai Naozane's story. The question that the chroniclers noted, and that 8 centuries of readers have asked. The question whose answer matters, because it was, in the most literal sense, the decision that determined whether Atsumori lived or died. The most immediate answer is the warrior code. The formal challenge, in the Eastern warrior tradition, was understood as binding, as an obligation that a warrior who respected the culture he had been trained in could not ignore without, in some sense, declaring himself unworthy of being a warrior. To ignore the challenge and keep running was to admit that the challenger was right, to treat you as simply a body in motion, a figure in flight, something less than a warrior who deserved to be engaged on equal terms. But this explanation, while accurate in terms of the cultural framework, does not fully capture the specific quality of Atsumori's turning back, the specific quality that the Heike Monogatari gives to this moment. Atsumori was 16. He had been trained in the warrior tradition. He understood the formal challenge and what it required. He was also someone who had spent his brief life inside the Heian world's specific set of values, a world that placed an extraordinarily high premium on the kind of integrity that meant being what you were supposed to be, doing what the role required, not because of external enforcement, but because the identity itself demanded it. A person of quality, in the Heian world's understanding, did not compromise the quality by doing the expedient thing when the principled thing was available. Atsumori, turning back, was being, in the most direct sense, who he had been formed to be. He was a warrior, and the warrior code called him back. He was a person of the Heian world, and the Heian world's values called him back. He was someone who had, all his life, carried the thing that was most essentially himself into every situation, including this one, the flute inside the helmet against his head. Someone who carries the flute everywhere does not stop being who they are when the situation becomes dangerous. Someone who has organized their identity around the maintenance of their most essential qualities does not abandon those qualities when abandoning them would be convenient. Atsumori turned back. The beach at Ichinotani, in the first month of 1184, in the chaos of a battle that was, in this moment, still unresolved, still producing its outcomes moment by moment, was where Atsumori turned his horse. He turned it back toward the voice. He turned it back toward Kumagai Naozane. He turned it back away from the ships. He was almost there, and then he was not going there. He was going back, toward the warrior who had called him, toward the moment that would become one of the most remembered moments in Japanese literature, toward everything that followed from this single decision, the decision to be, even now, even here, on this beach, with the chaos around him and the ships ahead and the formal challenge behind, the person he had always been. He turned back. The warrior who had called to him was Kumagai Naozane, from the province of Musashi, a man who had been fighting for 20 years, a man whose entire adult life had been organized around the warrior identity and the warrior capability, a man who was, in every way that the warrior culture of this period measured these things, an experienced, effective, formidable opponent. Atsumori was 16. This disparity between the experienced warrior of 40-something years and the 16-year-old who had turned back to face him is part of what makes the encounter at Ichinotani the specific kind of encounter it is, the specific kind of encounter that the Heike Monogatari treats with the attention it deserves, the attention that suggests the writers understood they were recording something that went beyond the simple accounting of battle outcomes. They grappled. This is the physical reality of what happened next. the two of them coming together on the beach, the experienced warrior and the boy, and the specific, unglamorous physicality of close combat, the kind of fighting that looks nothing like its depictions in art or in the choreography of later theatrical traditions, the kind of fighting that is messy and effortful and determined primarily by strength and experience, rather than by any quality that can be aestheticized. Kumagai Naozane was stronger. He had been doing this for 20 years. Atsumori had been trained, but training and experience are different things, and the experience that makes the difference in this kind of close combat, the specific, embodied knowledge of how to use the body's strength most effectively, how to read the other person's movements and respond before the mind has had time to process the decision. This knowledge comes from years of practice in actual combat, not from training. They went to the ground. The accounts describe them pulling each other from their horses, which is the normal progression of the kind of grappling combat this was, the initial engagement on horseback giving way, as each struggled to gain advantage, to the ground, where the specific dynamics of the fight shifted in ways that favored the stronger and more experienced fighter. Kumagai Naozani got Atsumori down. He was going to remove the helmet. This was the next step, the step that led toward taking the head, which was what the warrior culture required, the physical proof of the kill that could be presented to commanders as the record of what had been accomplished. He removed the helmet, and this is the moment that this series told from Kumagai Naozane's perspective, the moment when everything changed for him, the moment when the abstract enemy became specific, when the person he was about to kill became, in the most immediate and unavoidable way, a person. From Kumagai Naozane's perspective, this was the moment of recognition, the face the same age as his son, the flute inside the helmet, the understanding that the warrior he had been pursuing was a boy. From Atsumori's perspective, this was the moment when the helmet came off, when he was fully seen. What Atsumori saw in this moment, looking up at the man who had him on the ground, who had just removed his helmet, who was seeing his face for the first time, is not recorded in the way that Kumagai Naozane's response to seeing the face is recorded. The Heike Monogatari is primarily interested in what this moment means to Kumagai Naozane, because it is Kumagai Naozane's story that the chronicle is most directly concerned with. The warrior whose life this moment would change, who would spend decades carrying what happened here and eventually find, in religious life, a way of living with it. Atsumori's experience of this same moment is present, but present in the way that the experience of the person who will not survive to process it is present in the fragments, in the specific details that the chronicle has chosen to include, in the behavior and the words that the tradition attributes to him in these final moments. He saw Kumagai Naozane's face. He saw that Kumagai Naozane was hesitating. He saw that the man who had him on the ground, who had been pursuing him down the beach, who had called the formal challenge that had brought Atsumori back from the edge of the water, was, in this moment, not simply performing the next step in the warrior sequence. He was pausing. The pause was, in itself, an act of recognition, the recognition that Atsumori, without the helmet, was not what the warrior framework had required him to be, not the abstract enemy, not the opponent, but something else, someone else. The 16-year-old face that looked like a son's face, the face that was still carrying, somewhere in its specific arrangement of features, the specific quality of incompleteness, that characterizes a person who is still becoming what they will be. Atsumori saw the pause. He understood what it meant. He said what he had to say. What Atsumori said in the tradition that records these final moments was his name. He said he was Taira Atsumori. He said it not as a plea, not as an argument for mercy, not as a negotiation about the terms of what was about to happen. He said it as a statement of fact, the declaration of identity that the warrior culture required in these moments, the formal naming of the person who was dying, so that the record would be accurate, so that the head, when it was presented to the commanders, would be presented with its correct identification, so that the death was registered in the proper way within the culture's accounting of these things. But the statement of identity also did something that the formal requirement did not require it to do. It gave Kumagai Naozane the name of the person whose face was the same age as his son's, the name of the person whose flute was inside the helmet, the name of the person who had been playing music in the evenings, in the camp across the way, the music that had reached the Eastern warriors and been noted and set aside. Kumagai Naozane knew, now, who he was holding on the ground of the beach at Ichinotani. He knew the name, he knew the face, he knew about the flute, and he could not do it. This series told this from Kumagai Naozane's side, the moment of seeing the face, the attempt to find some configuration of the battle that would allow him to simply stop, to leave this particular opponent alive, to ride away and let the boy reach the boats. There was no such configuration. The beach was full of other Minamoto warriors. Someone else would take the head. Someone else would do what Kumagai Naozane was trying not to do. He spoke to Atsumori. He said he was sorry. He said he did not want to do this. And Atsumori, according to the tradition, told him to do it, not asking, not permitting, something more like releasing, the act of a person who understands what is happening and who has decided how they are going to meet it. He told Kumagai Naozane to do what needed to be done. This detail, Atsumori's specific response to Kumagai Naozane's hesitation and apology, is the detail that has been most discussed, most contemplated, most returned to by the 8 centuries of readers who have encountered this story. What does it mean that Atsumori responded this way? One reading is that it was the warrior's response, the expression of the warrior identity that had been part of Atsumori's training, the understanding that a warrior who has been defeated accepts the consequence of defeat with composure, that the manner of dying is the last thing over which a warrior has control, and that this control should be exercised. Another reading is that it was the Heian courtier's response, the expression of a specific kind of dignity and composure in the face of unavoidable circumstances, the understanding that how you face what cannot be changed says something essential about who you are, something that the circumstances, however bad, cannot take from you. Both of these readings are true. Atsumori was both things, warrior and courtier, both shaped by both traditions, both expressing themselves in this moment in the specific way they had been shaped to express themselves. But there may be something else too, something that neither reading fully captures. Atsumori, in this moment, was not simply performing the warrior's acceptance or the courtier's dignity. He was also perhaps doing what the person who carries a flute everywhere does when they find themselves in a situation where the flute cannot be played and the music cannot be made, and the beauty that has been the organizing principle of their life is entirely, finally, unavailable. He was meeting the moment as it was, not with denial, not with rage or with bargaining or with any of the responses that might be possible, but that would also be, in some fundamental sense, not him. He met it as himself, the person who had always faced things as they were, who had played his music even in the evenings of the exile position, who had carried the flute into the battle because the flute was part of who he was, and he did not leave parts of himself behind. He met the moment and he said what he said. Kumagai Naozane took the head. He did what the culture required. He did what the battle required. He did what his 20 years of being this kind of man had made him capable of doing, even when he did not want to do it. And then he found the flute. The face. Kumagai Naozane's account of this moment, as this series has described from his perspective, emphasized the specific quality of the face that was revealed when the helmet came off, the youth of it, the specific quality of incompleteness that distinguishes the face of a 16-year-old from the face of an adult, the way it looked like his son's face. This series now returns to that face, from the other side. The face belongs to Atsumori. It is his face, and what it carries on the beach at Ichinotani, on the morning of the first month of 1184, is everything that 16 years of specific experience have put into it. Faces carry history, not in any mystical sense, not in the way that some traditions suggest the soul is visible in the face, but in the straightforward sense that a person's life, the specific experiences and emotions and moments of joy and grief and effort and rest that make up a human life, gradually deposit themselves in the way a face looks, the specific arrangements and tensions and qualities that distinguish the face of a person who has lived a certain kind of life from the face of a person who has lived a different kind. Atsumori's face, at 16, would have carried the specific history of those 16 years, the childhood in the capital before the war, the specific pleasures and formations of growing up in the Heian world, the years of playing the flute, the years of the retreat, the specific qualities that music making deposits in a person's face over years of practice, something about the attentiveness and the inner focus and the specific relationship to beauty that sustained practice in the musical arts produces. It would also have carried the youth, not simply the youth as a visual fact, though this was part of what struck Kumagai Naozane, the physical signs of youth that the helmet had concealed, the youth as a quality, the specific quality of someone who is still, in the deepest sense, becoming, who has not yet had enough life to have fully resolved into the person they will be, who carries, in their face and in their bearing and in the way they move through the world, the specific incompleteness that childhood transitions into adulthood through. Atsumori was still in this transition. He had not completed it. The face that Kumagai Naozane saw when the helmet came off was the face of someone who was still, in the most fundamental sense, on his way to something. This is one of the most difficult things about Atsumori's story, and one of the things that distinguishes it from the stories of the other figures this series has explored. Shigehira died at 29, having had time to complete, in some sense, the arc of his story, to go from the commander who burned the daibutsu to the man whose dignity in captivity earned a different kind of recognition, to engage, in his final months, with the religious tradition that his offense had damaged. Tomomori died at an age that the records do not specify with precision, but that was certainly past the age when a person can be said to have completed, at least, their experience of the world they were born into. Atsumori died at 16, which is to say he died at the age when the story of who someone is going to be is still being written, when the qualities that will define a life are present, but not yet fully expressed, when the person you are in the process of becoming is, in some important sense, still ahead of you. The flute inside the helmet, tucked close to Atsumori's head, is the most direct evidence of this incompleteness. A person who has fully become what they are going to be, who has arrived at the completed version of themselves that a full life produces, carries their identity differently, with a different relationship to the things that express it, the things that will continue to express it through the years of a full life. Atsumori carried the flute the way someone carries a thing that they cannot yet imagine not needing, that is still essential, that has not yet had the chance to become one thing among many, but is still the central, necessary, irreplaceable expression of who they are. He carried it close, inside the helmet, against his head, because he was 16 and it was what he was, and he had not had enough time to take it for granted in the way that a person who has had enough time to take things for granted eventually learns to do. Kumagai Naozane found it there. He held it. He stood on the beach with the flute in his hand and the face of Atsumori behind him on the ground, and he understood something that the warrior framework had not given him the equipment to understand, and that the flute, by its presence in his hand, was forcing him to understand anyway. The person he had just killed had been worth more than the battle had required, not worth more in any political or military sense, worth more in the sense that a person is worth more than any single moment in which their life ends, that the face of someone who is still becoming, who is still on their way to something, contains in it a future that the moment of their death forecloses, a potential that the beach at Ichinotani had, in this morning, permanently prevented. Atsumori's face was 16, and 16 was not the end of a story. It was the middle of one that would not now be finished. Kumagai Naozane kept the flute. This series has told this from his perspective, the detail that becomes, in the story of his transformation from warrior to monk, the central physical object around which everything turns, the thing he could not put down, the thing that asked him the question he could not answer from within the warrior framework. But the flute that Kumagai Naozane kept was Atsumori's flute, and the flute that Atsumori had carried, inside his helmet, to the beach at Ichinotani, was not simply an object. It was, in the most direct sense, everything this story has been about. The specific yokobue that Atsumori carried has a history. Like all specific instruments have histories, the accumulated marks of use, the specific way the player's hands have shaped the wood over years of practice, the way the instrument and the player have adapted to each other through the thousands of hours of playing that produce genuine skill. The flute had been played in Kyoto in the years before the war. It had been carried on the retreat, westward, with the Taira court in exile. It had been played in the camps in the western provinces, in the positions at Yashima, and before that, in the evenings that punctuated the years of retreat. It had been played at Ichinotani, in the evenings before the battle, the music that reached the Eastern warriors and was set aside, and it had been tucked inside the helmet on the morning of the battle when Atsumori did not leave it behind. The fact that Atsumori put the flute inside his helmet, rather than leaving it in the camp or giving it to someone to keep safe, is a fact that deserves attention. He knew he was going into battle. He knew the battle was significant, possibly decisive. He knew that taking a fragile wooden instrument into close combat carried obvious risks, that the chaos of battle was not an environment in which precious things tended to survive. He took it anyway. This decision, the decision to carry the flute into the battle rather than leaving it somewhere that it would be safer, is one that different readers have interpreted differently. Some read it as the impractical choice of a 16-year-old who had not yet developed the judgment to make purely practical decisions in high-stakes situations, who still thought the way a person thinks when they have not yet had enough experience of catastrophe to fully understand the irreversibility of certain kinds of loss. Others read it as exactly the opposite, as the fully considered choice of someone who understood that the flute inside the helmet was, in some sense, the most honest statement he could make about who he was going into this battle, that the instrument was not a liability, but a declaration, the declaration that whatever happened, Atsumori was going into this as himself, as the person who played the flute, not as an anonymous warrior who had happened to play it in quieter times. Both of these readings may be true. Atsumori was 16, and 16 contains both of these things: the impracticality of someone who has not yet fully absorbed the weight of irreversibility, and the specific kind of clarity that sometimes comes with youth, the clarity that has not yet learned to compromise its own most essential qualities for the sake of practical convenience. The flute was inside the helmet because Atsumori had not left it behind, and Atsumori had not left it behind because Atsumori was who he was to the last moment, on the beach at Ichinotani, on the last morning of his life. Kumagai Naozane sent the flute to Atsumori's family. This series has told this from his perspective, the gesture of a man who could not simply keep the instrument he had found, who needed to return it to the people who were connected to its owner, who understood, in some wordless way, that the flute was not his to keep. Atsumori's family received it, what they did with it, what it meant to them, how they understood the gesture that had accompanied it, the act of returning, with the instrument of their son or nephew or cousin, some acknowledgement of what had been lost and how is not recorded in the kind of detail that would let us reconstruct these responses. What the broader tradition records is that the flute and the story of the flute did not disappear. Atsumori died on the beach at Ichinotani. The flute survived him, and the story of the flute, which is the story of Atsumori, which is the story of everything the flute represented, the particular person, the particular cultivation, the particular quality of beauty that had been present in the evenings before the battle, and that was not present in the evenings after. This story survived as well. It has been surviving for 8 centuries. It is being told again, now, in this particular form, through this particular voice. What Atsumori left behind. This is the question that this series arrives at, after 13 parts of approaching the beach at Ichinotani from every angle available. The question that the story of Atsumori ultimately asks, not what he did, which was simply live, briefly, and die, not what was done to him, which was the beach and the chase and the formal challenge and the grappling and the helmet and what came after, what he left. He left the flute, or rather the flute outlasted him, which is different from him leaving it deliberately. Atsumori had not planned to leave the flute, had not placed it in the helmet with any intention of ensuring that it would survive him. He placed it there because it was where he always carried it, because the flute was with him always, because being without it was not something he had accustomed himself to, but the flute survived. Kumagai Naozane found it and kept it, and eventually sent it to Atsumori's family, and the family had it, and the having of it was a form of Atsumori's presence in the world, even after Atsumori was gone, the specific presence of a specific object that a specific person had cared for and used, that bore the marks of that care and use, that was, in some sense, that physical objects can be when they have been genuinely cherished, still him, or still carrying something of him. He left the story, not intentionally. Atsumori did not intend to become a story, did not choose the beach at Ichi-no-tani as the location for a death that would become one of the most remembered in Japanese literature. But his death became a story, and the story became one of the central stories through which Japanese culture has processed certain things, certain questions about the relationship between war and beauty, between the warrior life and the cultivated life, between the necessities of violence and the persistence of the things that violence is supposed to be in service of, but that violence so often and so easily destroys. The story began with his death. It has continued in various forms through 8 centuries of retelling, reinterpretation, artistic recreation, and quiet reading, the reading that happens in the evenings when people encounter the Heike monogatari and find, in this particular part of it, something that they need. He left Kumagai Naozane's transformation. This is perhaps the most significant thing he left, in the sense of the thing that produced the most change in the world, the change that had ongoing effects in the world beyond the immediate. Kumagai Naozane, this series has described in detail, was transformed by what happened on the beach at Ichi-no-tani. The flute, the face, the question that the encounter produced, and that the warrior framework could not answer, led, over years, to Kumagai Naozane's encounter with Honen, his renunciation, his decades of practice as Rensei, the prayers he said for Atsumori every day. Atsumori did not cause this transformation. He did not choose it. He simply was who he was, carried the flute, turned back when called, and met what was waiting for him, with the composure and the identity that 16 years of being formed by the Heian world had given him. But the transformation happened because of Atsumori, because of who Atsumori was, because the flute inside the helmet was the kind of fact that a certain kind of mind could not simply absorb and move on from. The Nok play Atsumori was written by Zeami Motokyo, the great master of No theater, in the 14th century, approximately 200 years after the death on the beach. The play places Kumagai Naozane, now Rensei, the monk, at Ichi-no-tani, where he encounters the spirit of Atsumori. The spirit does not come in anger. The spirit comes to complete what the beach had not allowed to be completed, the acknowledgement, the recognition, the conversation that was not possible in the few minutes of the encounter at Ichi-no-tani. The play is about many things, about the relationship between the living and the dead, about the possibility of reconciliation across the boundary that separates them, about the specific kind of recognition that can occur when a person who has carried someone in their memory for years finally meets that someone, or something that represents that someone, in a place that allows real exchange. But the play is also about Atsumori himself, about who he was and what he left, because Zeami understood that the story could not be fully told only from Kumagai Naozane's side. Kumagai Naozane's transformation is not understandable without understanding what it was that transformed him, and what transformed him was Atsumori, specific, particular Atsumori, the person who played the flute, who carried it everywhere, who turned back on the beach because turning back was what the person he was would do, who met the end with the composure of someone who had been formed by a world that valued the maintenance of quality even in the worst circumstances. Zeami gave Atsumori a voice in the play. He gave him words and movement, the specific formal beauty of no, to express what the beach at Ichinotani had not allowed him to express. The play is Atsumori's answer, 8 centuries late, to everything that happened to him, and in the answer, he dances. The flute is still playing. This series used this phrase before, in the series devoted to Kumagai Naozane, where it formed the closing image of that story. It forms the closing image of this story too, because the stories are 2 sides of the same morning, and the flute is the object that connects them, the thing that was in Atsumori's possession, and that passed to Kumagai Naozane, and that has been, in some sense, playing ever since. But the phrase means something different from this side of the morning. From Kumagai Naozane's side, the flute is still playing means that the question Atsumori's existence asked, the question that the flute inside the helmet posed to the warrior framework, has not stopped asking itself, has continued to reverberate through the centuries, through Kumagai Naozane's transformation, and Zeami's play, and the 8 centuries of readers and audiences who have encountered this story. From Atsumori's side, the flute is still playing means something more specific, something more personal, something more directly about the person who was 16 years old on the beach at Ichinotani. Atsumori played his flute. He played it for years, from childhood, through the retreat, in the camps in the western provinces, in the evenings before the battle. He will not play it again. He was 16, and the morning of Ichinotani was the last morning, and the flute inside the helmet was the last place the flute was his, the last act of the person who had always carried it. But the music that Atsumori made, in all those evenings, in all those years, does not simply disappear, because the person who made it is gone. Music has this quality, that the people who have heard it carry something of it, some trace of the specific sound, the specific quality of that specific music in that specific moment, and this carrying persists, in some form, in the memory of the person who heard it, even when the person who made it is no longer available to make more. The Eastern warriors who heard the music from across the camp, in the evenings before Ichinotani, carried something of it. Kumagai Naozane carried it, specifically, in the form of the knowledge that the music had come from the person whose helmet he had removed, and this knowledge was part of the weight that the flute became in his hands on the beach. The people who have encountered Atsumori's story across the centuries, the readers of the Heike Monogatari, the audiences of Zeami's play, The people who have heard this story in its various forms and who have responded to it with the quality of response that this story consistently produces, these people have also carried something of the music, though they have never heard it, through the specific image of it that the story preserves, the music that came from the Taira camp in the evenings before the battle. Atsumori was 16. This is the fact that this story keeps returning to, the fact around which everything else arranges itself. 16 is old enough to play the yokobue with genuine skill, old enough to have absorbed the Heian world's values in a way that shaped who you were, old enough to respond to the formal challenge on the beach with the composure and the identity that Atsumori brought to that moment. 16 is also young enough that the story of who Atsumori would have become, the story that the beach at Ichinotani foreclosed, is a story that cannot be told, that can only be gestured toward in the specific way this series has been gesturing toward it throughout, through the flute, through the music, through the specific qualities that the 16-year-old face carried, the qualities of someone who was still becoming. The beach at Ichinotani still exists as a location in the city of Kobe, the geography absorbed into the modern city, but the specific coastal terrain still recognizable, the mountains still to the north, the sea still to the south, the narrow strip of coast that, in the first month of 1184, was the site of one of the most remembered mornings in Japanese history. The flute is gone, or at least, no flute that can be definitively identified as the one that was inside Atsumori's helmet survives, or if it does, it is not in a place or in a condition that allows this identification to be made. But the music persists, not literally. The specific sounds Atsumori made in the evenings before the battle are not available to be heard, but in the sense that a story preserves what happened, in the sense that the specific quality of a specific life can be carried, through the transmission of stories, through centuries of retelling, into the present moment and the people who inhabit it. The music is still here. Atsumori played his flute. He played it in the evenings, in the world that was ending. He played it because it was who he was, and he was not willing, not even at the last, not even on the beach at Ichinotani, to be anything else. He turned back when he could have kept writing. He said what he said at the end, with the composure that the world that had formed him had given him for exactly this kind of moment. He was 16. He had a flute. The story has been playing ever since. He saw the empire fall piece by piece, then he chose his own ending. Taira no Tomomori was the clearest-eyed commander in the Heike clan, the one who understood, better than anyone, exactly where things were heading. He was right about everything. It did not save anyone. At Dan-no-ura, when the battle was lost and his family was dying around him, Tomomori did not wait to be captured. He secured 2 anchors under his arms and stepped off his ship into the sea. He had made sure there was no way back. He was a son of Taira no Kiyomori, born into the same world of extraordinary power and refinement that produced Kenreimon-in and Shigehira and all of Kiyomori's other children. The exact place he occupied among Kiyomori's sons is recorded with some variation across different sources, but he was among the younger generation of brothers, born in the years when the Taira ascendancy was already well established. He grew up, like his siblings, in Kyoto, in the world of silk and ceremony, and the accumulated refinement of the Heian court that Kiyomori's political success had made available to his children. But what distinguished Tomomori, even from a young age, was a quality of temperament that set him apart from the more visible figures of the next Taira generation. Munemori, who would eventually become the head of the clan after Kiyomori's death, was a man whose position came primarily from his birth order, the eldest surviving son, and whose qualities by most accounts were not those of a particularly decisive leader. Shigehira, as we have seen, was known for his temper and his presence, qualities that led him toward command and toward Nara. Tomomori was known for something different. He was known for being clear-headed. The records that describe him use language that suggests a man who assessed situations accurately, who did not let wishful thinking distort his understanding of what was actually happening, and who was willing to say what he saw, even when what he saw was not what the people around him wanted to hear. This quality made him valuable. It also made him, in certain respects, isolated. A family in the process of building and maintaining enormous power does not always want clear-eyed assessment. It wants confirmation, the reassurance that the trajectory is correct, that the foundations are solid, that the things being risked are being risked for good reason and will pay off. Tomomori could provide military competence. He could provide strategic thinking. What he could not always provide, or what was not always welcomed when he provided it, was the kind of unwavering optimism that powerful families often prefer from the people around them. In the years before the Genpei War, Tomomori held positions appropriate to his rank, the kind of court titles and military responsibilities that Taira sons accumulated as the family's power expanded. He was not, in these years, a figure of particular prominence. The Taira were at their height. Kiyomori's decisions shaped everything. The sons, including Tomomori, occupied positions within the structure their father had built, contributing to its function without yet being called upon to demonstrate what they could do when the structure itself came under threat. That call would come soon enough. When the war began in 1180, Tomomori was already an adult, already a man with military experience and a developed sense of how the world worked. He was not, like Shigehira would be at Nara, a young man suddenly thrust into a defining moment without preparation. Tomomori entered the war as a man who already understood, perhaps better than most of his brothers, what kind of conflict this was likely to become. He had watched the Minamoto in the east for years. He had seen the patterns of provincial unrest, the slow accumulation of resentment against Taira dominance that had been building since long before Yoritomo raised his standard. What he thought about all of this, in the early days of the war, before anyone could know how it would end, is something the records do not directly preserve. But the man who would emerge, over the following 5 years, as one of the Taira commanders most associated with clear strategic thinking, with honest assessment of difficult situations, and ultimately with one of the most memorable deaths in the entire conflict, was already, in 1180, present in the world, watching, assessing, and waiting to see what would be asked of him. The early years of the Genpei War established roles for the Taira commanders that would, in large part, persist through the rest of the conflict. Munemori, as the eldest surviving son and the new head of the clan after Kiyomori's death in 1181, held overall command, at least in name. Shigehira, as we know, became associated with Nara and carried that association into every subsequent campaign. Yorimori, another brother, held various commands, and Tomomori, over these years, became known as the commander whose assessments could be trusted, the man whose read of a military situation was, more often than not, the accurate one, even when the accuracy was unwelcome. This reputation was built through a series of engagements where Tomomori's judgment proved correct in ways that, in retrospect, The Taira leadership might have benefited from listening to more carefully at the time. The pattern that emerges from the surviving accounts is one of Tomomori consistently identifying the actual strength and capability of Minamoto forces, while other Taira commanders, operating from the assumption of Taira superiority that had been the family's experience for a generation, underestimated what they were facing. This was not Tomomori being pessimistic for its own sake. It was Tomomori looking at the actual evidence, the actual movements and capabilities of the forces opposing the Taira, and drawing conclusions based on that evidence rather than on the assumptions that had governed Taira strategic thinking for years. The defeat at Kurikara Toge in 1183, Yoshinaka's destruction of the largest Taira army ever assembled through the famous tactic of driving burning cattle into the Taira lines at night, was the kind of event that, in retrospect, validated the kind of caution that Tomomori had been advocating. Whether Tomomori specifically warned against the engagement or against the assumptions that led to the Taira commitment of such a large force to a single battle in unfamiliar mountain terrain, is not something the records establish with certainty, but the pattern of his subsequent reputation, the way later accounts treat him as the commander whose foresight was repeatedly vindicated by events, suggests that Kurikara Toge was part of a larger pattern that Tomomori had been observing and, to whatever extent he could, trying to communicate. The retreat from Kyoto in the summer of 1183 was the moment when Tomomori's clear-sightedness became, in a sense, vindicated on the largest possible scale. The Taira were leaving the capital they had controlled for a generation. They were taking the emperor and the sacred regalia into a retreat whose ultimate outcome no one could predict, but whose immediate reality, the loss of Kyoto, the loss of the institutional center of Taira power, was undeniable. For a man like Tomomori, who had spent years assessing the actual military situation rather than the comfortable assumptions, this moment was not, presumably, a surprise in the way it was for commanders who had believed, until the very end, that Taira power was secure. This does not mean Tomomori welcomed it, or that clear-sightedness made the loss easier to bear. It means that Tomomori, perhaps more than most of his brothers, understood what was happening, and what it likely meant for everything that would follow. In the western provinces, as the Taira established their new positions, Tomomori's role became increasingly important. The Taira needed someone who could assess, accurately, what their actual remaining capabilities were, what positions could realistically be held, what engagements could realistically be won, and what the overall trajectory of the war looked like given the resources that remained. Tomomori provided this assessment. It was not always an encouraging assessment. The Taira, by 1184, were a clan fighting from a position of genuine weakness, despite still commanding significant forces, and despite still holding the symbolic authority of the emperor and the regalia. Tomomori understood this. The question, for him, was not whether the Taira could somehow return to the position of dominance they had held before 1180. That possibility, by 1184, was essentially gone. The question was, what could be salvaged, what positions could be held, and eventually, what kind of ending was available to a clan that was, by every realistic measure, losing a war it had once assumed it could not lose. Ichinotani, in the first month of 1184, was a disaster for the Taira in ways that went beyond the immediate military defeat. Shigehira was captured. Many Taira warriors died on the beach, including Atsumori, whose death at the hands of Kumagai Naozane would become one of the most remembered moments of the entire war. Tomomori survived Ichi-no-tani. He was among the Taira who escaped to the ships, who continued the retreat westward, toward Yashima, toward the next position, toward whatever came after. By this point, Tomomori's clear-sightedness was not a luxury or a personality trait that the Taira leadership could take or leave. It was becoming, increasingly, the only realistic framework through which the clan's remaining options could be understood. The man who had always seen things as they were was now the man whose vision of things as they were included the recognition that the things being seen were coming to an end. The retreat from Kyoto in 1183 is a moment that has appeared in this channel before, from the perspective of Kenreimon-in, whose departure from the only city she had ever known marked the beginning of the end of the world she had been born into. From Tomonori's perspective, the same event carried a different kind of weight. He was not, like Kenreimon-in, leaving behind a life organized around poetry and ceremony and the particular textures of court existence. He was leaving behind a strategic position, the capital, the institutional center, the symbolic heart of the authority the Taira claimed to represent, and he understood, with the clarity that defined him, exactly what that loss meant for everything that came after. A war fought from outside the capital is a fundamentally different war from a war fought to defend it. When the Taira controlled Kyoto, when they held the emperor and the regalia within the traditional seat of imperial authority, their cause had a specific kind of legitimacy, the legitimacy of the established order defending itself against rebellion. Once they left, once they became an army in the field, moving from position to position, carrying the emperor and the regalia with them, rather than housing them in the palace where they belonged, the nature of their cause changed. They were no longer simply the defenders of the existing order. They were increasingly one faction among several, fighting to recover something that had been lost, and the longer the recovery did not happen, the more the original legitimacy of their position eroded. Tomomori understood this erosion. It was not simply a matter of military positions and troop numbers, though those mattered too. It was a matter of how the war was perceived by the court families who remained in Kyoto under the new Minamoto-aligned order, by the provincial families whose support the Taira needed and whose calculations about which side to back were influenced by which side seemed likely to prevail, and by the Taira's own warriors, whose morale and commitment were affected by the difference between fighting to hold what you have and fighting to recover what you have lost. This is the kind of consideration that does not show up directly in the accounts of specific battles, but that shapes, in fundamental ways, how those battles are fought and what their outcomes mean. The western provinces, where the Taira established their new base, were familiar territory, in the sense that the family's original power base had been here before Kiyomori's political rise had moved the center of Taira activity toward Kyoto. There was, in this return to the west, a kind of circularity that Tomomori, with his characteristic clarity, may well have recognized. The Taira had risen from these provinces. They were now retreating to them. The question that Tomomori's clear-sightedness was particularly suited to addressing was whether this retreat represented a temporary setback from which recovery was possible, or whether it represented something more final, the closing of a circle that had opened a generation before. The accounts of Tomomori during this period describe a man who continued to function, who continued to hold commands and make assessments, and contribute to the Taira military effort, without illusions about what the overall situation actually was. This combination, continued functional contribution, alongside clear awareness of the difficulty of the overall situation, is psychologically demanding in a way that is easy to underestimate. It would have been simpler, in some ways, to either believe the optimistic framing that other Taira leaders may have preferred, the framing in which recovery was likely and the current difficulties were temporary, or to give up entirely, to stop contributing because the cause seemed lost. Tomomori did neither. He continued to do his job, with full awareness of how difficult the job had become, and with full awareness of what the most likely outcomes were. This is perhaps one of the most quietly remarkable things about Tomomori as a figure in the Heike Monogatari. The chronicle is full of dramatic moments, sudden reversals, individual acts of extraordinary courage or extraordinary tragedy. Tomomori's role in the years between Kyoto and Dan-no-ura was less dramatic, but no less significant. He was the commander who kept assessing, kept contributing, kept doing the work of trying to hold together a military effort that he understood, better than most, was unlikely to succeed in its larger objectives. What this kind of clear-eyed persistence costs a person over years is not the kind of thing the chronicle records directly. But it is there, in the pattern of Tomomori's role through these years, the steady presence of a man who saw what was coming and continued to do what could be done anyway. Yashima, after Ichinotani, became the new center of Taira resistance. The island position in the inland sea offered advantages that Ichinotani had not, primarily the security that came from being surrounded by water that the Taira fleet controlled, water that represented the one area where Taira's strength remained genuinely superior to anything the Minamoto could muster. The emperor was brought here, the regalia was brought here, Kenreimon-in was here, along with the surviving members of the Taira court, the remnant of the civilization that had once governed Japan from Kyoto, now reduced to a fortified position on an island, defended primarily by ships. Tomomori's role at Yashima involved the kind of work that his clear-sightedness made him suited for, the assessment of the position's actual defensibility, the identification of vulnerabilities, the planning for contingencies that the more optimistic members of the Taira leadership might prefer not to consider. The position had a specific vulnerability, one that Tomomori, among others, would have understood. Yashima's defenses were oriented toward the sea, toward the direction from which the Taira fleet's dominance made an attack difficult. The land approaches to the position from the main island were less heavily defended, on the assumption that an attacking force would need to cross water to reach Yashima, regardless of which direction it came from, and that the Taira fleet would intercept any such crossing before it became a threat. This assumption was reasonable, given normal circumstances. Yoshitsune was not going to provide normal circumstances. The accounts of the period before Yoshitsune's attack on Yashima describe a Taira leadership that was, to varying degrees, confident in the security of the position. The fleet was strong, the island was defensible. The previous defeats, Ichinotani above all, had been land battles, fought on terrain where the Minamoto's tactical advantages, the speed and unconventional approaches that had characterized Yoshitsune's victories, could be brought to bear. Yashima, surrounded by water that the Taira controlled, seemed to remove this advantage. Tomomori's assessment, to the extent it is reflected in the broader pattern of his role during this period, appears to have been less confident than this general mood. The pattern of Yoshitsune's victories throughout the war had been victories achieved through approaches the Taira had not anticipated, through speed and unconventional choices that turned apparent disadvantages into advantages. There was no specific reason to believe Yashima would be different, except the hope that this position, finally, was different. What Tomomori specifically said or recommended in the period before Yoshitsune's attack is not preserved in detail in the surviving accounts. What the accounts do preserve in the larger arc of the story is what happened, and what happened was, once again, Yoshitsune doing something the Taira had not adequately prepared for. In the second month of 1185, Yoshitsune crossed to Yashima with a much smaller force than conventional military thinking would have considered sufficient for an attack on a fortified island position defended by a superior fleet. He crossed in difficult weather, conditions that the Taira had assumed would prevent any crossing, conditions that most commanders would have considered too dangerous to risk. Yoshitsune risked it. The attack on Yashima, when it came from the land side, from the direction the Taira defenses were weaker, exactly the kind of approach that Tomonori's clear-sighted assessment, if it had been fully heeded, might have anticipated and prepared for. The Taira were caught, again, by an attack that arrived from a direction, and in a manner that conventional expectations had not prepared them for. The fighting at Yashima was not as catastrophic, in terms of immediate casualties, as Ichinotani had been, but the strategic effect was severe. The Taira position, which had been understood as secure, as a place from which the clan could regroup, and from which perhaps some kind of recovery might eventually be planned, was no longer secure. The Taira had to retreat again. Tomonori, in the aftermath of Yashima, found himself in a position that his clear-sightedness had, in a sense, been preparing him for throughout the war, but that no amount of clear-sightedness could make easier. The Taira had now lost Kyoto, lost the battle at Ichinotani with the capture of Shigehira, and lost the position at Yashima that had been intended as a secure base for recovery. The remaining Taira forces, the remaining ships, the Emperor, the regalia, Kenreimon-in, all of it was now moving toward whatever came next, toward the western edge of the inland sea, toward the strait where the inland waters meet the open channel. Tomonori had seen the pattern of the war clearly enough to understand what this continued series of defeats meant. The question that remained was not whether the Taira could still win. The question was what kind of ending was approaching, and what role Tomonori himself would play in it. In the aftermath of Yashima, as the Taira fleet moved westward toward the strait of Dan-no-ura, the question of what had gone wrong, and whether it could have gone differently, would have been present in the minds of the Taira leadership, even if it was not always discussed openly. Tomonori's position in this moment was a complicated one. If his earlier assessments, his earlier warnings about the patterns of Yoshitsune's attacks, about the vulnerability of positions that seemed secure but had not adequately accounted for unconventional approaches, had been more fully heeded, would Yashima have gone differently? This is the kind of question that has no clean answer, and that Tomonori, with his characteristic clarity, would likely have recognized as having no clean answer. The relationship between Tomonori and his brother Munemori, the head of the clan, is one of the dynamics that the Heike Monogatari handles with a degree of subtlety. Munemori was not, by most accounts, a commander of particular military gifts. His position came from birth order, from being the eldest surviving son after Kiyomori's death, not from any demonstrated capability that distinguished him as a strategic or tactical leader. Tomomori, by contrast, had exactly this kind of capability, the clear-sightedness, the accurate assessment of situations that a clan in Munemori's position desperately needed. The dynamic between a nominal leader who lacks the qualities the situation requires and a capable subordinate whose qualities are needed but whose position does not give him final authority is one that produces specific kinds of tension that does not always express itself as open conflict, but that shapes how decisions get made and how responsibility gets distributed when things go wrong. The accounts do not depict open conflict between Tomomori and Munemori. The Taira, even in their decline, maintained the forms of hierarchy and deference that governed relationships between brothers of different rank within a clan. But the underlying dynamic, the gap between who had the clearest understanding of the situation and who had the authority to act on that understanding, is part of what makes Tomomori's story resonant. He saw clearly. He may not always have been heeded, and as the war moved toward its conclusion, the gap between seeing clearly and being able to change the outcome based on what was seen became, in its own way, one of the central facts of his situation. There is a specific kind of burden that comes with being right, when being right does not change the outcome. Tomomori had been right about Kurikara Toge, in the sense that the pattern of Taira overconfidence that led to that disaster was a pattern Tomomori's clear-sightedness would have recognized as dangerous. He had been right, in the broader sense, about the trajectory of the war after Kyoto was lost, about the erosion of Taira legitimacy and capability that the retreat represented. He may have been right, in ways the records do not fully detail, about Yashima, about the vulnerability that Yoshitsune's attack exploited. Each time, being right did not prevent the outcome. The outcomes happened anyway, because being right about a situation and having the authority or the influence to change how that situation unfolds are not the same thing. As the fleet moved toward Dan-no-ura, Tomomori would have been doing what he had done throughout the war, assessing the situation as it actually was. The Taira fleet remained large, the Taira warriors remained capable, the inland sea remained, in some sense, Taira water, the territory where the clan's naval strength had always been greatest. But the pattern of the war, the pattern that Tomomori had been observing for years, was a pattern of Taira strengths being matched, again and again, by Minamoto approaches that the Taira had not anticipated. Dan-no-ura was going to be the next test of this pattern. The strait's currents were complex, shifting with the tides in ways that favored a fleet that knew the local waters, which the Taira did, and the Minamoto, coming from the east, generally did not. This was an advantage, but Tomomori, of all people, would have understood that advantages, in this war, had not been sufficient to prevent defeat, when the opposing side found approaches that the advantages did not account for. What Tomomori expected as the Taira prepared for what would become the final battle of the Genpei War is not directly recorded in terms of specific predictions, but the broader pattern of his role, the clear-sighted assessment that had characterized his contribution to the Taira war effort from the beginning, suggests a man who understood that Dan-no-ura represented not just another battle, but likely the final test of whether the Taira, as a military and political force, would continue to exist. He had seen Ichinotani, he had seen Yashima, he understood what those defeats meant for the trajectory of the war. Dan-no-ura was coming, Tomomori, more clearly than perhaps anyone else in the Taira leadership, understood what was actually at stake. The journey from Yashima to Dan-no-ura was the final movement of the Taira fleet, the last repositioning before the engagement that would end the war. The Strait of Dan-no-ura lies at the western end of the inland sea, where the calmer inland waters meet the more turbulent waters of the channel, separating the main island of Japan from the southern island of Kyushu. The currents here are genuinely complex, shifting direction with the tides in ways that can transform the same stretch of water from a help to a hindrance, depending on timing. This complexity was, in the calculations of the Taira leadership, an advantage. The local knowledge of these currents, accumulated over generations of Taira presence in these waters, was something the Minamoto, coming from elsewhere, would not have. Tomomori, during the preparations for Dan-no-ura, would have been engaged in the kind of assessment that had characterized his role throughout the war, looking at the actual disposition of forces, the actual capabilities on both sides, and forming a judgment about what was likely to happen. The Taira fleet, despite the losses and retreats of the previous years, remained substantial. Estimates from the chronicles suggest several hundred ships carrying warriors who, whatever the broader trajectory of the war, remained committed to the Taira cause and capable of fighting. The Minamoto fleet, under Yoshitsune's command, was smaller in numbers of ships, though it carried warriors who had, by this point in the war, an established record of finding ways to overcome numerical and positional disadvantages. The presence of the Emperor and the regalia on the Taira ships added a dimension to Dan-no-ura that distinguished it from the previous battles of the war. Ichinotani and Yashima had been military engagements with significant strategic consequences, but the Emperor's presence at Dan-no-ura meant that this battle carried a symbolic weight beyond the purely military. Whatever happened to the Taira fleet would also determine what happened to the Emperor, to the regalia, to Kenreimon-in, and the other women of the court who remained with the fleet. Tomomori, in his clear-sighted way, would have understood that Dan-no-ura was not simply a battle whose outcome would determine territorial control or military advantage. It was a battle whose outcome would determine whether the imperial line, in the specific person of the child Emperor Tokuhito, and the sacred objects that legitimized that line, would remain in Taira hands, or pass to whatever arrangement the Minamoto victory would produce. The night before Dan-no-ura, the Taira fleet rode at anchor in the strait, the same night that has been described before in this channel from Kenreimon-in's perspective, the last night before everything changed. For Tomomori, this night would have carried its own specific weight. He had spent years assessing the trajectory of this war, understanding, more clearly than most, where it was likely heading. The night before Dan-no-ura was the night before the test of everything he had been assessing, the night before the question of whether the Taira's remaining strength, their naval advantage, their local knowledge of these waters, would be enough to change the pattern that had defined the war since Ichinotani. What Tomomori did on this last night is not recorded in the kind of detail that would let us reconstruct his specific thoughts or actions, but the broader pattern of his role, the man who continued to function, to assess, to contribute, even while understanding the difficulty of the overall situation, suggests that this night was not different in kind from the many nights that had preceded it during the years of retreat. He would have been doing what he had always done, looking at the actual situation, the actual disposition of the fleet, the actual state of morale and capability among the Taira forces, and forming his assessment of what the coming day was likely to bring. The morning would bring Dan-no-ura. Tomomori, perhaps more than anyone else among the Taira leadership, understood what kind of day it was likely to be. The strait, in the hours before dawn, would have been quiet, the way bodies of water are quiet before the activity of the day begins, the specific stillness that precedes events whose outcomes will be irreversible. The Taira fleet, anchored in formation, represented the accumulated strength of a clan that had once controlled Japan, now reduced to this, several hundred ships in a strait at the western edge of the inland sea, carrying an 8-year-old emperor, his mother, the sacred regalia, and the warriors and commanders, including Tomomori, who remained committed to a cause that the clear-sighted among them understood was approaching its final test. The morning was coming. Dan-no-ura was about to begin. The Battle of Dan-no-ura began on the morning of the 24th day of the 3rd month, in the year 1185. The opening hours of the battle favored the Taira in the way that the chronicles describe with a specific attention to the roll of the tide. The morning current in the strait ran in a direction that worked against the Minamoto ships approaching from the east, while the Taira, positioned with the advantage of the current behind them, found that their archers could maintain effective range against the approaching Minamoto vessels. For Tomomori, these opening hours would have represented something he had not seen much of in the years since Ichi-no-tani. A Taira advantage, materializing as he had hoped it might, the local knowledge of the currents producing exactly the kind of benefit that had been part of the calculation for choosing this location. The accounts describe Taira archers finding their range, the Minamoto ships struggling against a current that favored their opponents, the kind of opening phase that, in a different war, might have been the beginning of a Taira victory. Tomomori, with his characteristic clear-sightedness, would have recognized this advantage for what it was, real, but also temporary, dependent on the tide, which would, inevitably, turn. The question of what happens when a temporary advantage is not converted into a decisive outcome before it disappears is a question that military history is full of examples of, and Tomomori, watching the morning unfold, would have understood that the Taira advantage needed to produce something more than simply holding the Minamoto at range. It needed to translate into actual damage to the Minamoto fleet, actual disruption of their formation and capability before the tide turned and the advantage reversed. The accounts do not suggest that the morning's Taira advantage produced this kind of decisive damage. The Minamoto ships, under pressure but not destroyed, continued to press forward, continued to maneuver, continued to look for the kind of opening that Yoshitsune's forces had found in every previous engagement of the war. Tomomori's specific actions during these opening hours are not detailed individually in the surviving accounts, in the way that some other Taira commanders' actions at Dan-no-ura are detailed. What can be inferred, from the broader pattern of his role and from what comes later in the battle, is that Tomomori was engaged in the kind of command function that his position required, coordinating with other Taira commanders, assessing the developing situation, and doing what could be done to convert the morning's advantage into something more lasting. The fleet, as a whole, was fighting the battle that had been planned, the battle that depended on the Taira's knowledge of these waters, and the temporary advantage that knowledge provided. As the morning progressed, the tide began to turn. This is the moment that the chronicles identify as the pivot of the battle, the point at which the advantage that had favored the Taira began to shift toward the Minamoto. The currents that had been working against the Minamoto ships began to work against the Taira ships instead, and the archery advantage that the Taira had held in the opening hours began to diminish as the relative positions of the fleets in relation to the current reversed. Tomomori, watching this shift, would have understood its significance immediately. The temporary advantage that had defined the morning was ending. What came next would depend on whether the Taira had other resources, other advantages, that could sustain their position once the tidal advantage was gone. The afternoon of Dan-no-ura brought the developments that would determine the outcome of the entire war, developments that involved not just the shifting tide, but a more fundamental shift, the kind of shift that Tomonori's clear-sightedness, however acute, could not have prevented, because it did not originate from anything that could be assessed through military analysis alone. It originated from a decision made by someone within the Taira fleet that would change everything. The battle was approaching its decisive phase. Tomomori, who had spent years understanding the trajectory of this war with unusual clarity, was about to witness the moment when that trajectory reached its conclusion. The decision that changed Dan-no-ura, and with it the outcome of the entire Genpei War, was the decision of Taga Chikatoshi, a Taira admiral who, in the course of the afternoon's fighting, switched his allegiance to the Minamoto. This event has been described before in this channel, from Kenreimon-in's perspective, the moment that the chronicles mark as the true turning point of the battle, more decisive even than the shifting tide. Taga Chikatoshi knew the disposition of the Taira fleet. He knew which ships carried the emperor, which carried the regalia, which carried the women of the court. This knowledge, transferred to the Minamoto in the middle of the battle, transformed Yoshitsune's targeting from general engagement with the Taira fleet into something far more precise and far more devastating. For Tomomori, this moment would have represented something that even his clear-sightedness had perhaps not specifically anticipated, not because betrayal was unimaginable, but because the specific form it took. The targeting of the emperor's ship and the ships carrying the regalia and the court women converted a difficult battle into something categorically different. The Taira had been fighting throughout the afternoon, a battle that, while difficult, was still a battle between fleets, a contest of military capability where, however unfavorable the odds had become, the outcome remained, in principle, a military question. Taga Chikatoshi's defection changed this. The Minamoto archers, now able to target specific ships with specific knowledge of what those ships contained, began to focus their attacks in ways that had nothing to do with general naval engagement and everything to do with reaching the emperor, the regalia, and the people who were with them. What Tomomori did in the hours that followed, as the battle transformed from a military engagement into something closer to a catastrophe unfolding in real time, is one of the most significant aspects of his story, and one that the Heike Monogatari handles with particular attention. The accounts describe Tomomori, in this phase of the battle, moving through the chaos with a specific purpose, not the purpose of continuing to fight the battle as a battle, because by this point the battle, in the conventional sense, was effectively over, but the purpose of bearing witness. He moved among the ships. He observed what was happening to the people who mattered most, the emperor, the regalia, the women of the court, his own family members, as the Minamoto attacks, now precisely targeted, began to produce the outcomes that the defection had made possible. This role, the role of witness, is not a role that military history typically assigns significance to. Battles are remembered for who won and who lost, for the tactical decisions and their consequences, not for who watched and what they saw. But Tomonori's witnessing in the final hours of Dan-no-ura became, in the Heike Monogatari's telling, one of the central facts of how this battle is remembered. He saw what happened to Nii-dono, Kiyomori's widow, the grandmother of the emperor, as she made the decision that would define the battle's most famous moment. He saw what happened to Kenreimon-in. He saw what happened to his brothers, to the Taira commanders who had fought alongside him through years of retreat and decline. The clear-sightedness that had defined Tomomori throughout the war, the capacity to see situations as they actually were, rather than as anyone might wish them to be, did not desert him in these final hours. If anything, it became more important than ever, because someone needed to see what was happening, needed to witness it accurately, in order for it to be remembered accurately afterward. Tomonori, in the chaos of Dan-no-ura's final phase, was performing this function, whether or not he understood it in these terms at the time. He was watching the Taira end. He was watching it happen to the people he had spent his entire life among, the family whose rise had shaped his childhood, and whose fall he had, in some sense, seen coming for years. The afternoon was advancing. The battle that had begun with a Taira advantage, that had turned with the tide, and that had been transformed into catastrophe by Taga Chikatoshi's defection, was reaching its final stages. Tomonori had witnessed the turn. He had witnessed the targeting of the ships that mattered most. What remained was the witnessing of the endings themselves, the specific moments, ship by ship, person by person, when the Taira world that had existed since before Tomonori was born came to its conclusion. He was about to see all of it. The scene that has been described before in this channel, from Kenreimon-in's perspective, the moment when Nii-dono took the 8-year-old emperor in her arms and stepped into the sea, telling him that there was a pure land beneath the waves, is one of the central images of Dan-no-ura, and one of the central images of the entire Heike Monogatari. From Tomonori's position, witnessing this scene meant something specific. Nii-dono was his grandmother. The emperor was his nephew. The woman making the decision to take a child into the sea rather than allow him to be captured was a member of his own family, making a choice that Tomonori, in the moments before it happened, could see coming and could not prevent. The accounts describe Nii-dono's actions with a specific deliberateness: the gathering of the child, the instructions about facing east toward Ise and west toward the Pure Land, the recitation of the Buddha's name, all of it happening in the midst of chaos, but carried out with a clarity of purpose that mirrors, in its own way, the clarity that had defined Tomonori throughout the war. Nii-dono had made her assessment of the situation. She had concluded that capture, for the emperor, was not an acceptable outcome, and she had the authority, as the most senior woman of the Taira, to act on that assessment. Tomonori, watching this, would have understood the assessment. He might even have agreed with it, in the sense that his own clear-sightedness about what Dan-no-ura meant for the Taira would have included an understanding of what capture by the Minamoto would mean for the emperor and for the regalia. Understanding an assessment and watching it be carried out, with a child in the cold water of the strait, are different things. The Heike Monogatari does not give us Tomomori's internal response to this moment in direct terms. What it gives us is the fact of his presence, his witnessing, and the role that this witnessing plays in how the chronicle constructs its account of Dan-no-ura's final hours. Nii-dono went into the water with the emperor. The chronicle's description of this moment is one of the most quoted passages in Japanese literature, and Tomomori, among the people present to see it happen, becomes, through his presence in the narrative, one of the channels through which this moment is transmitted to everyone who has read or heard the Heike Monogatari in the 8 centuries since. Kenreimon-in's response to Nii-dono's action, her own attempt to enter the water, her rescue against her will by a Minamoto warrior who caught her by the hair, has also been described before in this channel. From Tomomori's position, this too was something witnessed. His sister, the mother of the emperor who had just died in Nii-dono's arms, attempting to follow him into the sea and being prevented. The accounts describe the chaos of this moment, multiple things happening simultaneously. The emperor gone, Kenreimon-in's attempt and her rescue, the continuing Minamoto attacks on the targeted ships, and Tomomori, somewhere in the midst of all of this, continuing to witness, continuing to see what was happening to his family in the specific, irreversible detail that only direct witnessing provides. The sacred regalia during this same period was undergoing its own crisis. The jewel and the mirror would eventually be recovered, retrieved from the water or from ships that did not sink. The sword, the ancient sword that had been part of the imperial regalia since the age of the gods, went into the sea with the emperor and was never recovered. Tomomori, witnessing the loss of the sword, would have understood its significance in ways that went beyond the personal. This was not simply a family losing members in a battle. This was the disappearance, into the cold water of Dan-no-ura, of an object that had been part of the foundation of imperial authority in Japan since before written records began. The sword was gone, the emperor was gone, Tomomori had seen both happen. What remained as the afternoon continued was the rest of it, the brothers, the other family members, the warriors who had fought alongside Tomomori through years of retreat, each of them now facing their own version of the choice that Nii-dono had already made, the choice between capture and the water. Tomomori had witnessed the emperor. He had witnessed his sister's attempted entry into the sea and her rescue. He was about to witness his brothers. The Heike Monogatari, in its account of Dan-no-ura's final hours, moves through a series of individual fates, the Taira commanders and warriors who, in the moments after Tagachikatoshi's defection, made the battle's outcome unmistakable, each faced the question of what came next, and each answered it in their own way. Tomomori's brothers were among these. Munemori, the head of the clan, the eldest surviving son of Kiyomori, did not choose the water. Munemori was captured, taken alive by the Minamoto, and his fate, in the aftermath of the battle, would be different from the fate of those who chose to die at Dan-no-ura itself. For Tomomori, witnessing Munemori's capture would have meant witnessing the survival, in some form, of the clan's nominal head, even as the clan itself, as a military and political force, ceased to exist in this same afternoon. Other Taira warriors made different choices. The chronicles describe a series of individual deaths, commanders and warriors who, understanding that the battle was lost, and that capture was the only alternative to death, chose death, going into the water in various ways, with various preparations, each death its own small scene within the larger catastrophe. Tomomori, witnessing these deaths, one after another, in the chaos of the afternoon, was watching not just individuals, but a pattern, the pattern of an entire warrior class making, in the span of a few hours, the choice that the circumstances had reduced everything to: capture or the water. There was, by this point in the afternoon, very little else available. The specific manner of each death mattered, in the warrior culture that the Taira, despite their courtly refinements, still belonged to. Some warriors went into the water with their armor on, the weight ensuring they would not surface, would not be pulled back the way Kenreimon-in had been. Some made specific preparations, weighting themselves deliberately to ensure that the choice, once made, could not be reversed by circumstance or by the intervention of an enemy who might, as had happened with Kenreimon-in, prefer a living captive to a dead one. Tomomori, watching these preparations, these final acts of warriors he had known for years, fought alongside through the campaigns of retreat from Kyoto, through Ichinotani, through Yashima, was watching the specific individual versions of an ending that, in the aggregate, represented the end of everything. There is a specific kind of grief that comes from watching, one after another, the deaths of people you have known, in circumstances where each individual death is also part of a larger pattern that you, more than most of the people around you, have understood was coming. Tomomori's clear-sightedness throughout the war had included an understanding that this kind of ending was a real possibility, perhaps even the most likely outcome, given the trajectory the war had followed since Kyoto. Understanding that an ending is possible, even likely, is different from witnessing it happen, person by person, in the specific afternoon when it actually occurs. Tomomori was witnessing it. Each brother, each commander, each warrior who chose the water rather than capture was someone Tomomori had known, had fought alongside, had perhaps assessed, in his clear-sighted way, as likely to face exactly this choice at exactly this kind of moment. By the later afternoon, the pattern was largely complete. The emperor was gone, Nii-dono was gone, the sword was gone. Several of Tomomori's brothers had made their choices, some captured, some choosing the water. Kenreimon-in had been pulled from the water against her will, and was, at this point, a prisoner, though the full implications of this would not become clear until later. Tomomori himself remained, on whatever ship he was on, in the chaos of a battle that was, by every meaningful measure, over. The Taira, as a clan with military and political power, had ceased to exist in the span of this single afternoon. What remained for Tomomori was the question of his own ending, the question that everyone who remained alive on the Taira ships was, in this moment, facing. He had witnessed everyone else's choices. His own was still to come. The choice that Tomomori faced in the final hours of Dan-no-ura was a choice that the warrior culture of 12th century Japan had specific, if not always rigid, expectations about. A warrior, facing inevitable defeat, could be captured. Capture was not, at this point in Japanese history, automatically dishonorable in the absolute sense that it would become in later periods. But capture also meant accepting whatever fate the victors chose to impose, becoming an object of their decisions rather than the author of your own ending. The alternative, choosing death rather than capture, particularly death by one's own action, rather than at the hands of the enemy, carried a specific meaning within this culture, the meaning of remaining, until the very last moment, the author of your own fate. Tomomori's clear-sightedness, the quality that had defined him throughout the war, would have applied to this choice as much as it had applied to every assessment he had made about the war's trajectory. He had watched Munemori choose capture. He had watched other brothers and other warriors choose the water. He had watched Nii-dono take the emperor into the sea, an act that was not, in the strict sense, Nii-dono's own death by her own choice in response to her own situation, but something more complicated, a decision made on behalf of a child who could not make it for himself. Tomomori's own situation was simpler, in one sense. He was an adult warrior, a commander, someone who had spent years understanding exactly what kind of war this was, and exactly what kind of ending it was likely to have. The choice in front of him was his own. The Heike Monogatari attributes to Tomomori, at this point, words that have become among the most quoted in the entire chronicle, words that articulate something about the warrior's relationship to death that goes beyond the specific circumstances of Dan-no-ura. The substance of what is attributed to him is this: that he had seen everything worth seeing, that there was nothing left to see, and that a warrior of the Taira should not die at the hands of an enemy. This formulation, seen everything worth seeing, captures something specific about Tomomori's role throughout this final battle, and indeed throughout the war. He had been the witness, the one whose clear-sightedness meant he saw situations as they actually were, including, in these final hours, the situations of everyone around him as they made their own choices about how this day would end for them. Having seen everything, Tomomori's own choice became, in a sense, the final act of his clear-sightedness. He was not going to be captured. He was not going to become an object of Minamoto decisions, a prisoner whose fate would be determined by his enemies, the way Shigehira's fate had been determined after Ichi-no-tani, the way Munemori's fate would now be determined. He was going to die by his own choice, in his own way, completing the pattern of seeing situations clearly and acting on that clarity that had defined his role throughout the war. But the manner of this final choice, the specific way Tomomori chose to ensure that his death would be his own, and not something that could be interrupted or reversed, the way Kenreimon-in's attempted death had been interrupted, was itself something that required preparation, something that Tomomori, with his characteristic thoroughness, was about to undertake. Kenreimon-in had gone into the water and been pulled back. The chronicle does not let this fact disappear from the narrative, even as it moves toward Tomomori's own ending. A warrior choosing the water faced the same risk, the risk that armor alone might not be sufficient, that the body might float, might be recovered, might become, against the warrior's own intention, a captive after all, alive when the intention had been to die. Tomomori, understanding this risk with the same clarity he had applied to every other assessment of the war, was not going to leave his own ending to chance. He was going to ensure, through deliberate preparation, that what he had decided would actually happen, that there would be no possibility of the kind of interruption that had prevented Kenreimon-in from completing her own intended death. What Tomomori needed for this preparation was something that would ensure that once he entered the water, he would not come back up. Something heavy, something that, attached to his body, would take him down and keep him down, regardless of the buoyancy of armor or robes, regardless of any current or any Minamoto warrior with a pole who might, as had happened with Kenreimon-in, attempt to pull him back. The afternoon was ending. Dan-no-ura was, in every meaningful sense, over. Tomomori had made his choice. What remained was the specific, practical matter of carrying it out in a way that would ensure it could not be undone. The image of Tomomori with the anchor is one of the most enduring images in the entire Heike monogatari, an image that has been depicted in art, referenced in later literature, and remembered across 8 centuries as one of the defining moments of Dan-no-ura. An anchor on a 12th century Japanese warship was a substantial object, made of iron or stone, heavy enough to hold a ship in place against current and tide, exactly the kind of object that, attached to a person, would ensure that person did not float, did not surface, did not become available for rescue or recovery. Tomomori took 2 anchors. The chronicle's description of what Tomomori did in these final moments is specific in a way that conveys both the practical thoroughness of the preparation and the deliberate, almost ceremonial quality of the act. He placed one anchor under one arm and the second anchor under the other arm, securing them against his body in a way that would ensure that when he entered the water, the weight would take him down immediately and keep him there. This was not a hasty or improvised action. It was the kind of careful preparation that Tomomori had applied to every assessment throughout the war, now applied to the final assessment, the assessment of how to ensure that his own death would be exactly what he intended it to be, with no possibility of the kind of interruption that had affected Kenreimon-in. There is something in this image, the commander known throughout the war for his clear-sighted assessment of situations, applying that same clear-sightedness to the practical mechanics of his own death, that captures something essential about who Tomomori had been. He had spent years seeing situations as they actually were, not as anyone wished them to be. In this final moment, he was doing the same thing, seeing the situation of his own death as it actually needed to be constructed, if it was going to be the death he had chosen, rather than a death that circumstance might alter. The anchors were not a symbol, in the sense of being primarily about meaning rather than function. They were functional, practical, exactly suited to the purpose Tomomori needed them for, but their functionality, in the context of everything that had led to this moment, also carried meaning, the meaning of a man ensuring, through careful preparation, that his death would be entirely his own. The accounts describe Tomomori in these final moments, looking around at the scene of Dan-no-ura, the ships, the water, the chaos that was, by this point in the afternoon, beginning to settle into the specific stillness that follows the end of a battle, when the fighting has stopped because there is, in a fundamental sense, nothing left to fight over. The emperor was gone, the sword was gone, Nii-dono was gone, most of his brothers had made their choices, captured or drowned. Kenreimon-in had been pulled from the water, alive but a prisoner. Tomomori, with the anchors secured under his arms, was looking at all of this, the complete picture of Dan-no-ura's outcome, the complete picture of what had happened to the Taira in this single afternoon. This is the moment that the chronicle's attribution of words to Tomomori, the statement about having seen everything worth seeing, refers to. He had seen it all, the morning's advantage, the turning tide, the defection, the targeted attacks, the emperor's death, his sister's rescue, his brother's choices. There was, in the most literal sense, nothing left for Tomomori to witness that he had not already witnessed. The role of witness that Tomomori had been performing throughout the afternoon, whether by deliberate choice or simply because his position and his nature made him someone who saw clearly what was happening around him, was complete. The witnessing was done. What remained was the final act, the one that Tomomori himself would now perform, the one that the anchors had been prepared for. The strait of Dan-no-ura, in the late afternoon of the 24th day of the 3rd month, 1185, held within it the accumulated outcomes of an entire war's final battle. An emperor, a sword, a grandmother, brothers, warriors, ships, the regalia, all of it now part of the strait's history in ways that would be remembered for centuries. Tomomori, with the anchors secured, was standing at the edge of his ship, looking at the water that had already received so much of what the Taira had been. He was about to add himself to it, not as a witness this time, as the final thing being witnessed by whoever remained to see it, the last act of the man who had seen everything, completing his own role in the story he had spent the entire war understanding more clearly than almost anyone else. The moment of Tomomori's death, as the Heike Monogatari describes it, is brief, in the way that the most significant moments in the chronicle are often brief, the narrative slowing down to give weight to the preparation, and then moving quickly through the act itself, as though the act, once the preparation is complete, requires no further elaboration. He stepped off the ship. The 2 anchors, secured under his arms, did exactly what they had been chosen to do. The weight took him down immediately, faster than armor alone would have, faster than the natural buoyancy of a human body in water could counteract. There was no struggle, in the way that Kenreimon-in's entry into the water had involved struggle, both her own attempt to go under and her subsequent struggle against the Minamoto warrior who pulled her back. Tomomori went down and did not come back up. The water of Dan-no-ura in the 3rd month would have been cold, the same cold water that had received the emperor, that had received Nii-dono, that had received the sword. Tomomori, sinking with the weight of the anchors, joined all of this, became part of the strait's accumulated history in the most literal sense, his body settling toward the seafloor in the same waters where so much else that had defined the Taira had already gone. The chronicle does not follow him down, in the sense of describing what happened to his body after this moment. The narrative attention, having followed Tomomori through his preparation and his final act, moves on to the broader accounting of Dan-no-ura's outcome, to the captures, to the survivors, to what would happen next. Tomomori's death is recorded, and then the chronicle continues. There is something in this narrative choice, the brevity with which Tomomori's actual death is described after the careful attention given to his preparation, that mirrors the quality of clear-sightedness that had defined him throughout his life. The preparation mattered. The preparation was where Tomomori's characteristic thoroughness, his refusal to leave anything to chance, his determination that this final act would be entirely his own, was expressed. The act itself, once the preparation was complete, was simply the execution of a decision that had already been made, the final demonstration of clear-sightedness applied to its own conclusion. Tomomori had seen everything. He had prepared accordingly. The jump itself was almost an afterthought, the inevitable consequence of everything that had come before it. For the people who remained, on the ships and in the water, in the aftermath of Dan-no-ura, Tomomori's death would have been one among many, another commander who had chosen the water rather than capture, another body added to the strait, but the specific manner of his death, the anchors, the deliberate ensuring that there would be no possibility of rescue or recovery, distinguished it, even in the midst of so many other deaths and captures happening in the same hours. Tomomori had not simply died, he had ensured his death with the same clarity that had characterized everything else he had done throughout the war. This distinction between dying and ensuring one's death, between an outcome that happens to you and an outcome that you author, completely, down to the smallest practical detail, is part of what makes Tomonori's ending resonate, in the way it has resonated for 8 centuries. Kenreimon-in, on a different ship, pulled from the water against her will, would not have witnessed Tomonori's death directly, in the chaos of the afternoon's final hours. But she would learn of it, eventually, as she would learn of all of the deaths of Dan-no-ura, in the aftermath, in the accounting that survivors and captives inevitably undertake, the piecing together of who was lost and how. Tomomori, her brother, the commander known for seeing things clearly, had seen Dan-no-ura clearly, to its very end, and had ensured that his own ending was as clear and as final as everything else he had assessed throughout the war. The afternoon was ending. Dan-no-ura was over. Tomomori was in the water, with the anchors, at the bottom of the strait, where he would remain. The strait of Dan-no-ura, in the days and years after the battle, became a place that held a specific kind of significance, the site where an entire era of Japanese history had ended in the span of a single afternoon. The sword, the ancient sword of the imperial regalia, remained somewhere in these waters, never recovered, a permanent absence at the heart of the imperial regalia that would persist for the rest of Japanese history. The emperor's body, and Nii-dono's, and Tomonori's, and the bodies of the many others who had gone into the water during Dan-no-ura's final hours, became part of the strait in ways that the people who lived in the region, in the centuries that followed, would remember and mark in various ways. There is a tradition in the region around Dan-no-ura connected to a species of crab found in these waters, crabs whose shell pattern resembles, to those who look for it, the face of a warrior, an angry or grieving expression formed by the natural markings of the shell. These crabs are called Heike gani, Heike crabs, and the tradition holds that they are the spirits of the Taira warriors who died at Dan-no-ura, transformed, remaining in the waters where they fell, their warrior faces preserved in the shells of creatures that still live in these waters today. Whether Tomomori is, in this tradition, among the warriors whose spirits the crabs represent, is not something any specific account establishes, but the broader tradition, the sense that Dan-no-ura's waters hold something of everyone who died there, that the strait itself became, in the popular imagination, a kind of permanent memorial, a place where the past remains present in the physical reality of the location, is part of how Tomonori's death, and the deaths of everyone else at Dan-no-ura, have been remembered. Tomonori's body was not recovered, as far as the records indicate. The anchors had done what they were intended to do, and the man who had spent the war seeing things clearly had ensured that his death would be equally clear, equally final, equally beyond the possibility of reversal or rescue. This is different from Shigehira, whose body, after his execution at the Kizugawa, would have been disposed of according to whatever practices govern such things, in a location on land, with at least the possibility of some form of memorial or marking. Tomomori remained in the water, at Dan-no-ura, in the strait whose currents he had understood, whose tactical significance he had assessed, and that had, in the end, become not a tactical asset, but his final resting place. The Heike Monogatari's treatment of Tomomori across the entire chronicle follows a pattern that distinguishes him from many of the other figures whose stories the chronicle tells. He is not a figure of dramatic reversal, like Shigehira, whose story moves from villain to a more complex figure recognized for cultivation even in captivity. He is not a figure of survival into a long aftermath, like Kenreimon-in, whose story continues for decades after Dan-no-ura, in prayer and reflection. Tomomori is a figure of consistency. The clear-sightedness that defines him at the beginning of his appearances in the chronicle is the same clear-sightedness that defines his final act. He saw clearly throughout, and his death was the final expression of that clarity applied to its own most personal and most final question. The waters of Dan-no-ura today are part of the Strait of Kanmon, between Honshu and Kyushu, one of the busiest shipping channels in Japan, ships passing daily through the same waters where, 8 centuries ago, an entire era ended in a single afternoon. The currents that Tomomori and the other Taira commanders understood, that they had hoped would provide an advantage at Dan-no-ura, are still there. The tidal flows that make this strait, even today, a place that requires careful navigation. Tomomori is still there too, in the sense that the strait itself, and the stories told about it, and the crabs with the warrior faces, and the sword that was never recovered, all of it constitutes a kind of permanent presence, the physical location where Tomomori's clear-sightedness reached its final, irreversible conclusion. The sea holds what it holds. Tomomori chose to become part of what the sea holds, deliberately, with the same clarity that had defined everything else about him. The Heike Monogatari ends in its final chapter with Kenreimon-in in the mountain valley of Ohara, praying for the dead, having survived Dan-no-ura against her own intention, having lived through what she described to Go-Shirakawa as all 6 realms of Buddhist existence in a single lifetime. Tomomori's story, within this larger structure, occupies a different position. He did not survive into an aftermath. He did not have the opportunity or the burden, depending on how one views it, of decades of reflection, of prayer, of the slow processing of loss that defined Kenreimon-in's remaining years. His story ends at Dan-no-ura, in the water, with the anchors, in the afternoon of the 24th day of the 3rd month, 1185. And yet, in its own way, Tomomori's story carries forward into how Dan-no-ura itself is remembered, into the specific images that have defined this battle for 8 centuries. The emperor in Nii-dono's arms, facing the Pure Land, Kenreimon-in pulled from the water against her will, the sword lost forever, and Tomomori, with the anchors, having seen everything worth seeing, choosing the manner of his own ending with the same clarity that had defined his entire role in the war. These images, together, constitute Dan-no-ura, the way the battle is remembered, the way its meaning has been transmitted across the centuries. Tomomori's image, the anchors, the deliberate preparation, the clear-sighted assessment applied to its own final question, is one of the central images in this constellation. There is a way of understanding Tomomori's role in the Heike Monogatari that connects him to the larger themes the chronicle is built around: the impermanence of all things, the inevitability of the fall that follows every rise, the specific Buddhist understanding that underlies the chronicle's famous opening lines about the bell of Gion Shoja, and the flowers of Sarasoju, Tomomori, more than perhaps any other figure in the chronicle, embodied an awareness of this impermanence throughout the events the chronicle describes, not as a philosophical position, but as a practical, ongoing assessment of an actual situation. He saw the Taira's rise as something that had already, in its own way, contained the seeds of its eventual fall. He saw each subsequent defeat as part of a pattern that was moving toward a specific kind of conclusion, and when that conclusion arrived, at Dan-no-ura, he was prepared for it, in the most literal sense, with the anchors, with the clear-sighted determination that his own ending would be exactly what he intended. What does it mean to see clearly throughout a war that you understand, more clearly than the people around you, is heading toward catastrophe? Tomomori's story does not offer an answer to this question in the sense of a resolution, a way that clear-sightedness changes the outcome or provides comfort in the face of it. The Taira fell, regardless of what Tomomori saw or understood. Nii-dono and the Emperor and the sword went into the sea, regardless of any warning Tomomori might have given about the patterns that led to Dan-no-ura. What Tomomori's clear-sightedness provided in the end was not a different outcome, but a different relationship to the outcome that occurred. He was not surprised by Dan-no-ura. He had been expecting something like this, in the broad strokes, if not the specific details, for years, and when it arrived, he was ready, with the anchors, with the determination that his own part in this ending would be entirely his own. The strait of Dan-no-ura holds the sword, and the Emperor and Nii-dono and Tomomori and so many others, the accumulated weight of an entire era's ending, concentrated into a single afternoon, in a single stretch of water, between two islands. Tomomori saw it happen. He saw all of it, from the morning's temporary advantage to the turning tide, to the defection, to the targeted attacks, to the Emperor's death, to his sister's rescue, to his brother's choices. He had seen everything worth seeing, and then, with the anchors secured, he added his own ending to everything else the strait now held, the final act of a man whose defining quality, throughout the war and at its conclusion, was the refusal to look away from what was actually happening, and the determination, when his own moment came, to meet it with the same clarity he had brought to everything else. The sea received him. The sea still holds him. He is still there, in the strait, in the currents, in the story that has been told for 8 centuries, the man who saw it all end, and who ended himself exactly as he had decided he would. Every story this series has told so far has been, in one way or another, a story about a choice made at the edge of the sea, or a choice made about how to live after everything was lost, or a choice to walk away before the end came. Kumagai Naozune chose to become Rensei, Tomoe Gozen chose to ride east, Shigehira chose to carry his responsibility to the Kizugawa, Tomomori chose 2 anchors, Korimori chose Nachi, and the water, and Futaraku. This story is about a man who did not choose, not because he was incapable of choice in the way that, say, a child or someone without agency might be incapable. Tairano Munemori was an adult, a commander, the eldest surviving son of Kiyomori, the man who held, at least in name, the highest position within the Taira clan during the years that mattered most. He had every opportunity that the other figures in this series had, to choose an ending, to choose a meaning, to choose a way of facing what was coming. He did not choose any of these things. He survived Dan-no-ura, he was captured, he was taken to Kamakura, he was taken back toward Kyoto, and eventually He was executed, along with his young son, in circumstances that the Heike Monogatari describes with a specific quality, not of drama, but of something closer to anticlimax. To understand Munemori, you have to start with a basic fact about position within families. The fact that being the eldest son does not automatically mean being the most capable son, and that families, particularly powerful families with a great deal at stake, do not always have good mechanisms for dealing with the gap between birth order and capability. Munemori was Kiyomori's second son. His older brother, Shigemori, Koromori's father, had been the heir presumptive for most of Kiyomori's life, the son whose judgment and capability had made him, by most accounts, a genuinely appropriate choice for eventual leadership of the clan. Shigemori died in 1179, the year before the war began, and his death meant that the succession shifted to Munemori, who became, in effect, Kiyomori's heir, not because Munemori had demonstrated the qualities that Shigemori had demonstrated, but because Shigemori was no longer available, and Munemori was next. This is the position Munemori occupied when Kiyomori died in 1181, in the second year of the war, the burning fever that this series has described from Kenreimon-in's perspective, the man who had built the Taira ascendancy, dying before he could see how the war would end. Munemori became the head of the Taira clan. He became this not because he had spent his life preparing for it in the way that Shigemori had, not because the clan had developed confidence in his judgment through years of watching him handle increasingly significant responsibilities, but because the person who had been prepared for it was dead, and Munemori was the next eldest son of Kiyomori still living. The records of this period describe Munemori in terms that are, by the standards of how warrior commanders of this era are typically described, notably unflattering, not in the sense of describing him as cruel or villainous, but in the sense of describing him as someone whose temperament and capabilities were not well suited to the role he found himself occupying. He is described as indecisive. He is described as someone who, when faced with difficult choices, tended toward delay, toward seeking consensus or avoiding commitment, in situations that increasingly required swift, decisive action. He is described in some accounts as someone whose primary qualities were the courtly accomplishments that, this series has noted repeatedly, the Taira had cultivated alongside their warrior identity, poetry, music, the refinements of Kyoto, qualities that had real value within the world the Taira had built, but that were not, in themselves, the qualities a clan needed in a leader during a war for its survival. This is not, it should be said, a unique situation in the history of powerful families. The gap between who a family needs to lead it during a crisis and who actually occupies the position of leadership when the crisis arrives, because of the accidents of birth order and mortality, is one of the recurring patterns of dynastic history across cultures and centuries. What makes Munemori's situation distinctive within the context of this series is not that this gap existed. It is how the Heike Monogatari chooses to handle a man who occupied this gap, a man who was, by most measures, simply not equal to the position he found himself in, during the years when the position mattered most. The chronicle does not make Munemori a villain. It also does not make him, in the way it makes Tomomori, a figure whose particular qualities, even when those qualities did not prevent defeat, are nonetheless presented as admirable in their own terms. Munemori is presented as someone the chronicle, and perhaps history itself, does not quite know what to do with. He was there. He was the head of the clan during the years of its destruction, and he survived it in a way that none of the other prominent Taira men did. What that survival meant for Munemori and for how he has been remembered is the subject of everything that follows. Kiyomori's death in the spring of 1181 left Munemori in a position that few people, including perhaps Munemori himself, had expected him to occupy. The Taira at this point were still in Kyoto, still controlling the emperor and the regalia, still, in the formal sense, the dominant power in Japan, even as the war in the east continued and the Minamoto under Yoritomo continued to consolidate their position. Munemori, as the new head of the clan, inherited not just a title, but an entire apparatus, military commanders including his own brothers, Tomomori and Shigehira among them, political relationships with the court aristocracy, and the ongoing war that Kiyomori had been managing with whatever degree of success until his death. The contrast between Munemori and his brothers, in terms of the qualities that mattered for the situation they were in, would have been immediately apparent to everyone around him, including, almost certainly, to Munemori himself. Tomomori, as this series has discussed, was known for clear-sighted assessment, for seeing situations as they actually were, rather than as anyone might wish them to be. Shigehira, whatever the complications of his association with Nara, was known as a commander who acted, who led forces, who, for better or worse, did things. Munemori, by comparison, was known for indecision, for the courtly accomplishments that had value in a different context, but that did not translate into the kind of leadership a war required. This contrast did not go unnoticed within the Taira clan itself. The accounts of this period describe a leadership structure in which Munemori held the formal position of authority, the position Kiyomori had occupied, but in which the actual military decisions, the actual strategic direction of the Taira war effort, were often driven by other figures, by Tomonori's assessments, by the input of other senior Taira commanders, with Munemori's role being more about formal approval or formal presence than about the kind of decisive direction that Kiyomori had provided. This is not, in itself, necessarily a problem. Many effective organizations function with a nominal leader whose primary role is consensus building or formal representation, while actual operational decisions are driven by others with more relevant expertise. But the Taira, in 1181, were not in a situation that consensus building and formal representation could adequately address. They were in a war against an enemy whose commander, Yoshitsune, was demonstrating repeatedly a capacity for decisive, unconventional action that the Taira's own decision-making structure, with Munemori at its formal head, was not equipped to match. Munemori's personal situation in these years included responsibilities and relationships that this series has touched on from other angles. Kenreimon-in was his sister. The Emperor Tokuhito was his nephew, the son of Kenreimon-in and the late Emperor Takakura. Munemori, as head of the clan, was also, in the most direct sense, responsible for the well-being of these family members, for the emperor whose presence with the Taira gave their cause its formal legitimacy, for his sister, for the extended family that the clan's fortunes affected. This responsibility, the responsibility for people, as distinct from the responsibility for military strategy or political maneuvering, may have been a responsibility Munemori was better suited to than the responsibilities his formal position also required. The records do not suggest that Munemori was cruel or negligent in his treatment of the family members under his care. What they suggest is that this kind of responsibility, the responsibility for people's well-being within a household, however large that household might be, is a different kind of responsibility from the responsibility for winning a war, and that Munemori, whatever his qualities in the former domain, was struggling in the latter. The retreat from Kyoto in the summer of 1183 has been described in this series from multiple perspectives now. Kenreimon-in's experience of leaving the only city she had known, Tomomori's clear-sighted understanding of what the loss of the capital meant for the Taira's legitimacy, Koromori's experience of leaving his wife and children behind. For Munemori, as the formal head of the clan, this retreat represented a decision, or a series of decisions, that he was, in the formal sense, responsible for, even if the actual strategic reasoning behind these decisions came primarily from other figures within the Taira leadership. Munemori gave the orders, or at least the orders went out under his authority, that took the emperor, the regalia, and the Taira court out of Kyoto into the retreat that would define the remaining years of the war. Whether Munemori, in any meaningful sense, chose this course of action, as distinct from formally authorizing a course of action that the circumstances and the assessments of other Taira leaders had already determined, is a question that goes to the heart of what kind of leader Munemori actually was during these critical years. The years that followed, Ichinotani, Yashima, the gradual contraction of Taira territory and capability that Tomomori's clear-sightedness had been tracking, all of this happened with Munemori as the formal head of the clan, present at councils, present at the court that continued, in its diminished form, to maintain itself in exile. Munemori was there, for all of it, in the way that a person can be present for events without being, in any meaningful sense, the author of those events, present as the formal embodiment of an authority that, in practice, was being exercised by others, or, increasingly, was simply not being exercised effectively by anyone, as the Taira's situation deteriorated faster than any of their decision-making structures, however organized, could adequately respond to. This was the position Munemori occupied as the war moved toward Dan-no-ura, the head of a clan that was, in every meaningful sense, losing, present for the losing, formally responsible for it, without perhaps ever having had the kind of agency that responsibility usually implies. There is a specific kind of loneliness that comes with occupying a position of formal authority while lacking the qualities that would make that authority meaningful, a loneliness that is different from the loneliness of isolation in the ordinary sense, because the person in this position is, in fact, surrounded by people, by subordinates, by family, by the apparatus of the position itself. The loneliness comes from something else, from the gap between what the position requires and what the person can provide, a gap that everyone around the person can perceive, even when no one says so directly, a gap that the person themselves, if they have any self-awareness at all, must also perceive, even if they have no way of closing it. Munemori, as the head of the Taira clan during the years of its decline, would have been living within this gap every day, in every council, every decision, every interaction with brothers like Tomomori, whose capabilities so clearly exceeded his own in the domains that mattered most. The relationship between Munemori and Tomomori deserves particular attention here because it represents, in concentrated form, the dynamic that defined Munemori's position throughout these years. Tomomori, as this series has discussed, was the brother whose clear-sightedness, whose accurate assessment of situations, made him, in practice, one of the most important figures in the Taira decision-making structure, even though his formal position was subordinate to Munemori's. This created a situation that the warrior culture of this period did not have particularly good frameworks for managing gracefully, a situation in which the person with formal authority and the person with the capabilities that authority was supposed to embody were different people, and everyone involved understood this, without the formal structure itself being able to acknowledge or address it directly. How did Munemori experience this? The records do not give us direct access to Munemori's internal experience in the way that they do not give us direct access to the internal experiences of most figures from this period. But we can think about what this kind of situation typically does to a person, based on what we know about human psychology more generally, and based on the broader pattern of how Munemori is described and how he behaves in the accounts that do survive. A person in Munemori's position, surrounded by people who are more capable than him in the domains that matter most, formally responsible for decisions that, in practice, others are making, would likely experience some combination of awareness of this gap and the specific kind of paralysis that can result from this awareness. If you know that your judgment is not as good as the judgment of the people around you, but you are nonetheless the person whose formal approval is required for decisions, what do you do? One response, the response that some leaders in Munemori's position have adopted throughout history, is to lean heavily on the more capable people around you, to effectively delegate the substance of leadership while retaining its form, becoming, in effect, a figurehead whose role is to ratify decisions made by others. This is not, in itself, a dishonorable or even necessarily ineffective approach to leadership. Many successful organizations and even successful military campaigns have been led by figures who primarily provided legitimacy and consensus, while more capable subordinates handled the substance of strategy and execution. But this approach requires something from the figurehead, a kind of comfort with the role, an ability to genuinely delegate, to trust the more capable subordinates, and to provide, through one's formal position, something of genuine value, legitimacy, the symbolic unity that a formal leader can provide, even when not providing operational direction. The accounts of Munemori do not suggest that he achieved this kind of comfortable delegation. What they suggest instead is someone who occupied the position without fully inhabiting either the substantive leadership role that Kiyomori had occupied, or the comfortable figurehead role that some less capable leaders in similar positions have managed to occupy. Munemori appears in these accounts to have been present, to have participated in councils and decisions, to have, at some level, tried to fulfill the role his position required, without either the capability to fulfill it effectively in the way Kiyomori had, or the self-awareness and the temperament to step back and allow others to fulfill it on his behalf in a way that might have actually served the Taira's interests better. He was, in a sense, stuck, present but not effective, responsible but not, in practice, in control, in a position that required qualities he did not have, without the alternative paths, either developing those qualities or stepping back from the position, being genuinely available to him. This is the Munemori who led, in the formal sense, the Taira clan through the years of Ichinotani and Yashima, the catastrophic defeat at the first, the further deterioration at the second, each event happening with Munemori present, formally responsible, and, by every indication, unable to meaningfully alter the trajectory that Tomomori's clear-sightedness had been tracking since before Kiyomori's death. The contrast with Koromori is worth noting here, because it represents a different response to a related kind of mismatch. Koromori, this series has discussed, was also someone whose temperament did not match the role his birth had assigned him, a man who was, perhaps, not suited to the warrior identity the Taira required. But Koromori's response, eventually, was to leave, to walk away from Yashima, toward Koyasan, toward a different identity that might better fit who he actually was. Munemori did not leave. He could not leave in the same way Koromori could. Munemori was the head of the clan. There was no position he could walk away toward that would represent a better fit, because the position he occupied was, in the most fundamental sense, the position, the one around which everything else, the clan's legitimacy, the emperor's presence with the Taira, the entire structure of what remained of Taira power, was organized. Munemori was stuck in a way Koromori was not, and as the war moved toward Dan-no-ura, this stuckness would become, in its own way, as significant as any of the more dramatic choices the other figures in this series made. The decision to leave Kyoto in the summer of 1183 has been described in this series as a moment of profound significance for everyone involved, the end of the world that Kenreimon-in had grown up in, the beginning of the trajectory that Tomomori's clear-sightedness understood would likely end in disaster, the start of Koromori's separation from his wife and children. For Munemori, as the formal head of the clan, this decision carried a specific weight, the weight of being the person whose name, whose authority, the decision was made under, regardless of how much of the actual reasoning came from others. The circumstances that led to this decision were not, by 1183, circumstances that left much room for genuine choice, in the sense of multiple viable paths forward between which a leader might select. Yoshinaka's forces, after Kurikara Toge, were approaching Kyoto, and the Taira, having lost the army that had been their primary defense against this approach, did not have the military capability to hold the capital against this threat. The choice, to the extent there was one, was between attempting to hold Kyoto with inadequate forces, risking the capture or destruction of the emperor and the regalia in a defense that was unlikely to succeed, or evacuating, taking the emperor and the regalia and the core of the Taira court westward, preserving these symbols of legitimacy, even while abandoning the physical capital itself. This choice, framed this way, does not seem like the kind of choice that requires exceptional leadership capability to make correctly. Evacuation, preserving the emperor and the regalia rather than risking their loss in a defense of the capital that was unlikely to succeed, seems, in retrospect, like the more defensible option, the option that a leader with even modest strategic judgment might arrive at. And indeed, this is the option that was chosen. The Taira did evacuate, taking the emperor and the regalia westward, rather than attempting to hold Kyoto. But the question of how this decision was reached, whether Munemori, as the formal head of the clan, played any meaningful role in reaching it, or whether the decision was, in practice, reached by others, by Tomonori's assessment of the military realities, by the consensus of the senior Taira commanders, with Munemori's role being primarily to authorize a decision that had already, in substance, been made, is a question that goes to the heart of what kind of leadership Munemori was actually providing during this period. The Heike Monogatari does not give us a detailed account of the specific deliberations that led to the decision to leave Kyoto, the kind of account that would let us assess Munemori's specific contribution to this decision. What the chronicle gives us instead is the decision itself, and Munemori's formal position as the person under whose authority the decision was implemented. The retreat itself, the actual departure from Kyoto, the carriages and palanquins, the loss of the forms and rituals, the journey westward that this series has described from multiple perspectives, happened with Munemori present as the formal head of the procession, the symbolic leader of the Taira court in exile. This formal leadership, the position of being the person at the head of the procession, the person whose presence represented the continuity of Taira authority, even as that authority's actual basis, control of the capital, control of the institutional apparatus of the court, was being lost, was perhaps the role Munemori was most suited to, in the sense that it required presence, formal dignity, the maintenance of appearances, qualities that Munemori, whatever his deficiencies in strategic judgment, may have possessed in adequate measure. But formal leadership of a retreat is a strange kind of leadership of a movement away from something, rather than towards something. Leadership whose primary content is the maintenance of dignity and continuity in the midst of loss, rather than the kind of leadership that shapes outcomes through decisive action. Munemori, leading this retreat, was providing something, the symbolic continuity of Taira authority, the formal structure within which the emperor and the regalia and the court could continue to exist as a recognizable entity, even in exile. This was not nothing, but it was also not the kind of leadership that could alter the trajectory the Taira were on, the trajectory that Tomonori's clear-sightedness understood, and that the retreat from Kyoto represented the beginning of the final phase of. As the Taira established their new positions in the western provinces, as the years of Ichi-no-tani and Yashima unfolded, Munemori continued to occupy this position, formal head of the clan, formal leader of the court in exile, present for councils and decisions whose actual substance increasingly came from others, particularly from Tomomori, whose clear-sighted assessments this series has discussed at length. The gap between Munemori's formal position and his actual influence over outcomes, the gap that this series has been discussing throughout these early parts, was not closing as the war progressed. If anything, it was widening as the situations the Taira faced became more desperate, requiring more decisive and more capable leadership, exactly the kind of leadership Munemori, by every indication, was least equipped to provide. Dan-no-ura was coming. Munemori would be there for it, as he had been there for everything else, present, formally responsible, and, in all the ways that mattered most, not the person actually determining what would happen. Ichi-no-tani, in the first month of 1184, has been described in this series from Shigehira's perspective, the commander whose forces were positioned in the western defenses, whose horse was struck in the chaos of the rout, who was captured attempting to reach the ships. For Munemori, Ichi-no-tani represented something specific, the moment when the formal head of the Taira clan learned that one of his own brothers, a son of Kiyomori, a member of the Taira leadership, had been taken alive by the enemy. This was not simply a military setback in the sense of lost territory or lost troops. It was the capture of a member of Munemori's own family, a brother, someone whose fate was now entirely in the hands of the Minamoto. The accounts of how Munemori responded to news of Shigehira's capture are not detailed in the kind of specificity that would let us reconstruct his immediate reaction. But the broader pattern of Munemori's role during this period, the pattern this series has been establishing across these early parts, suggests that this news would have represented, for Munemori, another instance of the gap between his formal responsibility and his actual capability to do anything about the situations that responsibility encompassed. Shigehira was captured. Munemori, as head of the clan, was, in the formal sense, responsible for Shigehira's well-being, for the family's well-being more broadly. But what could Munemori actually do about a brother who was now a prisoner of the Minamoto, being taken east toward Kamakura, toward an uncertain fate that would, as this series has described, eventually end at the Kizugawa near Nara? The answer, based on everything the records suggest, is essentially nothing. Munemori could not negotiate Shigehira's release. The Taira were not in a position, militarily or politically, to make demands that Yoritomo would need to accommodate. Munemori could not rescue Shigehira. Any military action aimed at this would have been, given the Taira's situation, essentially suicidal, and would not have served any of the clan's other interests. What Munemori could do was continue to lead, in the formal sense, the remaining Taira forces and the court in exile, continue to occupy the position that Shigehira's capture had not changed in its formal requirements, even as it had added to everything else Munemori was formally responsible for, the specific weight of a brother's captivity. There is a particular kind of helplessness that comes from being formally responsible for outcomes you have no actual ability to influence, a helplessness that is different from the helplessness of someone who is not responsible at all, because the formal responsibility creates an expectation, both from others and, presumably, from oneself, that one should be doing something, even when there is, in fact, nothing to be done. Munemori, after Ichinotani, would have been carrying this kind of helplessness in relation to Shigehira specifically, and in relation to the broader trajectory of the Taira situation more generally. The Taira had lost Kyoto. They had lost the battle at Ichinotani, with all the casualties that battle involved, including Atsumori, the boy with the flute whose death this series has described from Kumagai Naozane's perspective. They had lost Shigehira to capture, and Munemori, as the formal head of the clan through all of this, was carrying the formal weight of all of these losses, without, by every indication, having the capability to do anything that might have prevented them, or that might, going forward, change the trajectory that Tomonori's clear-sightedness understood was leading toward Dan-no-ura. The retreat to Yashima after Ichinotani represented for the Taira as a whole an attempt to establish a new position, a new base from which the clan's situation might perhaps stabilize or even improve. For Munemori, this retreat represented a continuation of his formal role, leading, in the symbolic sense, the court in exile to its new location, maintaining, as best he could, the forms and structures that gave the Taira court its continued identity as a court, even as its actual circumstances became increasingly precarious. Yashima, this series has discussed from Tomonori's perspective would prove to have its own vulnerabilities that Yoshitsune's attack would exploit in the same pattern that had defined the war since Ichi-no-tani. Munemori, at Yashima, was present for this too, formally responsible, present for counsels and decisions, and, by every indication, no more capable of altering the trajectory than he had been at any previous point in the war. This is the Munemori who was present at Yashima when Koromori left, without announcement, without explanation, heading toward Koyasan and the religious life that this series has described from Koromori's perspective. Munemori, as the formal head of the clan, would have been, in some sense, responsible for this departure too, for the fact that one of his commanders, one of his own relatives, had simply left before Yoshitsune's attack, taking with him the small group of attendants who chose to accompany him. Whether Munemori attempted to prevent this departure, whether he was even aware of it before it happened, whether, once it had happened, he attempted any response, the records do not detail. What the broader pattern suggests is that Munemori, by this point in the war, was presiding over a clan that was, in multiple ways, coming apart, brothers captured, brothers departing, the military situation deteriorating, and Munemori, formally at the head of all of this, without the capability, by every indication, to hold any of it together. Dan-no-ura was approaching. Munemori would be there, as he had been there for everything else. Yashima, in the period immediately before Yoshitsune's attack, has been described in this series, from Tomonori's perspective, as a position whose vulnerabilities Tomonori's clear-sightedness may have understood, and from Koromori's perspective, as the place from which Koromori departed before that attack came. For Munemori, Yashima represented the continuation of his formal role, leading the court in exile, present for the councils that, as this series has discussed, increasingly reflected Tomonori's assessments rather than Munemori's own judgment. The attack on Yashima, when it came, in the second month of 1185, followed the pattern that had defined the war since Ichi-no-tani, Yoshitsune finding an approach the Taira had not adequately prepared for, this time from the land side, the direction the Taira defenses, oriented toward the sea where their naval superiority gave them confidence, had not adequately covered. Munemori, as the formal head of the clan, was present for this attack, present for another instance of the pattern Tomonori had been tracking, present for another Taira position that had seemed secure proving not to be. What Munemori did during the attack itself, in terms of any decisions or actions that might have shaped how the Taira responded, is not detailed in the kind of specificity that the accounts give to figures like Tomomori, whose role in the broader strategic picture this series has discussed extensively. The pattern, by this point in the war, was becoming clear, not just to Tomomori, whose clear-sightedness had been tracking it from the beginning, but to anyone within the Taira leadership who was paying attention. Kyoto lost. Ichi-no-tani lost, with Shigehira captured. Yashima lost, or at least rendered untenable, requiring another retreat. 3 major positions, 3 defeats, each following a similar pattern of Yoshitsune finding an unexpected approach, each representing a further contraction of Taira territory and capability. Munemori, present for all 3 of these, formally responsible for all 3, was, by this point, the head of a clan whose situation had deteriorated, under his formal leadership, from controlling the capital of Japan to holding a contracting series of positions in the western provinces, each one falling to the same enemy using variations of the same basic approach. What did Munemori think as this pattern became clear? The records do not give us direct access to this in the way they do not give us direct access to the internal experiences of most figures from this period, but we can think about what it might mean to be the formal head of an organization watching the same kind of failure repeat itself 3 times in succession, each time with catastrophic consequences, each time following a pattern that, in retrospect, seems like it should have been anticipated and prepared for, and to have been, throughout this entire sequence, formally responsible for the organization's response, without, by every indication, having the capability to break this pattern. This is not a comfortable position to occupy, psychologically, regardless of how the position came to be occupied. Even if Munemori's lack of capability was not, in any meaningful sense, his fault, the product of birth order and the death of a more capable brother, rather than any failure of effort or character on Munemori's own part, the experience of occupying this position, watching this pattern repeat, formally responsible for outcomes one cannot influence, would have its own psychological weight, a weight that would accumulate across Ichinotani and Yashima toward whatever was coming next. The retreat from Yashima toward Dan-no-ura represented the final movement of this pattern. The Taira, having lost Kyoto, Ichinotani, and Yashima in succession, moving toward the strait at the western edge of the inland sea, toward the engagement that Tomomori, with his clear-sightedness, understood, would likely be the final test of whether the Taira, as a military and political force, would continue to exist. Munemori, leading this retreat, in the formal sense, was leading the Taira toward this final test, present, as he had been present for everything else, formally responsible, and, by every indication, without any particular insight into what Kono final test might require, beyond what Tomomori and the other capable commanders within the Taira structure might provide. The night before Dan-no-ura, this series has described from Tomomori's perspective, the fleet riding at anchor in the strait, the specific stillness that precedes events whose outcomes will be irreversible. Munemori was on one of these ships, formal head of the Taira fleet, formal leader of the court in exile, present for this last night, as he had been present for every previous night of this long retreat. What Munemori felt on this night, knowing, at some level, what Tomomori's clear-sightedness understood, that Dan-no-ura represented in all likelihood the final test, the moment when the pattern that had defined the war since Ichinotani would reach its conclusion, one way or another, is not recorded. But Munemori was there. He would be there for all of it, the morning's advantage, the turning tide, the defection, the targeted attacks, the deaths of his family members, one after another. He would see everything Tomomori saw, and then, unlike Tomomori, he would have to decide what to do next. The Battle of Dan-no-ura began on the morning of the 24th day of the 3rd month, 1185. The same morning this series has described from Tomomori's perspective, the Taira fleet positioned to take advantage of the morning tide, the Minamoto ships approaching from the east, struggling against currents that, for these opening hours, favored the Taira. Munemori, as the formal head of the Taira fleet, would have had a specific role during these opening hours, a role that, like every other role Munemori had occupied throughout this series, was primarily formal, the symbolic leadership of a fleet whose actual tactical decisions were being made by commanders like Tomomori, who understood the currents and the disposition of forces in ways that Munemori, by every indication, did not. The morning's advantage, the Taira archers finding their range, the Minamoto ships struggling against the current, represented for the Taira as a whole the kind of situation that, if it had occurred earlier in the war, might have provided Munemori with an opportunity, the opportunity to be present for, to formally preside over, a Taira success rather than a Taira failure. But Tomonori's clear-sightedness, this series has discussed, understood that this advantage was temporary, dependent on the tide, which would turn. Munemori, present for this morning advantage, would have been present for something that, for the first time in this long sequence of Ichinotani and Yashima and the retreat that followed, looked like it might be going the Taira's way. Whether Munemori understood, as Tomonori understood, that this advantage was temporary, that the real test was still coming, is not something the records allow us to assess. What we can say, based on the broader pattern this series has established, is that Munemori's experience of this morning, whatever his understanding of the tactical situation, would have been an experience of presence without agency, formal leadership of a fleet whose actual conduct of the battle was being determined by others, in the same way that Munemori's formal leadership of the Taira court in exile throughout the retreat from Kyoto had been leadership in form rather than in substance. The tide began to turn, as Tomonori's clear-sightedness had understood it would. The Minamoto advantage, that had been suppressed by the morning's currents, began to reassert itself. Munemori, present for this turning, was present for the moment when the temporary Taira advantage began to give way to the underlying realities of the battle, the realities that Tomonori's clear-sightedness had been tracking since before the morning began. And then, Tagachikatoshi. The defection that this series has described, from Tomonori's perspective, as the true turning point of Dan-no-ura, more decisive even than the shifting tide, the Taira admiral who, in the course of the afternoon's fighting, switched his allegiance to the Minamoto, providing Yoshitsune's forces with the knowledge of which ships carried the emperor, the regalia, and the court women. Munemori, as the formal head of the fleet, was present for this defection, present for the moment when one of his own commanders, one of the men whose loyalty Munemori's formal position was supposed to command, chose to abandon that loyalty at the precise moment when loyalty mattered most. What does it mean for the formal head of a military force to witness the defection of one of his own commanders in the middle of the battle that will determine everything? For Tomonori, this series has discussed, the defection represented a confirmation of the trajectory he had been tracking, the moment when the battle transformed from a difficult military engagement into something closer to catastrophe. For Munemori, the defection would have represented something additional, a failure not just of military strategy, but of the loyalty that his formal position was supposed to command, a failure that struck at the heart of what it meant to be the head of the clan, the person to whom the Taira commanders owed their allegiance. Tagachikatoshi's defection was, in this sense, not just a tactical disaster. It was a judgment, by one of Munemori's own commanders, that Munemori's leadership, and the Taira cause more broadly, was no longer worth remaining loyal to. The afternoon that followed, the targeted attacks on the ships carrying the emperor and the regalia and the court women, the deaths and captures that this series has described from Tomomori's perspective, the Emperor in Nii-dono's arms, Kenreimon-in pulled from the water against her will, Tomomori's brothers making their choices, captured or drowned. All of this happened with Munemori present, formal head of the fleet, watching, as Tomomori was watching, the destruction of everything the Taira had been. But Tomomori, watching this, was also preparing, in his characteristic clear-sighted way, for his own response to what he was seeing, the response that would culminate in the anchors, in the deliberate, prepared ending that this series has described. What was Munemori preparing as he watched the same events Tomomori was watching? The afternoon was not yet over. Munemori's own moment, the moment when he would have to decide what came next, was approaching. The afternoon of Dan-no-ura, this series has described from Tomomori's perspective as a sequence of witnessings. Nii-dono and the Emperor, Kenreimon-in's attempted entry into the water and her rescue, the brothers and commanders making their choices, captured or drowned, each one a specific scene within the larger catastrophe. Munemori, present for all of this, was witnessing the same sequence Tomomori was witnessing. But Munemori's position within this sequence was different from Tomomori's, in a way that becomes significant as the afternoon progresses toward its conclusion. Tomomori was a commander, respected for his clear-sightedness, but not, in the formal sense, the head of the clan. His choice, when it came, would be his own choice, the choice of an individual warrior facing the end of a battle he had understood, for years, was likely to end this way. Munemori was the head of the clan. His choice, whatever it would not simply be the choice of an individual warrior. It would be, in some sense, a statement about the Taira itself, about what the clan, in its final moments, as embodied by its formal leader, would do. The Emperor died in Nii-dono's arms. The sword went into the sea, never to be recovered. Munemori, witnessing this, was witnessing the death of his nephew, the Emperor whose presence with the Taira had given their cause its formal legitimacy throughout the years of retreat and decline. This was, in the most direct sense, a death within Munemori's own family. A child Munemori had known, had been formally responsible for, throughout these years. What Munemori felt, witnessing this death, is not recorded, but the weight of it, the weight of watching an 8-year-old nephew die in the cold water of Dan-no-ura, having been carried there by everything the Taira's situation had become, would have been, for Munemori, as for everyone present, immense. Kenreimon-in's attempted entry into the water and her rescue against her will, this series has described from her own perspective in earlier parts of this series, the cold water, the weight of the robes, the pole that caught her hair and pulled her back. Munemori, witnessing this, was witnessing his sister's attempt to die, and its failure, his sister becoming, in this moment, not someone who had chosen her ending, as Nii-dono had, as Tomomori would, but someone whose ending had been taken from her, who would survive Dan-no-ura not by choice, but because a Minamoto warrior had pulled her back against her will. This too was within Munemori's family, his sister, surviving in a way she had not intended to survive, becoming, in this moment, a captive, though the full implications of this would not become clear until later. The other brothers, the other commanders, making their choices, captured or drowned one after another in the pattern this series has described. Munemori, witnessing each of these, was witnessing his own brothers, the men he had grown up among, the men whose capabilities had so often exceeded his own in the domains that mattered most, each making, in these final moments, the choice that the warrior culture of this period understood as the appropriate response to inevitable defeat, capture, or the water, with the water representing, for many of them, the choice that preserved their own agency in the face of an outcome they could not otherwise control. Tomomori, this series has described, would make this choice with particular deliberateness, the anchors, the determination that his ending would be entirely his own. Munemori was witnessing this too, or would witness it, as Tomomori's moment arrived. By the later afternoon, the pattern was largely complete. This series has described from Tomomori's perspective. The emperor was gone, Nii-dono was gone, the sword was gone, several brothers had made their choices, captured or drowned. Kenreimon-in had been pulled from the water, alive but a prisoner. Munemori, present for all of this, was now facing the same question that everyone who remained alive on the Taira ships was facing, the question of what came next, the question of his own ending. Tomomori had already begun his preparations, the anchors, the deliberate, prepared response that this series has described in detail. Munemori's response, whatever it would be, was about to become the final, defining fact of his story, the choice, or the absence of choice, that would distinguish him from every other major Taira figure who faced this same afternoon, this same impossible set of circumstances, this same final question. Tomomori, this series has described, secured 2 anchors under his arms, looked at the complete picture of Dan-no-ura's outcome, the emperor gone, the sword gone, Nii-dono gone, his brothers captured or drowned, Kenreimon-in pulled from the water against her will, and stepped off his ship into the cold water of the strait, ensuring, through this deliberate preparation, that his death would be entirely his own, beyond the possibility of rescue or recovery. Munemori did not do this. The Heike Monogatari's account of Munemori at this moment in Dan-no-ura is one of the more striking passages in the entire chronicle, not because of what Munemori did, but because of the contrast between what Munemori did and what everyone around him was doing. The chronicle describes Munemori in the final hours of Dan-no-ura as someone who did not enter the water. He did not secure anchors, as Tomomori did. He did not make the kind of deliberate preparation for death that Tomomori made, or that other Taira commanders, choosing the water rather than capture, made in their own ways. Munemori remained on his ship as the battle reached its conclusion, as the Minamoto forces, having destroyed or captured the ships that mattered most, the Emperor's ship, the ships carrying the regalia and the court women, turned their attention to what remained. There is a detail in the Heike Monogatari's account of this moment that has been discussed by readers and commentators across the centuries as one of the most pointed in the entire chronicle. The chronicle describes Munemori's son, Kiyomune, a young man, watching his father, and, seeing that Munemori was not moving toward the water, that Munemori was not making the choice that Nii-dono had made, that Tomomori was making, that other Taira commanders around them were making, Kiyomune himself moved toward the water, perhaps intending to enter it, perhaps intending to demonstrate, through his own action, what his father was not doing, and Munemori, according to the chronicle, stopped him. Munemori pulled his son back, away from the water, preventing Kiyomune from doing what so many others in this same hour were doing. This moment, Munemori pulling his son back from the water is presented in the Heike Monogatari with a quality that the chronicle does not entirely explain, but that the chronicle's broader treatment of Munemori, the descriptions of his indecision, his lack of the qualities that Kiyomori and Shigemori and Tomonori had possessed, makes legible. Munemori in this moment was not making a calculated decision that capture was preferable to death in the way that a clear-sighted assessment of the situation might have concluded. Munemori was not, by every indication, making a decision at all, in the sense of an active choice between alternatives that he had weighed and resolved. Munemori, faced with the choice that Nii-dono and Tomonori and so many others were making, the choice between capture and the water, simply did not make it. He did not move toward the water, and when his son moved toward it, Munemori's response was not to follow, or to allow his son to make this choice for himself, but to pull him back, to prevent, in this one instance, the kind of ending that everyone else around them was choosing. Why did Munemori do this? The Heike Monogatari does not give us a clear answer, and the question has been debated by readers across the centuries. One reading is that Munemori, in this moment, was acting out of love for his son, an instinctive response to seeing his child move toward death, a response that, whatever its consequences, came from the same kind of attachment that this series has discussed in relation to Koromori's longing for his wife and children, a father's love overriding, in this moment, the warrior culture's expectations about how this situation should be resolved. Another reading is less generous, that Munemori, faced with his own fear of death, his own inability to make the choice that Nii-dono and Tomonori and others were making, projected this inability onto his son, preventing Kiyomune from making a choice that Munemori himself could not make, perhaps out of some combination of fear for his son and fear of being left alone, the last representative of his immediate family, to face whatever came next. Both readings may be true simultaneously in the way that this series has discussed regarding other figures, the refusal of the Heike Monogatari to reduce complex moments to single clean explanations. Munemori may have loved his son genuinely, and this love may have been part of what moved him to pull Kiyomune back from the water. Munemori may also have been, in this moment, simply unable to do what the situation, by every cultural and military logic available to him, seemed to require, and this inability, this absence of the capacity for the kind of decisive, final choice that Tomonori and Nii-dono and so many others were making, may have extended, in this moment, to preventing his son from making that choice as well. What is not in question is the outcome. Munemori did not enter the water. Kiyomune did not enter the water. Father and son remained on the ship as Dan-no-ura reached its conclusion, as everyone else who mattered, the Emperor, Nii-dono, Tomonori, so many others, either died or, in Kenreimon-in's case, was taken against her will. Munemori and Kiyomune were taken too, but not against their will, in the way Kenreimon-in was taken. They were taken because they had not done what everyone else had done. They were taken because, in the moment that defined Dan-no-ura for everyone else, Munemori had not chosen. The capture of Munemori and Kiyomune at the conclusion of Dan-no-ura was different in kind from the capture of Kenreimon-in, which this series has described as a rescue against her will, a Minamoto warrior pulling her from the water with a pole after she had attempted to enter it. Munemori and Kiyomune were not pulled from the water, they were taken from their ship, captives who had not attempted to die, in the midst of an afternoon when almost everyone else of significance, on the Taira side, either had died or had attempted to. The Minamoto forces, in the aftermath of Dan-no-ura, would have been assessing what they had achieved, the emperor dead, the regalia partially lost with the sword gone forever, the Taira leadership largely dead or captured, Tomomori among the dead. By his own choice, Shigehira already captured the previous year, and by this point, executed. Munemori, as the formal head of the Taira clan, the man who had occupied Kiyomori's position throughout the years of decline this series has chronicled, was, among the captives taken at Dan-no-ura, a particularly significant one, not because of any military capability he had demonstrated, but because of what his formal position represented. Munemori was the Taira, in the sense that the formal leadership of the clan had been embodied in his person. His capture meant that the Minamoto now held, alive, the man who had been, formally, Kiyomori's successor, the head of the clan whose rise and fall this entire series has been chronicling. The contrast between Munemori's capture and Tomonori's death is one that the Heike monogatari and the broader tradition that has grown up around Dan-no-ura has not let go unremarked across the centuries since these events occurred. Tomomori, this series has described, chose his ending with deliberate preparation, the anchors, the determination that his death would be entirely his own. Tomonori's death has been remembered for 8 centuries as one of the defining images of Dan-no-ura, the commander who had seen everything and who met his own ending with the same clarity he had brought to everything else. Munemori's capture has also been remembered, but differently, not as an image of clarity or deliberate choice, but as an image of failure, the formal head of the clan who, when the moment came that defined Dan-no-ura for everyone else, simply did not do what everyone else did. This contrast between Tomomori and Munemori, between the brother who chose and the brother who did not, is one that has shaped how Munemori has been remembered, within the Heike monogatari and within the broader Japanese cultural memory of these events, in ways that have not always been generous. Munemori has been, in various retellings and interpretations of this story across the centuries, a figure of a particular kind, not a villain in the way that some readings of Shigehira, before the complications this series has discussed, might position him, but something else, a figure whose primary significance is as a kind of negative example, the warrior who did not act like a warrior, the leader who did not lead, the man whose final, defining moment was an absence, the absence of the choice that everyone around him was making. There is a question worth asking here about whether this kind of judgment, the judgment that has shaped how Munemori has been remembered, is entirely fair, or whether it reflects, in part, the specific values of the warrior culture that produced the Heike monogatari and the centuries of retellings that followed it, values that placed an extraordinarily high premium on the specific kind of ending that Tomomori and Nii-dono and so many others chose, and that had, correspondingly, very little room for someone who, for whatever reason, could not or did not choose this kind of ending. Munemori survived Dan-no-ura. This survival was not, in any direct sense, a choice Munemori made, in the way that Tomonori's death was a choice, but it was also not entirely outside Munemori's agency, in the sense that Munemori did not attempt to die, did not move toward the water, did not do what so many others around him were doing. Whether this absence of action should be understood as a failure of courage, a failure of the warrior identity that Munemori's birth had assigned him, but that, this series has suggested, he may never have genuinely embodied, or whether it should be understood as something else, the simple fact of a person who, faced with an impossible situation, did not do the thing that the culture around him expected, without this absence necessarily constituting a moral failing in any deeper sense, is a question that the centuries of judgment Munemori has received have not, by and large, asked. What happened next, for Munemori and for Kiyomune, was a journey, the journey east, toward Kamakura, the journey that Shigehira had made the previous year, after his own capture at Ichinotani. But Munemori's journey would be different from Shigehira's, in ways that reflect both the different circumstances of their captures and the different ways their stories would unfold from this point. Shigehira, this series has described, traveled toward Kamakura composing poetry, displaying, even in captivity, the dignity and cultivation that would eventually earn him a measure of respect even among his captors. Munemori's journey east would not be remembered in these terms. What awaited Munemori in Kamakura and in Kyoto and in the months that followed was a different kind of story, the story of a man who had survived, and who would now have to live with what that survival meant, in a world that had very specific ideas about what survival, under these circumstances, signified. The journey from Dan-no-ura toward Kyoto, and eventually toward Kamakura, that Munemori and Kiyomune undertook as captives in the weeks after the battle, retraced in part the geography that this entire series has covered, the inland sea, the route between the western provinces and the capital, the same roads and waters that Kenreimon-in had traveled in the opposite direction, years before, as the Taira court moved west into exile. For Munemori, this journey represented a return, of a kind, to the territories the Taira had once controlled, but as a captive, under guard, in circumstances that inverted everything about what this journey had meant when Munemori had made it, or versions of it, before, as the formal head of a clan in retreat. But still, at that point, a clan with armies and ships and the emperor and the regalia. Kyoto, when Munemori and Kiyomune were brought there, was a city that this series has described from multiple perspectives, the city Kenreimon-in had grown up in and left, the city Tomomori had understood, with his clear-sightedness, the Taira were losing when they abandoned it in 1183, the city that, by 1185, was firmly under Minamoto-aligned control, governed by the new order that was emerging from the war's conclusion. Munemori, brought to Kyoto as a captive, would have seen this city, the city that had been the center of his entire life, the city his father Kiyomori had dominated, the city the Taira had been forced to abandon, now controlled by the forces that had defeated his clan. The accounts of this period describe Munemori being paraded through Kyoto, displayed to the population of the city, in a manner that the warrior culture of this period understood as a specific kind of humiliation, the formal head of a defeated clan, shown to the people of the capital his clan had once controlled, as a demonstration of the new order's victory and the old order's complete defeat. This kind of display, the parading of a defeated leader through the streets of a city he had once controlled, was not unique to Munemori's situation. It was a recognized practice within the political culture of this period, a way of formally marking the transition of power, of making visible to the population the reality of who now held authority. But for Munemori specifically, given everything this series has discussed about his position, the formal head of a clan whose actual capability had never matched his formal authority, this display would have carried a particular weight, the visible public confirmation of everything that had been, in some sense, true throughout his tenure as head of the Taira, that the position and the person had never quite fit, and that this mismatch was now, in the most public possible way, the central fact of how Munemori would be remembered. Kiyomune, Munemori's son, was with him for this, the same son Munemori had pulled back from the water at Dan-no-ura, present for whatever this display in Kyoto involved, a young man witnessing his father's public humiliation in the city that had been the center of the world their family had once dominated. The relationship between Munemori and Kiyomune throughout this period, the journey from Dan-no-ura, the display in Kyoto, and what would come after, is one that the records do not detail extensively, but that the broader trajectory of their shared story, captured together, displayed together, and eventually executed together, suggests was significant, in ways that distinguish Munemori's story from the other figures this series has explored. Shigehira, captured alone, separated from his family, his story unfolding through his relationship with Senjuno Mae in Kamakura, a relationship with someone outside his immediate family. Munemori, captured with his son, his story unfolding through this relationship, father and son, sharing the same captivity, the same journey, the same eventual fate. The journey continued, from Kyoto toward Kamakura, the same direction Shigehira had traveled the previous year, toward Yoritomo, toward the meeting that would determine, in whatever way Yoritomo chose, what would happen to these captives. For Shigehira, this journey had been an occasion for poetry, for the display of cultivation that this series has described made an impression on his captors and eventually led to the relationship with Senjuno Mae. For Munemori, the records do not describe a similar pattern. No poetry composed during this journey that has been preserved and remembered in the way Shigehira's poetry was remembered. This absence is, in its way, consistent with everything this series has established about Munemori, a man whose primary qualities, to the extent the records describe them, were the courtly accomplishments of poetry and music, but who, in this moment, in this journey toward whatever awaited him in Kamakura, does not appear to have drawn on these qualities in the way Shigehira did, does not appear, in the records, to have produced anything that the tradition found worth preserving and remembering. Munemori and Kiyomune arrived in Kamakura, the city this series has described from Shigehira's perspective, the new center of Minamoto power, the city that was, in 1185, in the process of becoming what it would remain for the next century and more, the seat of the warrior government that would govern Japan. Munemori, arriving here, was arriving at the place that represented everything his clan had lost, the new center of power that had displaced Kyoto, the city built by the family that had defeated his own. What awaited Munemori in Kamakura, the meeting with Yoritomo that this series has described, from Shigehira's perspective, as a meeting that carried significance beyond the immediate practical questions of what to do with a captured enemy, would be, for Munemori, a different kind of meeting, shaped by everything that distinguished Munemori's capture and his journey from Shigehira's. The meeting between Munemori and Yoritomo in Kamakura has been recorded in the accounts of this period with a quality that differs significantly from the accounts of Yoritomo's meeting with Shigehira. The meeting this series has described in detail, the formal respect, the genuine curiosity about Shigehira as a person, the discussion of Nara that, however difficult, treated Shigehira as someone whose responses were worth hearing. The accounts of Munemori's meeting with Yoritomo do not convey this same quality. What the accounts convey instead is something closer to the formal processing of a significant captive, Yoritomo acknowledging Munemori's position, the formal head of the Taira clan, the embodiment in his person of everything the war had been fought to defeat, without the kind of personal engagement, the curiosity about Munemori as an individual, that the accounts of Shigehira's meeting with Yoritomo describe. This difference is worth dwelling on, because it reflects something about how Munemori was perceived, not just by Yoritomo specifically, but by the broader culture of this period, the warrior culture whose values this series has discussed extensively. Shigehira, whatever his association with Nara, was perceived as someone with qualities, dignity, cultivation, the bearing that even his captors recognized and, in some sense, respected. Munemori, by contrast, does not appear in the accounts of this period to have been perceived in these terms. The question of why this difference exists, why Munemori's captivity did not produce the kind of relationship that Shigehira's captivity produced with Senjuno Mae, why Munemori does not appear in the records to have displayed the kind of poetry or music or bearing that earned Shigehira a measure of respect even in defeat, is a question that connects to everything this series has discussed about Munemori's character and his role throughout the war. Munemori, this series has argued, was a man whose primary qualities, the courtly accomplishments of poetry and music, had real value within the world the Taira had built, but had not translated into the kind of leadership the war required. In captivity, facing Yoritomo, facing the new order that had defeated his clan, these same qualities, if Munemori possessed them in the way Shigehira possessed similar qualities, might have provided Munemori with a way of engaging with his captors that paralleled Shigehira's experience. But the records do not describe this happening. Munemori, in Kamakura, does not appear to have found, in his captivity, the kind of relationship or recognition that Shigehira found. One possible explanation is simply that Munemori, whatever courtly accomplishments he possessed, did not possess them to the degree, or with the quality, that Shigehira possessed his. The descriptions of Munemori this series has discussed, the indecisiveness, the lack of the qualities that Kiyomori and Shigemori and Tomonori possessed, may have extended to this domain as well. Munemori, as someone whose courtly accomplishments, like his military and political capabilities, were adequate for ordinary circumstances, but did not rise to the level that would distinguish him, that would earn recognition in the kind of extraordinary circumstances captivity represented. Another possible explanation is psychological, that Munemori, in captivity, carrying everything this series has discussed, the weight of Dan-no-ura, the absence of the choice that Nii-dono and Tomomori and so many others had made, the public humiliation of being paraded through Kyoto, was simply not in a state, emotionally or psychologically, that would allow him to draw on whatever courtly accomplishments he possessed, in the way Shigehira, despite his own difficult circumstances, appears to have been able to do. Both explanations may be true simultaneously in the way this series has discussed regarding other figures. Munemori may have possessed fewer of the qualities that earned Shigehira respect even in captivity, and Munemori may also have been, by the time he reached Kamakura, in a psychological state that made whatever qualities he did possess inaccessible, unable to be displayed in the way that might have changed how he was perceived. What is clear is the outcome. Munemori in Kamakura did not become a figure of the kind Shigehira became, a captive whose dignity and cultivation earned a measure of recognition even from his enemies. Munemori remained, in the accounts of this period, the figure this series has been describing throughout, formally significant, the embodiment of the Taira's defeat, but without the kind of individual recognition that distinguished Shigehira's captivity. Kiyomune, Munemori's son, was present for all of this, the meeting with Yoritomo, whatever Kamakura's captivity involved for father and son, sharing, as he had shared Dan-no-ura itself, his father's circumstances. The relationship between Munemori and Kiyomune during this period of captivity is one that the records do not detail extensively, but the fact of their shared captivity, father and son together, in circumstances that Shigehira, captured alone, did not share, represents, in its own way, one of the few elements of Munemori's story that has a quality the other figures' stories, in their different ways, also have: the presence of family, even in the most difficult circumstances. Koromori carried his family with him, in the form of longing, throughout his journey to Nachi. Munemori carried his family with him, literally, Kiyomune beside him, through Dan-no-ura and the journey east and whatever Kamakura held for them. What awaited them next, the decision about their ultimate fate, was approaching. The decision about Munemori's ultimate fate and Kiyomune's was made in the context of the broader resolution of the Genpei War's aftermath, the same broader context that this series has described eventually determined Shigehira's fate as well, the journey back toward Nara, the execution at the Kizugawa. For Munemori, the resolution involved a journey back westward, away from Kamakura, retracing, in part, the route that had brought him east as a captive. The accounts of this period describe Munemori's fate as connected to a specific location, a specific moment, in ways that parallel, while also differing from, Shigehira's fate. Shigehira, this series has described, was executed at the Kizugawa, near Nara, a location chosen specifically because of Nara's significance, the temples Shigehira's forces had destroyed, the resolution that occurred on the ground where the offense had occurred. Munemori's execution, and Kiyomune's, occurred at a different location, in the province of Omi, near Biwako, the great lake this series has discussed in relation to Tomoe Gozen and Yoshinaka, the lake near where Yoshinaka had died years before, in the battle at Awazu that this series described in the Tomoe Gozen series. The choice of this location for Munemori's execution does not carry the same kind of specific symbolic resonance that the Kizugawa carried for Shigehira, the direct connection between the offense and the site of resolution. Munemori had not committed any specific offense, in the way Shigehira had, that would make a particular location especially appropriate for his execution. What Munemori represented, that made his execution significant, was not a specific act, but a position, the formal headship of the Taira clan, the embodiment, in his person, of the clan that the war had been fought to defeat. Munemori's execution, wherever it occurred, would represent the final, formal conclusion of the Taira as a political entity, the death of the person who had held, even in the diminished and largely symbolic way this series has described, the position that Kiyomori had once held in its fullest form. Kiyomune's execution, alongside his father's, raises questions that the records do not fully address, questions about why a young man, Kiyomune's age at this point would have been relatively young, perhaps in his early teens or thereabouts, who had not held any significant command, who had been present at Dan-no-ura primarily as Munemori's son, rather than as a commander in his own right, would be executed alongside his father. The answer, within the logic of this period's politics, is not difficult to understand in general terms. The elimination of potential claimants, potential rallying points for any future Taira resistance, a logic that, however brutal by other standards, was consistent with how defeated ruling families were often treated in this period, the complete elimination of the line, not just the formal head but his heirs as well, to prevent any future challenge to the new order. But understanding the political logic does not fully address the specific weight of this outcome, for Munemori specifically, given everything this series has discussed about his relationship with Kiyomune, the moment at Dan-no-ura when Munemori had pulled his son back from the water, preventing Kiyomune from making the choice that Nii-dono and Tomomori and so many others had made. Munemori, in that moment at Dan-no-ura, had, by one reading, saved his son's life in the immediate sense, preventing Kiyomune from dying in the water as so many others had. But this saving, if that is what it was, led to this: captivity, the journey east, the display in Kyoto, captivity in Kamakura, and now, finally, execution, father and son together, at a location near Biwako, in circumstances that the political logic of this period had determined. Was Kiyomune's life, extended by however many weeks or months passed between Dan-no-ura and this execution, weeks or months spent as a captive, displayed, humiliated, awaiting whatever resolution Yoritomo's government would determine, better than the alternative, the death in the water at Dan-no-ura that Nii-dono had chosen for the emperor, that Tomomori had chosen for himself, that Kiyomune himself had apparently been moving toward before Munemori pulled him back? This is a question that the Heike Monogatari does not answer directly, but that the juxtaposition of these events, Munemori pulling Kiyomune back from the water, and then, weeks or months later, Kiyomune's execution alongside his father, seems to invite. The water at Dan-no-ura represented for Nii-dono and the emperor, for Tomomori, for so many others, an ending that was, within the logic of this period's warrior culture, understood as preferable to capture, an ending that preserved agency, that was chosen rather than imposed. Kiyomune's ending, by contrast, was imposed, the conclusion of a sequence that began with Munemori's choice, or absence of choice, at Dan-no-ura, and that led, through captivity and humiliation, to this. What Munemori felt in these final weeks or months, knowing what awaited him and his son, is not recorded. But the broader trajectory of his story, the absence of choice at Dan-no-ura, the public humiliation in Kyoto, the captivity in Kamakura that did not produce the kind of recognition Shigehira's captivity produced, and now this, the journey toward execution, with his son beside him, represents, in its totality, a story that the Heike Monogatari, and the centuries of tradition that followed it, have understood as something specific, not simply a tragedy, in the way that Shigehira's story, or Tomomori's, or Koromori's, can be understood as tragedies, but something with an additional quality, the quality of a story about what happens when a person does not or cannot do what the culture around him expects, and what the consequences of this absence turn out to be, not just for the person himself, but for the people connected to him. The execution of Munemori and Kiyomune took place near Biwako in the autumn of 1185, several months after Dan-no-ura, in circumstances that the Heike Monogatari describes with a brevity that itself carries meaning, the same kind of narrative brevity this series has noted in relation to other significant deaths, but with a quality, in Munemori's case, that differs from the quality of Shigehira's execution, or Tomonori's death. Shigehira's execution, this series has described, was presented with attention to his bearing, the dignity and composure that, even at the end, earned a measure of respect. Tomonori's death was presented as the culmination of deliberate preparation, the anchors, the clear-sighted execution of a chosen ending. Munemori's execution is presented, by contrast, without these qualities, not because the chronicle is hostile to Munemori in the sense of actively condemning him, but because the chronicle, having established Munemori's character throughout this series' exploration of his story, the indecisiveness, the absence of the choice at Dan-no-ura, does not have a basis for attributing to Munemori, at the end, qualities that nothing in his story has suggested he possessed. What the chronicle does convey about these final moments is the presence of Kiyomune beside his father, the two of them facing this execution together in the way they had faced Dan-no-ura together, the way they had faced the journey east and the captivity in Kamakura together. This presence, father and son together at the end, is one of the few elements of Munemori's story that carries a quality the other figures' stories, in their different ways, also carry: the presence of connection, of relationship, even in the most difficult circumstances. Koromori's story, this series has discussed, was defined by longing for family members who were absent, who could not be reached. Munemori's story, at this final moment, was defined by the presence of a family member, Kiyomune, who had not been absent, who had shared every stage of this journey with his father, from Dan-no-ura to this final moment near Biwako. There is a question worth considering here about whether this presence, Kiyomune beside his father at the end, represents something that should be weighed against the more critical readings of Munemori's character that this series has discussed. Munemori, by these critical readings, was a man who lacked the courage or the clarity to choose his own ending at Dan-no-ura, who pulled his son back from a choice the son may have been moving toward, and whose subsequent captivity led ultimately to both their deaths in circumstances less immediate but no less final than the water at Dan-no-ura would have been. But Munemori's action at Dan-no-ura, pulling Kiyomune back, can also be read, this series has suggested, as an act of love, however complicated, however entangled with Munemori's own inability to make the choice he was pulling his son away from. And the months that followed, captivity, the journey, the shared experience of Kyoto and Kamakura, whatever their difficulties, were months that Munemori and Kiyomune spent together, father and son, in circumstances that, however dire, were not circumstances of separation. This is different in a specific way from Koromori's story. Koromori left his wife and children years before his own death, and carried, throughout the remainder of his life, the longing for a reunion that never occurred. Munemori did not leave Kiyomune. Whatever else might be said about Munemori's choices, or absence of choices, at Dan-no-ura, the outcome of those choices was that father and son remained together through everything that followed, until the end. Is this a kind of mercy, however small, within a story that the broader tradition has understood primarily in terms of failure and humiliation? Or is it simply another dimension of the same failure, Munemori's inability to release Kiyomune to the ending that Nii-dono had given the emperor, that Tomomori had chosen for himself, an inability that meant Kiyomune's life was extended only to be ended, eventually, in circumstances that were, in their own way, no less final, but that were imposed rather than chosen? The Heike Monogatari does not resolve this question, in the same way it does not resolve the questions this series has discussed regarding Shigehira's guilt, or Koromori's competing identities, or the meaning of Tomonori's clear-sightedness in the face of an outcome it could not prevent. What the chronicle gives us instead is the fact Munemori and Kiyomune executed together near Biwako in the autumn of 1185, the final formal conclusion of the Taira clan's existence as a political entity, the death of the man who had held, however inadequately by the standards this series has discussed, the position Kiyomori had once held, and the death of his son, the next generation, the future that, with this execution, would not occur. The Taira, as a clan with formal leadership, with a head who held the position Kiyomori had held, ended here, with Munemori and Kiyomune near Biwako in the autumn of 1185. Kenreimon-in survived, in Ohara, the woman whose story this series began with, the empress who went into the sea and was given back. Kumagai Naozane survived, as Rensei, the warrior who became a monk. These survivals, this series has discussed, were survivals with meaning, survivals that led to decades of practice, of prayer, of processing what had happened. Munemori's survival, the survival that began at Dan-no-ura with the absence of choice this series has discussed, did not lead to decades of anything. It led, within months, to this, an execution that the chronicle presents without the dignity it gave Shigehira, without the deliberate clarity it gave Tomonori, an ending that, in its own way, completed the pattern this series has been tracing throughout Munemori's story: presence without agency, formal significance without the qualities that might have made that significance meaningful, survival that was not, in the end, survival into anything. This series has now told the stories of 6 Taira figures, each one a different angle on the same set of events: the rise and fall of a clan, the war that ended that rise, the battle at Dan-no-ura that ended the war, and the various endings, chosen and unchosen, that the people involved in these events experienced. Kenreimon-in went into the sea and was given back, surviving into decades of prayer in Ohara. Kumagai Naozane killed a boy on a beach and spent the rest of his life as Rensei, praying for the boy he had killed. Tomoe Gozen rode beside Yoshinaka through his rise and his fall, and, at his order, rode away from his final battle, into a silence the chronicle never resolved. Shigehira burned the Daibutsu, carried that weight for years, and was executed at the site of his offense, having found, in captivity, a measure of recognition for qualities beyond the offense that defined him. Tomonori saw everything, understood the trajectory of the war more clearly than almost anyone, and, when the end came, chose it, with anchors, with deliberate finality. Koromori failed his first battle, was separated from his family for years, left the Taira cause before its end, and found at Nachi an ending that brought together failure and longing and religious transformation. Munemori's story does not fit into this pattern in the way each of these other stories, different as they are from each other, nonetheless share certain qualities, the presence of choice, of meaning, of transformation, even when that meaning is complicated or that transformation is incomplete. Munemori's story is, in a fundamental sense, a story about the absence of these things. He did not choose his ending at Dan-no-ura in the way Nii-dono and Tomomori chose theirs. He did not transform in captivity in the way Shigehira did, finding, even in defeat, a way of being recognized for qualities that went beyond his defining failure. He did not find in his survival the kind of meaning that Kenreimon-in and Kumagai Naozane found in theirs, decades of practice and prayer that gave their survival a purpose. Munemori survived Dan-no-ura, and then he was captured and humiliated and executed alongside his son, and the Heike Monogatari, having told this story, moves on to Kenreimon-in, to Ohara, to the ending that this series began with, the ending that gives the entire Heike Monogatari its final shape. What does it mean that this series has now told Munemori's story alongside these other stories, that the man who did not choose, who did not transform, whose survival led nowhere, occupies a place within this larger structure, the structure that this series has been exploring, piece by piece, story by story? One answer is that Munemori's story is necessary, precisely because of what it lacks, because the Heike Monogatari, and this series' exploration of it, is not simply a collection of stories about people who found meaning in their endings, who chose well, who transformed. It is also, and perhaps primarily, a meditation on impermanence, on the fact that everything passes, that the proud do not endure, that the mighty fall, the themes the chronicle's opening lines announce. Munemori's story, the story of a man who simply could not do what the moment required, who survived not by choice but by the absence of choice, and whose survival led only to further loss, to humiliation, to the death of his son alongside his own, is, in its way, the most direct illustration of these themes that this series has yet told. Tomomori saw the empire fall, piece by piece, and chose his own ending. Munemori saw the same things Tomomori saw, the same emperor, the same sword, the same brothers, the same sister, pulled from the water against her will. Munemori did not choose his own ending. He was not capable of it, by every indication this series has gathered, not because of any specific failing that can be isolated and named, but because of who he was, the eldest surviving son who had never been prepared for this, who had occupied, throughout the years this series has chronicled, a position that required qualities he did not have, and who, in the final moment, when the position required, more than ever, the qualities he lacked, simply could not provide them. The water at Dan-no-ura received the emperor and Nii-dono and Tomomori and the sword that has never been recovered. Munemori did not go into this water. He remained on his ship with his son beside him, present for everything, formally responsible for everything, and unable, in the end, to do what everything around him was telling him to do. This inability led him and his son away from Dan-no-ura toward Kyoto, toward Kamakura, toward Biwako, toward an ending that, however much later it came, however much further from Dan-no-ura it occurred, was, in its own way, no less final than the water would have been. Munemori did not choose. This was the central fact of his story, the fact this series has explored from every angle this series could find: his position, his relationships, his family, the moment at Dan-no-ura itself, the aftermath that followed. He was the man who did not choose to die. He was also, in the end, the man who did not get to choose to live. Not really. Not in any way that gave his survival meaning, the kind of meaning Kenreimon-in found, or Kumagai Naozane found, in the years that followed Dan-no-ura for them. Munemori's survival was brief, and it ended in circumstances that the absence of choice at Dan-no-ura had set in motion. The Taira ended with him and with Kiyomune near Biwako in the autumn of 1185. What remains of Munemori is this story, the story this series has now told, the story of the man who watched everything fall and who, when his own moment came, simply could not do what everyone else had done. The last thing she did was hold him. That is where this story ends. But this story does not begin there. It begins decades earlier, in a world where Nii-dono was not yet the woman who would carry an 8-year-old emperor into the sea at Dan-no-ura. She was simply a woman, married to a man whose ambition was larger than anyone around him yet understood. She was Tairano Kiyomori's wife, and she would outlive him by 4 years, long enough to watch everything he had built collapse, long enough to make the choice that ended the Taira's story in the way that it ended. Nii-dono's personal name, the name she was born with, is not what history has preserved. She is known to history as Nii-dono, the Lady of the Second Rank, a title that reflects her formal position within the hierarchy of the court, the rank she held by virtue of being the wife of the man who had accumulated more power than any warrior in Japanese history. This anonymity of name, a woman known by her title rather than her personal name, is consistent with how the records of this period preserved, or failed to preserve, the identities of women, even women who were, in the most direct sense, central to the events being recorded. But the absence of her personal name does not mean the absence of her person. Nii-dono was, by every account, a woman of genuine capability, the kind of capability that a specific situation requires, and that, in other circumstances, might have expressed itself in ways that left more visible records. The situation she inhabited, the household of Tairano Kiyomori during the years of his rise to dominance, required a specific combination of qualities: the ability to manage a large and complicated household, to navigate the complex social world of the Heian court as the wife of a man whose position was, in the court's understanding, something that had no precise precedent, to raise children who would carry the family's ambitions forward, and to be, for Kiyomori himself, something that the records suggest she genuinely was, a partner, in the deepest sense of that word. The relationship between Nii-dono and Kiyomori is not described in the chronicles with the kind of romantic detail that later literary traditions might have given it. The chronicles are interested in political events and military outcomes, not in the internal dynamics of a marriage, but the relationship is legible in the specific ways that long partnerships become legible in the record of what each person did and how they responded to what the other person did. Kiyomori, this series has described, was a man of extraordinary ambition and extraordinary capability, a man who pursued his vision of what the Taira could be with the kind of sustained intensity that, in someone without his specific combination of qualities, would have been simply exhausting. Nii-dono was with him through all of it, through the Hogan disturbance and the Heike disturbance and the long accumulation of power in the 1160s and 1170s, through the placement of their daughter Tokuko in the imperial household, through the birth of the grandson who became emperor, through Kiyomori's illness and his dying wish and his death in 1181, she was there for all of it. What this meant for Nii-dono, as a person, the specific experience of being the partner of a man whose life was organized around the pursuit of a vision that consumed everything around it, is not something the records directly address. But the woman who emerges from the record of Nii-dono's actions, particularly in the years after Kiyomori's death, is not a woman who was simply present beside her husband, who was shaped entirely by his ambitions, without having any of her own. She is a woman who understood what Kiyomori had been trying to build, who shared, in some sense, the vision even if she did not share every method, and who, after his death, took on the specific responsibility of carrying what was most essential about that vision forward. The most essential thing was the emperor. The emperor was her grandson. Carrying him forward was, in the end, the last thing she did. This series has described Nii-dono before, in the context of Kenreimon-in's story and Tomomori's story, from the outside, as the person who, at Dan-no-ura, made the decision that defined the battle's most remembered moment. This series now wants to describe her from the inside, from the perspective of who she was before that moment, what her life had contained, what she had lost, and what she had held on to, through the years that led to the cold water of the strait, to the 8-year-old in her arms, to the last thing she did. She was Kiyomori's wife. She was the mother of Kenreimon-in. She was the grandmother of the emperor. And she was, in the most direct and the most human sense, a woman who loved the people she was responsible for, and who, when the world left her no other way to protect them, found the only protection that remained. She carried him into the sea. That is where this story ends. But first, this story wants to tell you who she was before she got there. The marriage between Nii-dono and Kiyomori was not, by the standards of the Heian aristocracy, an unusual arrangement. Warrior families of significant standing arranged marriages for their members that combined personal compatibility, to whatever extent that was considered, with the political and social calculations that marriages in this world were also expected to serve. Kiyomori, at the time of his marriage to Nii-dono, was not yet the figure he would become. He was a capable warrior of good standing, the son of Tomomori, with a promising but not yet extraordinary career ahead of him. Nii-dono married him at this point, before the Hogan disturbance, before the Heike disturbance, before any of the events that would transform him into the most powerful person in Japan. What this means, in the most direct terms, is that Nii-dono knew Kiyomori before he was what he became. She knew the man, not only the legend. She knew the ambition before it had produced the world it eventually produced. She was present for the building, not simply the building's completion. This kind of knowing, the knowing that comes from being present throughout, rather than arriving after the fact, is a different kind of knowing from the knowing of people who encountered Kiyomori at the height of his power. The court families who managed their relationship with Kiyomori from the 1160s onward knew a man who was already dominant, already the organizing fact of Japanese political life. Nii-dono knew a younger version, a man whose ambitions were present, but whose achievements were still in the future. The specific texture of their life together, in the years before Kiyomori's rise, is not something the chronicles preserve in detail. What can be said, from the evidence of what followed, is that the marriage was one in which Nii-dono's capabilities were genuinely engaged, not simply her presence as a formal arrangement. Managing a warrior household in 12th century Japan was a substantive responsibility. The logistics of provisioning and organizing and maintaining a household of significant size, the management of the relationships between the household's members, the navigation of the social world in which the household existed, these were real tasks that required real capability. Nii-dono handled them, and as Kiyomori's position grew, as the household's size and complexity grew with it, the scale of what Nii-dono was managing grew as well. She had children with Kiyomori. The children who are most significant for this story are the ones who appear most prominently in the larger narrative of the Taira's rise and fall. Shigemori, the eldest son, whose story this series has told, the son who tried to stop his father and ran out of time. Munemori, who inherited the clan's leadership and found himself unable to be what that position required. Tokuko, who became Kenreimon-in, the empress, the woman who went into the sea and was given back. These three were, in different ways, the most consequential of Nii-dono's children for the story this series has been exploring. Each of them, in their different ways, carried forward something of both parents. Shigemori carried Kiyomori's intelligence without his ambition, and Nii-dono's values. Munemori carried neither parent's most essential qualities in the form the situation required. Tokuko carried both, the beauty and the capability and the specific quality of bearing that would sustain her through everything that followed. Nii-dono watched these children develop. She watched them become who they were. She watched Shigemori argue with his father, watched the specific dynamic of a son who loved his father and disagreed with him, watched Shigemori's illness and his death at 34, and the specific quality of loss that follows a child's death, the loss that goes against the order of things, that a parent is not supposed to experience. She watched Munemori inherit the position that Shigemori's death had made available earlier than anyone had expected, watched him struggle with the weight of what he had inherited. She watched Tokuko enter the imperial household at 14, watched her daughter become Kenreimon-in, watched her give birth to the child who would become emperor. Nii-dono was present for all of this. She was the woman at the center of the household that produced all of these people and these stories. She was the one who had been there the longest, who had known all of them longest, who carried in her own person the accumulated history of everything the Taira had been. Kiyomori's death in 1181 changed everything. This is the moment when Nii-dono's story becomes not simply the story of a wife present beside her husband, but the story of a woman who was now the eldest, the most senior, the person who had known this family and this world longer than anyone else still living within it. She was, after Kiyomori's death, the matriarch in the fullest sense, not simply by formal designation, but by the accumulated weight of everything she had seen and known and carried, the specific authority that comes from being the person who has been present throughout, who has outlasted, in a specific and painful way, people who should have outlasted her. She had outlasted Shigemori. She would outlast Kiyomori. The war that was now consuming everything Kiyomori had built was the context in which Nii-dono would spend the last 4 years of her life. And at the end of those 4 years, she would make the choice that this series began by naming. The relationship between Nii-dono and Kenreimon-in, her daughter Tokuko, is one that this series has touched on before, but that deserves its own attention from Nii-dono's perspective, because it is a relationship that contains, in its specific shape, something important about what this story is ultimately about. Nii-dono raised Tokuko. This is a simple statement that contains a great deal, because raising a child in a household like the Taira's, in the specific circumstances that Kiyomori's ambitions created, meant raising her for something specific, something that Nii-dono would have understood, from a relatively early point in Tokuko's life, was being prepared for. Tokuko was being raised to enter the imperial household. This was not, in itself, an unusual destiny for the daughter of a powerful family in Heian, Japan. The Fujiwara had placed daughters in the imperial household for centuries. The practice was the established mechanism through which powerful families maintained their connection to the imperial institution, the specific form that the relationship between the great houses and the throne took. Kiyomori was doing what powerful men in Japan had always done with their daughters. Nii-dono was the mother of the daughter being placed. What Nii-dono felt about this, as a mother, is not something the chronicles address directly. The chronicles are interested in the political significance of Tokuko's placement in the imperial household, in the specific mechanism by which Taira blood was being inserted into the imperial succession. They are not interested in what it meant to be the mother of the young woman making this transition. But the transition mattered to Nii-dono. The evidence for this is not in any direct statement, but in the pattern of what follows, in the specific way that the relationship between Nii-dono and Tokuko, between grandmother and grandchild, between Nii-dono and the emperor who was her daughter's son, is presented in the accounts of the years after Tokuko's entry into the imperial household. These were not relationships of formal acknowledgement, the recognition that certain people were related to certain other people, and that this relationship had certain formal implications. They were, by every indication of how these people behaved toward each other, genuine relationships, relationships of genuine care and genuine connection that existed inside and underneath the formal structures that gave them their official shape. Tokuko entered the imperial household in the early 1170s as a young woman of 14 or 15. She was leaving her mother's household to enter another world, the world of the imperial court, which was, whatever its connections to the Taira through Kiyomori's political maneuvering, also a world with its own structures and its own demands, and its own ways of organizing the lives of the people within it. Nii-dono would have known this. She had been navigating the interface between the warrior world and the court world for long enough to understand that the world Tokuko was entering was genuinely different from the world she was leaving. What Nii-dono gave her daughter, in the period of preparation for this transition, and in the years that followed it, is not detailed in the records. But the person Tokuko became, the person this series has explored in the Kenreimon-in series, the woman whose bearing and whose capability and whose specific quality of endurance through extreme difficulty are so evident in every account of her life, was a person formed, in part, by the formation her mother had given her. The birth of Tokuhito, the child who would become the Emperor Antoku, in 1178, was the moment that the entire strategy of placing Tokuko in the imperial household had been building toward. For Kiyomori, the birth was the proof, the completion of the vision. For Nii-dono, the birth was something else as well. It was the birth of her grandson. The specific human weight of that fact, the specific quality of a grandchild, the child of your child, the person who carries something of you into another generation, is not the same as the political significance of an imperial heir carrying Taira blood. Both were real, both were present for Nii-dono in the moment of Tokuhito's birth. She was Kiyomori's partner in the political project. She was also simply a grandmother, and it was the grandmother, as much as the partner in the political project, who would be present at Dan-no-ura, holding the child who had become the emperor, telling him that there was a pure land beneath the waves, stepping off the ship. Tokuhito's enthronement in 1180, as the Emperor Antoku, at the age of 2, was the moment that this series has described, from Kiyomori's perspective, as the peak of his achievement, the completion of the vision he had been pursuing for 2 decades. From Nii-dono's perspective, the same moment was also a peak, but a peak of a different kind. Her grandson was the Emperor of Japan. The 2-year-old boy who had been born in 1178 who was her daughter's son and her husband's grandson, who she had held, presumably, with the specific quality of attention that grandparents give to the very young, was now the person around whom the entire formal apparatus of Japanese imperial authority was organized. This is a specific kind of experience, holding a position that is simultaneously the most intimate and the most formal, being simultaneously the grandmother of a child and the grandmother of an emperor, moving between these two registers of relationship in the specific way that only people who are actually inside such situations can fully understand. The child did not change when he was enthroned. He was the same child, with the same needs and the same responses and the same specific individual quality of being a very young person that he had had before the ceremony. But the world around him changed. The formal structures that surrounded him changed. The obligations of the people around him changed. And Nii-dono, who was now in the specific position of being the grandmother of the emperor, found herself in a situation that combined the personal and the political in ways that even the long preparation of the years before could not have entirely anticipated. She was responsible for him, not in the formal sense of having been assigned this responsibility by any official decree, though the informal reality of the situation would have made her role clear to everyone involved. She was responsible for him in the way that grandparents are responsible for grandchildren, particularly grandchildren whose parents are occupied by demands that leave gaps in the immediate care of the child, in the way that the senior woman of a household is responsible for the household's most vulnerable members. And Toku was the most important person in Japan, formally speaking. He was also a 2-year-old child. These two facts coexisted in the specific reality of who he was, and Nii-dono's relationship to him contained both. The war that began in 1180, the same year as Antoku's enthronement, changed the context within which this relationship existed without changing the relationship itself. Or rather, the war changed the context so dramatically that it created the specific conditions under which the relationship would eventually express itself in the way it did at Dan-no-ura. In 1180, the war was a distant thing, happening in the eastern provinces, a rebellion that was serious enough to require the family's military attention, but that had not yet produced the specific quality of threat that would eventually make the retreat from Kyoto necessary. And Toku was 2 years old, recently enthroned, surrounded by the apparatus of the imperial court, protected by the Taira's military dominance. Nii-dono was his grandmother, present in the household, responsible for the specific human reality of the child, even as the formal world organized itself around the political reality of the emperor. Kiyomori's illness and death in 1181 represented the first major rupture in the world that Nii-dono had been living in. She had been with Kiyomori for the better part of her adult life. She had known him before his rise, had been beside him during it, had watched him reach the peak, and had watched the illness consume him in the final year. His dying wish, the wish for Yoritomo's head that this series has described, was the last expression of the man she had been married to, the final demonstration of the specific quality of his relationship to the vision he had pursued. She survived him. 4 years. In those 4 years, the world he had built collapsed. In those 4 years, Nii-dono was present for the collapse, responsible for the emperor who was her grandson, carrying in her own person the accumulated weight of everything the Taira had been and everything they were losing. The 4 years between Kiyomori's death in 1181 and Dan-no-ura in 1185 were the years that this series has already explored from many perspectives. From Tomomori's perspective, they were the years of watching the Taira's position deteriorate with increasing clarity, of providing the clear-sighted assessments that the family's decision-making needed, and that were not always heeded. From Koromori's perspective, they were the years of carrying the weight of Fujigawa and the separation from his family, of the accumulating longing that eventually drove him from Yashima. From Munemori's perspective, they were the years of occupying a position that required qualities he did not have, of being formally responsible for outcomes he could not influence. From Nii-dono's perspective, these same 4 years were something else. They were the years of the emperor's childhood. Antoku was 2 years old when his grandfather died. He was 3 when the Taira abandoned Kyoto. He was 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 during the years of the retreat through the western provinces. He was 8 at Dan-no-ura. These are the years of a child's most fundamental development, the years when the world is first being understood, when the basic patterns of how things work and how people relate to each other and what can be relied upon and what cannot are being established. Antoku experienced these years in circumstances that no child in Japan had previously experienced, moving from position to position in the wake of the Taira's retreats, surrounded by the ceremony of the imperial court maintained in exile, aware, at whatever level a child of his age is aware of such things, that the world around him was not stable. Nii-dono was with him through all of it. This is the central fact of her role in these 4 years, the fact that, whatever else was happening in the larger military and political situation, Nii-dono was present for the emperor's daily life in a way that was more immediate and more constant than most of the other figures whose stories this series has told. The commanders were managing campaigns. The court was maintaining its ceremonies. The various members of the Taira leadership were managing their own specific situations within the larger crisis. Nii-dono was with the child. This does not mean she was uninvolved in the larger picture. A woman of her experience and her standing, the widow of Kiyomori, the mother of Kenreimon-in, was not simply a caretaker without perspective or influence, but the specific role that Nii-dono occupied in these 4 years was organized, more than anything else, around her responsibility to the emperor, and the emperor was a child, and the child needed what children need, presence and continuity, and the specific reassurance that comes from having someone who is consistently there. Nii-dono was consistently there. The retreat from Kyoto in the summer of 1183 has been described in this series from many perspectives. From Nii-dono's perspective, the retreat was the moment when the child's world became, in the most direct sense, a world in motion, a world without the fixed points that the palace and the capital had provided. Antoku was 5 years old enough to understand that something had changed, old enough to feel the absence of the familiar, not old enough to fully understand what the change meant or what was driving it. Nii-dono, beside him in whatever conveyance carried them westward, was the consistent presence through this transition. She was the thing that had not changed, in a world where much else had. This is the specific role that Nii-dono played through the years of the retreat, the role of the consistent presence in a world of increasing instability. The positions changed, Kyoto to the west, the western provinces to Yashima, one position to the next. The faces changed, people who had been present at one stage of the retreat, not present at the next, through capture or death, or the specific attrition of war. The ceremonies continued, the daily rhythms of the imperial court maintained in diminished form, but the maintenance of these forms could not entirely conceal the reality that the world they were designed for was no longer fully available. Nii-dono was there throughout. She was there when Shigehira's capture was reported. She was there when the defeats accumulated. She was there when Koromori left Yashima without explanation. She was there for all of it, carrying the accumulated weight of each loss, each defeat, each narrowing of the Taira's options, while remaining the consistent presence for the child who needed consistency above almost anything else. The departure from Kyoto in the summer of 1183 was an event that this series has described from many perspectives. From Kenreimon-in's perspective, it was the loss of the city that had been the entire world of her conscious existence. From Tomomori's perspective, it was the confirmation of the trajectory he had been tracking, the moment when the Taira's retreat became official. From Koromori's perspective, it was the beginning of the years of separation from his wife and children. From Nii-dono's perspective, it was the moment when her responsibility for the emperor became, in the most literal sense, a responsibility in motion. Antoku was 5 years old when he left Kyoto. He had been born in the palace, had spent his entire life in the imperial environment that the palace represented, surrounded by the ceremonies and the spaces and the people that constituted the world as he understood it. The departure from this world was, for a 5-year-old, a disorientation whose specific qualities adults around him could understand intellectually, but could not fully experience from inside the child's perspective. He knew something was wrong. He could feel the urgency in the adults around him. He was old enough to form memories that would persist, old enough for this departure to be something he would remember, if he lived long enough to remember it. He did not live long enough. He died at 8, at Dan-no-ura, in Nii-dono's arms. The journey westward from Kyoto, with the emperor and the regalia and the remnants of the Taira court, has been described in this series from the perspectives of people who experienced it as a military and political event. From Nii-dono's perspective, the journey was also, and perhaps primarily, the specific practical challenge of moving a 5-year-old emperor through circumstances that had not been designed for children. The uncertainty of the route, the specific quality of the accommodations available in the western provinces, different from the palace, different from what the child had known, the management of the imperial ceremonies in circumstances where maintaining them fully was increasingly difficult. The child's own responses to all of this, the fear and the confusion and the moments of ordinary childhood that persisted even in the midst of extraordinary circumstances, the moments that a grandmother is particularly attuned to, the moments that required her specific presence rather than the formal management of the situation. Nii-dono managed both, the formal and the personal, the public responsibility for the emperor's person and the private responsibility for the child's well-being coexisted in the specific way they had to coexist in her situation, because they were, in the most literal sense, the same person. The emperor was the child was the emperor, and Nii-dono was the person who had been given, by the circumstances of her life and her relationship to both the political project and the specific human reality of the boy, the responsibility for both. As the years of the retreat progressed, the world around the emperor continued to narrow. The positions changed, the people changed, the military situation deteriorated, Antoku grew from 5 to 6 to 7, the years of childhood when a person is most actively making sense of the world, when the patterns of understanding that will last a lifetime are being formed. The world he was making sense of was a world in retreat, a world losing its fixed points one by one, a world that looked, to anyone paying attention, as though it was moving toward a specific kind of ending. Nii-dono was paying attention. She had been paying attention for years. She understood, more clearly than the child could, what the trajectory was, and she had been thinking, in the way that a person who is responsible for someone else's life, and who sees a specific kind of ending approaching, about what that ending would mean for the person she was responsible for. Ichinotani, in the first month of 1184, was the battle that this series has described from the perspectives of Shigehira, who was captured there, and Atsumori, who died there, and Kumagai Naozane, whose encounter with Atsumori on the beach would change the rest of his life. From Nii-dono's perspective, Ichi-no-tani was something different. It was the news. Nii-dono was not at Ichi-no-tani. The emperor was not at Ichi-no-tani. They were positioned at a different location, the emperor's safety requiring a separation between the fighting force and the person whose protection was the fundamental justification for the entire Taira military effort. What Nii-dono received was the report of what had happened, the specific accounting of losses and captures that arrived after the battle, the list of names that were now different categories than they had been before. Shigehira captured, Atsumori dead, many others dead or missing, the position lost. For Nii-dono, the news of Shigehira's capture was the news of a son's capture. This series has described Shigehira's captivity from his own perspective, the journey to Kamakura, the relationship with Senju no Mae, the eventual execution at the Kizugawa. From Nii-dono's perspective, Shigehira's capture was the beginning of a period of uncertainty about a son's fate, a period in which the man who was her child was in the hands of the enemy, subject to whatever the enemy chose to do with him. The outcome of this period, Shigehira's eventual execution, occurred after Nii-dono's own death at Dan-no-ura. She did not know how it ended. She knew only that her son had been captured, and that the fate of captured commanders in this war was not something that could be predicted with confidence. The loss of Ichi-no-tani was the loss that this series has described in its broader military and political significance from multiple perspectives. From Nii-dono's perspective, it was also the accumulation of losses that had been happening since the war began, another entry in a list that had been growing since 1180, since Kiyomori's illness had begun its final progression, since the rebellion had started and the world that Kiyomori had built had begun to come apart. She was 60 years old, roughly, in 1184, old enough to have lived through enough that the specific quality of accumulated loss was not unfamiliar, old enough to understand that the trajectory she was watching was not going to reverse itself. The emperor was 6 years old. Antoku, 6 years old, in the western provinces, moving with the Taira court to whatever position came after Ichi-no-tani, was a child who had now spent a year in circumstances of increasing instability, a child whose world had been in motion since the departure from Kyoto, a child who did not understand the military situation, but who could feel the quality of the adults around him, the specific quality that comes from people managing circumstances that are getting worse rather than better. Nii-dono was the consistent presence. She was there, with the child, through the news of Ichi-no-tani and the repositioning that followed, through the beginning of the period that would take the Taira from Ichi-no-tani toward Yashima and eventually toward Dan-no-ura. She was carrying more with each week, and she was still there. Yashima was the position that followed Ichi-no-tani, the island in the inland sea where the Taira established their new base, where the court in exile continued to maintain the forms of imperial authority, and where the emperor spent the middle years of his brief life. Antoku was 6 when the Taira arrived at Yashima, and 7 and 8 during the time spent there, through the period that ended with Yoshitsune's attack and the retreat toward Dan-no-ura. These were, in some sense, the most settled years of the emperor's life since the departure from Kyoto, not settled in the sense of stable or secure, but settled in the sense of having a fixed location, a specific place that was, for the duration of this period, the center of the world, as the emperor understood it. Yashima was an island, surrounded by the inland sea waters that the Taira fleet controlled. This gave it a specific quality of separation from the mainland, a quality that the Taira had chosen deliberately, the natural defense of water between the Taira position and any approaching land force. For the emperor, this island quality would have had its own specific texture, the specific experience of growing up on an island, surrounded by the sea, with the mainland visible in the distance but not immediately accessible. For Nii-dono, the island meant something else as well. It meant that the options, if things went wrong, were limited by the water. Land afforded escape routes, paths of retreat, the possibility of further movement away from an approaching threat. The sea, while it provided defense, also provided constraint. The fleet was the only way off. Nii-dono, at Yashima, continued the role she had been playing since the departure from Kyoto, the consistent presence for the emperor, the management of the practical realities of his daily life within the structures of the court in exile. She also, at Yashima, had more time than the active campaign periods had permitted, time in which the specific quality of her thinking about the situation could develop. What was she thinking about? The records do not give direct access to Nii-dono's thoughts during this period. What they give is the action she eventually took, and from that action, something of the thinking can be inferred, the way that understanding the outcome of a decision allows some reconstruction of the reasoning that produced it. Nii-dono was thinking about what capture would mean. This is not speculation, it is the inference that follows most directly from the decision she eventually made, the decision that demonstrates she had concluded that capture was worse than the alternative. The alternative she chose was not simply death, it was the specific death of entry into the sea, carrying the emperor, entering the water together. For this to be the choice she made, she had to have concluded that the situation the Taira were approaching was one in which capture, for the emperor, was a worse outcome than this specific alternative. What would capture mean for an 8-year-old emperor? The political implications were clear and severe. An emperor held by the Minamoto was an emperor whose claim to the throne was entirely subject to Yoritomo's management of the situation, an emperor who could be used, displayed, set aside, or otherwise managed according to the political calculations of the new order. But Nii-dono was also thinking, presumably, about the child, the specific child, the 8-year-old, her grandson. What would it mean for this specific child to be captured, to be separated from the people he had grown up with, to be placed in the hands of the family that had been fighting his family for 5 years, to be used, in whatever way political necessity dictated, for the purposes of the new order's legitimacy? Nii-dono had been thinking about this. At Yashima, during the period of relative stability, she had been thinking about it. The thinking would produce, eventually, the action. But first there was Yashima, and the child's 7th and 8th years, and the continuation of the court's forms, and the watching of the horizon for the signs of what was coming. Antoku, the Emperor Antoku, was not, in the records that survive, a fully developed individual the way that older figures in this series are developed individuals. He died at 8. 8 is too young to have produced the record of actions and statements and relationships that allow a person to be understood across centuries. What survives is not so much a person as a presence, the presence of a child at the center of an enormous historical event, a child whose specific individuality, whatever it was, is visible only in fragments, in the specific details that happen to be recorded, in the gaps of what is not recorded and what can be inferred. He was said to be a calm child. The accounts that describe him, in whatever context they describe him, convey a quality of stillness, a child who did not produce the dramatic responses, the tantrums and the demands and the specific expressions of displeasure that might have been understandable given the circumstances. This is, of course, partly the idealization that attaches to imperial figures, and particularly to imperial figures who died young and tragically. The chronicles were not neutral observers of Antoku's character. They were writing about the emperor who died at Dan-no-ura, and this knowledge shaped how they described him, but something of the actual person may also be present in these accounts. a child who had spent his entire life, since the age of 2, surrounded by the intense formality of the imperial ceremony, in a context where the expectations placed on him were the expectations placed on an emperor, which is to say, the expectations of someone who was not quite an ordinary child might indeed have developed a specific quality of stillness, a learned composure that came from years of being the person around whom certain things were expected to occur with certain decorum. And Toku, in other words, may have been a child who had learned at some level to be the emperor, because that was what the world around him had been teaching him since before he was old enough to understand what was being taught. Nii-dono knew him differently from everyone else. She knew him as the grandmother knows the grandchild, with the specific intimacy of the person who has been present for the ordinary moments that are not recorded and not public, the specific texture of his daily existence that was visible to the person who was consistently there, and that was not visible to the records that preserved the formal dimensions of his identity. She knew what he was afraid of. She knew what made him laugh. She knew how he slept and what he ate, and the specific ways that he expressed the emotions that the imperial ceremony required him to suppress in formal contexts. She knew him, not the emperor, the child. The relationship between Nii-dono and Antoku in the years of the retreat was the relationship that sustained him through a childhood whose circumstances were not what any child's childhood should be. It was not Kenreimon-in's role to be this presence, not primarily, though Kenreimon-in loved her son with the specific love of a mother. Kenreimon-in occupied a different position in the formal structure of the court in exile, a position whose responsibilities pulled her attention in directions that the child's daily needs could not always accommodate. Nii-dono was the one who was there. She was the consistent presence through the years of the retreat, the person whose availability did not fluctuate with the demands of the military situation, or the political negotiations, or the ceremonies that the court's formal life required. She was there. She was always there. And when the moment came, at Dan-no-ura, when being there became the most important thing she could do, she was there for that too. The night before Dan-no-ura. This series has described this night before, from Tomomori's perspective, the fleet riding at anchor in the strait, the specific stillness that precedes events whose outcomes will be irreversible. From Nii-dono's perspective, the same night had a different quality. Tomomori's night was the night of someone who had seen the trajectory clearly for years, who was, in some sense, prepared for what was coming, whose clear-sightedness had been tracking toward this moment. Nii-dono's night was the night of someone who had been tracking a different trajectory, the trajectory of the child, the daily reality of the 8-year-old who was asleep somewhere on one of these ships, as children sleep, without the awareness of the adults around them of what the morning will bring. Antoku was 8 years old. This series has returned to this fact many times, because it is the fact that everything else about this story must be understood in relation to. 8 years old, a child. In the night before Dan-no-ura, the 8-year-old was asleep, or was being put to sleep, or was asking the questions that children ask in the night when the ordinary routines of sleep are disrupted, when the specific quality of being on a ship, surrounded by water, with the sounds of the fleet around them, produced in the child whatever response the child produced. Nii-dono was there. She was the one who managed the night, who provided whatever the child needed, who was, as she had always been, the consistent presence. At some point in this night, or in the nights that had preceded it, as the fleet had moved from Yashima toward the strait, Nii-dono had completed the thinking that this series has been describing, the thinking about what capture would mean, and what the alternative was, and which of these two outcomes was, in the specific circumstances, the choice she could live with. Or rather, the choice she could not live with. The choice she could not live with was capture, not for herself, though she had no desire for whatever outcome capture would produce for an elderly woman who was the grandmother of the enemy's emperor. For the child, she could not make herself imagine the specific reality of what capture would mean for him. The reasons for this have been discussed in this series, in the context of Tomomori's thinking about his own situation. An emperor held by the Minamoto was an emperor whose fate was entirely subject to Yoritomo's management. The possibilities ranged from the tolerable to the severe. The precedents from earlier periods of Japanese history included outcomes that ranged from relatively benign management of deposed emperors to significantly worse. Nii-dono did not know what Yoritomo would do. She knew that she did not want to find out, at least not for the specific child she was responsible for. There is also, in Nii-dono's thinking, something that goes beyond the political calculation. A woman who had spent her life in the world that the Taira's power had created, who had been formed by the Heian civilization and its specific understanding of dignity and of what constituted a proper ending for a person of imperial blood, would have understood that certain outcomes were, in the framework of that civilization's values, genuinely worse than death. The specific humiliation of a child emperor displayed by his family's enemies, the specific degradation of the imperial status at the hands of the people who had destroyed the imperial family's protectors. These were not abstract concerns. They were, in the Heian world's terms, real injuries to something that the Heian world considered genuinely important, the dignity of the imperial institution and the specific persons who embodied it. Nii-dono had spent her life in the world that valued this dignity. She was not going to allow its violation for the specific child she had been with since his birth, if she had any choice in the matter. She had made her decision. The morning was coming. The decision that Nii-dono made was not made at Dan-no-ura in the final hours of the battle. This is worth being clear about, because the way the decision is sometimes understood as a spontaneous response to the immediate crisis of the battle going wrong misses something essential about who Nii-dono was and what she was doing. The decision was made before, in the nights before the battle, in the period of preparation that this series has been describing, the thinking about what capture would mean and what the alternative was. The decision was made by a woman who had been thinking carefully about this for some time, who understood the situation with the clarity of someone who had been paying attention throughout, and who had concluded, with whatever combination of calculation and grief and love that goes into such a conclusion, what she was going to do. Who had the authority to make this decision? This is a question that the Heike Monogatari does not ask directly, but that the specific situation demands to be considered, because the decision was not simply about Nii-dono's own life. It was about the Emperor's life. The Emperor was 8 years old. He could not make this decision himself. Someone had to make it for him. The question of who had the right to make this decision is not a simple one in the context of this period and this situation. In the formal hierarchy of the court, the decision about the Emperor's person belonged to the highest available authority. Kiyomori was dead. The formal institutional structures that would normally govern such a situation were not fully functional in the chaos of a lost naval battle. Nii-dono was the most senior woman of the imperial household present at Dan-no-ura. She was the Emperor's great-grandmother, the wife of the man who had built the world that was now ending. She had been with the Emperor throughout the retreat, had been the consistent presence through the years of his childhood. If anyone was in a position to make this decision on behalf of the Emperor who could not make it himself, it was Nii-dono. There is a way of understanding Nii-dono's decision that emphasizes its specific quality as an act of protection, the decision of a woman who loved the child she was responsible for, and who concluded that the protection she could offer him was not survival, but the specific ending she chose. There is another way of understanding it that is more difficult, that sits with the discomfort of the fact that the decision was made by an adult on behalf of a child about the child's life. Both of these readings are present in how the Heike Monogatari handles this moment. The chronicle does not resolve the difficulty by presenting it as simply heroic or simply tragic. It presents it as both: a woman protecting the person she loved in the only way she believed remained available, and a child who could not choose, for whom the choice was made. The decision was made. The morning of Dan-no-ura had arrived. The battle was unfolding in the way the battle unfolded: the morning advantage, the turning tide, the defection, the targeted attacks. Nii-dono was watching. She was watching the battle deteriorate. She was watching the specific moments that this series has described from other perspectives: the Emperor still on the ship, the battle's outcome becoming unmistakable. She had made her decision. She was waiting for the moment when the decision needed to be enacted. That moment was approaching. The words that Nii-dono said to the Emperor at Dan-no-ura before she carried him into the sea are among the most quoted passages in the entire Heike Monogatari, words that have been read and remembered and transmitted for 8 centuries, words that carry within them the specific quality of what was being said and who was saying it and to whom. The chronicles preserve them in different forms, and the specific wording varies across different versions and different traditions of the text, but the substance is consistent. Nii-dono told the Emperor to face east, toward the great shrine at Ise, and bow. She told him to face west, toward the pure land of the Buddha Amida, and pray. She told him that there was a capital beneath the waves. She told him they were going there. These words, in the religious framework of the period, were not simply comfort. They were a specific theological statement about where they were going and what it meant. The Pure Land, Ziyudo, the paradise of Amidafo, was a real place in the cosmology of the Buddhist traditions that were woven through every level of Heian culture. It was not a metaphor for death, not simply a comforting fiction about what happened after life ended. It was a genuine destination, accessible through the specific practices of Nembutsu, the recitation of the Buddha's name, and, in the understanding of some traditions, through the specific quality of heart that a person brought to the moment of death. Nii-dono was telling the Emperor, in the terms that the religious tradition made available, where he was going. The words were also, simultaneously, something else. They were the words of a grandmother to a grandchild. The theological content was real, but so was the immediate, personal human reality of an adult speaking to a child who was about to die, trying to make that dying something other than simply terrifying. This is one of the things that words can do. They can reframe, they can take an event whose immediate reality is overwhelming and place it within a larger context that gives it a different kind of meaning, that makes it, if not good, then at least navigable, at least something that a person, even a child, can move toward rather than simply be overwhelmed by. Nii-dono was doing this. She was a grandmother trying to do the only thing a grandmother could do in this moment, trying to give the child a way of understanding what was happening that was something other than pure terror. How much the Emperor understood of what Nii-dono was saying is not something the records can tell us. He was 8 years old. 8-year-olds understand more than adults sometimes expect them to, and less than adults sometimes assume. Whether Antoku understood that he was about to die, whether the words about the pure land beneath the waves gave him something to hold on to, whether the specific religious framework that Nii-dono was offering him made the moment something other than what it was in its immediate physical reality, these are questions that cannot be answered. What can be said is that Nii-dono said these words, that she took the time, in the final moments, to say them. that she did not simply carry the child into the water without speaking. She spoke, she told him, she gave him what she had to give. Then she gathered him into her arms, the child, her grandson, the Emperor of Japan, 8 years old. She held him. She faced west, toward the Pure Land. She stepped to the edge of the ship, and she carried him into the sea. The moment itself. This series has described it before, in the context of Tomomori's story, as one of the things Tomomori witnessed from his position on a different ship in the chaos of Dan-no-ura's final hours. This series has described it before, in the context of Kenreimon-in's story, as the event that preceded Kenreimon-in's own attempted entry into the water. Now this series wants to describe it from inside, from the perspective of the person who made it happen. Nii-dono was dressed in the formal robes appropriate to her rank. This detail is preserved in the Heike monogatari's description of this moment, and it matters because it is evidence of preparation, the specific preparation of a woman who had decided what she was going to do, and who dressed accordingly, who met this moment in the clothes that her position required, rather than in the informal garments of someone who had not anticipated what was coming. She had prepared. The preparation was not simply logistical. It was the preparation of a woman who understood that how she met this moment was itself a kind of statement, that the bearing and the decorum she brought to it were the last expression of everything she had been and everything she believed about how a person of her position should face the things she had to face. She took the emperor in her arms, the 8-year-old, the child who had been enthroned at 2 and had spent his entire conscious life in the specific circumstances that this series has described, the ceremony and the retreat and the narrowing world and the consistent presence of this woman who had always been there. He was in her arms. What he felt in this moment is not something the record preserves. What he understood, what he thought, whether the words about the pure land beneath the waves had given him something to hold on to, whether he was afraid, whether he was calm, whether the specific quality of being held by the person who had always been there provided some form of reassurance even in this moment, these are not things the record can tell us. She spoke the Buddha's name. The Nembutsu, Namu Amida Butsu, the invocation of Amida Butsu, was the specific religious practice associated with the Pure Land tradition, the practice that was understood to connect the moment of death to the destination of the Pure Land, to carry the person dying into the presence of the Buddha. Nii-dono said these words. She said them holding the emperor. She said them facing west, toward the Pure Land, and then she moved toward the water. The water at Dan-no-ura was the water of the strait, the same strait that this series has described from Tomomori's perspective, the complex tidal flows, the specific geography of the place where the inland sea meets the open channel. The water received them. Nii-dono, in her formal robes, carrying the emperor in her arms, went into the water of Dan-no-ura. The water received them both. The chronicles do not linger here, do not extend this moment beyond what is necessary to establish what happened. Nii-dono carried the emperor into the sea at Dan-no-ura. She did not come back. He did not come back. The last thing she did was hold him. What Nii-dono chose, this is the question that the Heike monogatari leaves for the reader, and that this series wants to sit with before moving to the closing part, the question of what the choice actually was and what it means. There are multiple ways to understand what Nii-dono chose. One understanding is that she chose death, her own and the emperor's, over capture and whatever capture would mean. This understanding is accurate as far as it goes, but it is incomplete, because it focuses on what she was choosing against rather than what she was choosing toward. She was choosing toward the Pure Land. The religious framework within which Nii-dono made this choice was not a fiction she invented to make an impossible situation more bearable. It was the genuine cosmological understanding that she had inhabited her entire life, the Buddhist vision of a world in which this life is one existence among many, in which the quality of the death and the sincerity of the religious intention at the moment of death determine the destination of the next existence. She chose the Pure Land. She chose it for the Emperor. She chose it for herself. Another understanding is that she chose protection. The Emperor, at 8 years old, could not protect himself. The Taira military force, at Dan-no-ura, had been destroyed. There was no one left who could offer the kind of protection that had organized the entire Taira military effort for 5 years. Nii-dono was the last protection available, and the protection she offered was not the protection of survival. It was the protection of the specific ending she chose, the ending that preserved, in the terms the Heian world valued, the dignity of the imperial person against the alternative of capture, and whatever followed capture. She chose to be the protection, even at the cost of being the instrument of the ending. A third understanding is that she chose love. This understanding is not in contradiction with the others. It is, in some sense, the ground of the others. Nii-dono loved the Emperor. She had been with him since his birth. She had been the consistent presence through the years of his childhood. She had known him in the specific way that the person who is always there knows the person they are always with. The choice she made, whatever its political dimensions and whatever its religious framework, was also simply the choice of a woman who loved a child and who could not bear the specific alternative that the situation made available. She could not give him a good life. She could give him what she believed was a good death. She gave him the only thing she had left to give. Kenreimon-in, the Emperor's mother, watched her mother carry her son into the sea. Then she tried to follow. She was pulled back. The specific quality of this sequence, Nii-dono carrying the Emperor into the sea, Kenreimon-in attempting to follow, Kenreimon-in being pulled back against her will, is one of the most concentrated expressions of the larger story's central tension, the tension between the death that some of these people chose and the survival that others were compelled into. Nii-dono chose. Kenreimon-in was not allowed to choose. The choices and the refusals of choice at Dan-no-ura are part of what makes that afternoon the specific kind of ending it was, the ending in which the specific human beings involved expressed, in the final available moment, something essential about who they were and how they understood what was happening. Nii-dono expressed it in the sea, with the child, in her arms. This series has now told the stories of 11 figures from the Taira world, 11 angles on the same event, the rise and fall of the clan that Kiyomori built and that Dan-no-ura ended. Kenreimon-in, who went into the sea and was given back, who spent 3 decades in Ohara carrying everything that had happened. Kumagai Naozane, who killed the boy on the beach and spent the rest of his life praying for him. Tomoe Gozen, who rode beside Yoshinaka and would not leave until he ordered her to. Shigehira, who burned the Daibutsu and carried that burning to the Kizugawa. Tomomori, who saw everything clearly and secured 2 anchors and stepped off his ship. Koromori, who left his wife and children behind and never stopped thinking about them. Munemori, who was not a great warrior, who was just someone's father. Atsumori, who carried a flute into battle inside his helmet. Shigemori, who tried to stop his father, who ran out of time. Kiyomori, who spared a 9-year-old boy, who watched that boy destroy everything he built. And Nii-dono, who held the Emperor at Dan-no-ura, who carried him into the sea. Nii-dono is, in some ways, the figure who most directly embodies what this entire series has been about. Every other figure in this series is a figure whose story is primarily their own, whose choices and whose losses and whose specific individual qualities are what make their story significant. Nii-dono's story is, in its core, a story about someone else. She was Kiyomori's wife. She was Shigemori's and Kenreimon-in's and Munemori's mother. She was Antoku's grandmother. The story of who she was, and what she did, and what she chose at Dan-no-ura is inseparable from the stories of the people she was connected to, the people she had been with throughout, the people she outlived, and the person, finally, she carried into the sea rather than allowed to be carried somewhere else. The matriarch. This is the word this series wants to use for Nii-dono, not as a title, not as a formal designation, but as the most direct description of what she was and what role she played in the larger story. The matriarch is the person who holds the family together, not through formal authority, not through the kind of power that Kiyomori commanded, or that Shigemori exercised through the specific moral force of his disagreement. Through presence, through being there, through being the person who is consistently, reliably, always there, through everything, the good years and the bad years and the years of retreat and the years of loss and the final years of the collapse. Nii-dono was this person for the Taira, in the specific sense of being the person who had been there the longest and who was there to the very end. At Dan-no-ura, she was the last person standing, in the specific sense that mattered most. Kiyomori was dead. Shigemori was dead. Shigehira would be executed after the battle. Tomomori had chosen the anchors. Munemori would be captured. Kenreimon-in would be pulled from the water. Nii-dono was there. She was there for the final thing. She had been there for all of it, from the beginning, from the years before the Hogan disturbance when Kiyomori was simply a capable warrior of good standing, with ambitions that no one had yet seen fully expressed. She had been there for the rise. She had been there for the peak. She had been there for the retreat. She had been there for the end. The last thing she did was hold him. This sentence has framed this story from its opening, has been present throughout as the point toward which everything was moving. Now this series has arrived at it again, having come all the way around, having told the story of who Nii-dono was before she got there, what she had seen and carried and held, what she had thought in the nights before Dan-no-ura, what she had said to the child in her arms, what she had chosen and why. The last thing she did was hold him. She was Kiyomori's wife, who had been with him from before the rise to beyond the death. She was the mother of the children who carried the Taira's ambitions forward. She was the grandmother of the emperor who was Kiyomori's proof. And at Dan-no-ura, in the 3rd month of 1185, she carried that emperor into the sea. She held him. The sea received them both. The last thing she did was hold him. There are lives that begin at the center of the world, not the center in any abstract sense, not the center as a metaphor for importance or significance, but the literal center, the place where power and beauty and the accumulated refinement of a civilization converge into something that has no equivalent anywhere else in the world at that moment in history. Kenreimon-in was born at that center. Her name at birth was Tokuko. She was the daughter of Taira Kiyomori, the man who had made himself the most powerful figure in Japan, by a combination of military genius, political ruthlessness, and the particular kind of ambition. That does not recognize limits, until it has exceeded them all, and she was born at the moment when his power was at its height, when the Taira clan had transformed itself from one of the great warrior families of Japan into something that had no precedent, a family that controlled not just the military, but the court, not just the court, but the imperial succession itself, a family whose sons and daughters and grandchildren occupied the most significant positions, in the most refined civilization in the world. She was born into all of this. She grew up inside it. To understand her life, you have to understand what the Taira were. At the moment of her birth, and to understand the Taira, you have to understand something about the world that produced them. Japan in the 12th century was a civilization of extraordinary sophistication. The capital, Kyoto, which had been the seat of the imperial court for nearly 400 years, was a city organized around beauty, in a way that had almost no parallel in the medieval world. The aristocrats of the Heian court, the ancient families who had guided the emperor's household, through generations of ceremony and poetry and careful political management, had developed a sensibility that was unlike anything that had existed before, and has not quite existed since. They wrote poetry, they composed music, they cultivated gardens, they wore robes and combinations of color that were calculated to evoke specific seasons, specific emotions, the particular quality of light at a particular hour, in a particular month of the year. They were, by any measure, one of the most refined populations of human beings who have ever lived. And they were also, by the 12th century, almost entirely without power. The real power in Japan had been shifting for generations, away from the court aristocrats, and toward the warrior clans, the samurai families, who had been tasked with enforcing the law in the provinces, and who had discovered over time that the men who enforce the law are more powerful than the men who write it. Two warrior families had emerged as the dominant forces in this new order. The Minamoto, also called the Genji, whose lands and loyalties lay primarily in the eastern provinces and in the mountains and forests, far from the capital, and the Taira, also called the Heike, whose lands and loyalties lay in the west, in the provinces along the inland sea, and who had cultivated over generations a relationship with the court that the Minamoto had not. Kiyomori was the man who had made the Taira into something more than a warrior family. He had played the political game of the Heian court with a skill that the court aristocrats had not expected from a warrior, and he had won. He had placed his sons in positions of military command. He had placed his daughters in positions of dynastic influence. He had arranged marriages that tied the Taira family to the imperial household itself, so that the sons and daughters of the most powerful warrior family in Japan were also, in some cases, the sons and daughters of the emperor. This was the world into which Tokuko was born. This was the father whose daughter she was. She was born in 1155, the year before a succession dispute would trigger the first of the conflicts that would eventually tear the world she was born into apart. But in 1155, none of that had happened yet. In 1155, the Taira were ascending. Kiyomori was at the height of his ambitions, and the daughter born to him that year was born into a household that still believed with complete sincerity that the world it occupied was the world as it would always be. The silk robes, the poetry contests, the gardens where the seasons arrived, in careful succession, the incense, the music, the long evenings of refined conversation, the court in all its ancient complexity. She was born into all of it. She learned to move inside it. She learned its language and its rhythms. She learned what it meant to be the daughter of the most powerful man in Japan. She was beautiful. This is mentioned in the records, not as a detail but as a fact of significance, because in the Heian world, beauty was not merely an aesthetic quality, but a kind of power, a form of currency that operated according to its own rules. In the court economy of influence and position, a beautiful daughter of a powerful man was an instrument of alliance, a living promise of connection between her family and the family into which she would eventually marry, and for Tokuko, the family she would eventually marry into was the imperial family itself. She was not told this early. Children of the Heian court were not briefed on the political arrangements that governed their futures, but the preparations were made. The education was shaped by its destination. The lessons in poetry and music and comportment were calibrated to produce not merely an accomplished young woman, but the specific kind of accomplished young woman who could survive and flourish inside the walls of the imperial palace. She was 12 years old when the preparations became plans. She was 13 when the plans became arrangements. She was 14 when the arrangements were finalized, and she left her father's household and entered the world of the emperor. The emperor's name was Takakura. He was 15 years old. He had been on the throne for 3 years. He had been placed there by her father. Part 2. The imperial palace was a world unto itself, not merely in the metaphorical sense, not merely because the walls and gates separated it from the city outside, but in the deeper sense that the rules which governed life inside it were different from the rules that governed life anywhere else, and the people who lived inside it existed in a kind of permanent ceremony that had no equivalent in the ordinary world. Tokuko had been raised in a household of refinement. Her father's compound was not ordinary. She had grown up among educated women, among men of accomplishment, among the rituals and protocols of a family that had worked hard to make itself indistinguishable from the ancient aristocracy, but the palace was something else. The Heian Imperial Palace had been accumulating its rituals for centuries. Every hour of the day was governed. Every garment had a meaning. Every word spoken in the presence of the emperor was subject to considerations of precedent and protocol that had been refined through generations of very careful people who had devoted their lives to getting them exactly right. The women of the imperial household lived behind screens. They spoke to men from behind curtains. They moved through the palace in a kind of perpetual aesthetic performance that was simultaneously their daily life and their function. They wrote poetry, they played music, they arranged flowers, they burned incense and recognized by its precise combination of notes the season and the sentiment it was meant to evoke. They participated in the long, elaborate festivals of the Heian court calendar, the seasonal celebrations that marked the turning of the year, with specific ceremonies, specific to each month, each conjunction of the stars, each particular quality of the light. Into this world, Tokuko arrived. She was 14 years old. She had left her father's household. She had left the women she had grown up with, the servants who had attended her since childhood, the familiar rooms and gardens of the compound on the western edge of the capital. She had entered the palace as a junior consort, which meant that she had a specific rank, a specific set of apartments, a specific set of responsibilities and expectations, and a specific position in the hierarchy of women who surrounded the young emperor. She was not his only consort. The emperor of Japan was not required to choose a single companion. The Heian court had arrangements for this that were complicated and carefully managed, and that placed women in relation to the emperor according to a hierarchy of rank and favor that shifted constantly as circumstances shifted. But Tokuko was her father's daughter, and her father was Kiyomori, the man who had placed this particular emperor on the throne, and who had no intention of allowing his daughter to remain in a subordinate position in the household of the emperor he had made. The arrangements were managed, the rivals were managed, the politics were managed, and within a few years of her arrival at the palace, Tokuko's position had become what her father had intended it to become. She was not merely a consort, she was the consort the woman closest to the emperor, the woman whose children, if she had them, would be the children of the most importance. In 1171, when she was 16 years old, she received the title that would define her forever. She became the Nyogo, the imperial consort of the highest rank, and shortly after she received the formal title by which history would know her, Kenreimon-in, the Lady of the Gate of Health. The name was a title, not a name. In the Heian world, a woman of high rank was not addressed by her given name. In formal contexts, she was addressed by titles derived from her position, her apartments, the names of the gates near which she lived, the offices held by the men of her family. Tokuko vanished into Kenreimon-in. The girl who had been born in 1155 became a figure of ceremony, a position in the architecture of the court, a name that signified not a person, but a function. This was not unusual. This was what happened to women of her rank. The title absorbed the person. The ceremony became the life. And yet the person remained. The records suggest a woman of genuine intelligence, of real aesthetic sensibility, of the kind of internal life that the Heian world's constant emphasis on poetry and music was designed to cultivate, and often did. She wrote poetry. The poems that survive suggest a mind that felt things precisely, that could find the exact word, or the exact quality of an emotion, in the exact moment of its occurrence. She was also, by all accounts, kind. This is rarer in the records of the powerful than one might expect. Kindness is not the quality that historians usually note, but it appears in the accounts of those who knew Kenreimon-in, the quality of her attention to the people around her, the care with which she treated the women of her household, the warmth that she apparently extended, even to those whose position gave her no reason to extend it. She was 21 years old when her life changed, for the first time, in a way she had not planned. She was pregnant. The pregnancy changed everything, not because pregnancies were unusual, not because the birth of a child, to the imperial consort, was in itself surprising, but because of what this particular child would mean to the particular people, whose ambitions had arranged this marriage. If the child was a boy, he would be the son of the Emperor Takakura and the daughter of Taira no Kiyomori. He would be, in other words, the instrument by which the Taira family achieved what Kiyomori had spent his entire career pursuing, not power adjacent to the imperial family, not influence over the imperial family, but blood connection to the imperial family itself, the possibility of an emperor who was simultaneously a Taira. The child was a boy. He was born in 1178. He was named Tokuhito, and within 3 years, by the arrangements that Kiyomori had spent decades preparing, Tokuhito was placed on the throne of Japan. He was 3 years old. His mother was 23. His grandfather, Taira no Kiyomori, was the most powerful man in Japan, the grandfather of the emperor, the father of the empress, the man who had managed this outcome through 20 years of patient and ruthless political work. The Taira had reached the summit. Kenreimon was the mother of the emperor, and the world that she had grown up in, the world of silk and poetry and long ceremonial evenings, seemed in that moment entirely secure. It was not. Part 3. The summit was not quiet. The Heian court had always been a place of rivalry and maneuvering, a place where position was never simply given, but constantly negotiated, where the relationships between families were maintained by an unceasing exchange of poetry and marriages and carefully calibrated gestures, of respect and deference. But what the Taira had accomplished by placing an infant emperor on the throne went beyond anything that the court had previously absorbed. The ancient aristocratic families, the Fujiwara and the others, who had managed the emperor's household. Through centuries of careful service, watched a warrior family assume the position of power that they had always believed was theirs by right, and they did not accept it quietly. In the provinces, the tension was worse. The Minamoto, the warrior family that the Taira had defeated a generation before and driven from the centers of power, had not disappeared. They had retreated to the eastern provinces, to the mountains and forests of the east, and they had spent the years since their defeat, waiting and gathering strength, and watching for the moment when the Taira might overreach. Kiyomori's assumption of effective control over the imperial succession was, for the Minamoto, the moment they had been waiting for. In 1180, the year after the infant emperor was enthroned, a prince of the imperial family sent a message to the warriors of the east. The message called for rebellion. It called for the destruction of the Taira and the restoration of proper order. It named Minamoto no Yoritomo, the exiled heir of the Minamoto family, as the man who should lead the warriors in this cause. Most of the warriors who received the message did nothing. The Taira were too powerful. The risks were too great. Yoritomo was too far away, too long exiled, too uncertain a leader, to justify the enormous gamble of open rebellion. But a few did act, and the acts of the few were enough to begin what would eventually become the war that ended everything. Kiyomori's response to the first stirrings of rebellion was swift and brutal. He moved the capital in the summer of 1180 in a decision that shocked the court and disrupted the entire apparatus of Heian civilization. Kiyomori ordered that the imperial capital be relocated from Kyoto to a new site in the west, closer to the Taira heartland, closer to the sea, closer to the ports, through which the wealth of the inland sea provinces flowed into Taira coffers. The court moved, the emperor moved, the emperor's mother moved. Kenreimon-in left the city. She had lived in her entire life and traveled west with the rest of the Taira world. The new capital was called Fukuhara. It was beautiful in its way. The sea was visible from the slopes above the city. The autumn winds came off the water. There were moments when the light on the inland sea was extraordinary, the particular quality of maritime light that painters and poets have always valued, but it was not Kyoto. It did not have the accumulated weight of centuries. It did not have the temples and the gardens, and the specific quality of the mountain air that the people of the Heian court had organized their sensibility around. The court hated it. The aristocrats complained. The rituals felt wrong in the new spaces. The familiar rhythms of the capital year could not be recreated in a place that had not grown organically from 400 years of continuous habitation. And then the rains came. The autumn rains of 1180 were extraordinary, even by the standards of a season that the Japanese have always known for its rain. The new capital flooded. The streets turned to mud. The temporary buildings that had been erected to house the court in its sudden relocation leaked and sagged, and in some cases simply fell apart. After 5 months, Kiyomori gave in. The court returned to Kyoto. The experiment of Fukuhara was abandoned, but the 5 months had cost something that could not be recovered. The prestige of the decision, the authority that comes from appearing to know what you are doing, the sense among the people who watched these events that the Taira were not merely ruthless, but competent, not merely ambitious, but wise. In the autumn of 1180, for the first time, that sense began to waver. Kiyomori did not see the winter. He had been ill for years, the burning fever that the chronicles describe with an almost medical precision, the body that radiated heat, so intense that those around him could not stand near him, the man who had been so powerful for so long, reduced at the end to a body that was consuming itself. He died in the spring of 1181. He was 63 years old. He had made the Taira into the most powerful family in Japan. He had placed his grandson on the throne. He had arranged the world according to his ambitions, and then died before the world could unmake what he had arranged. Kenreimon-in was 25 years old when her father died. She had grown up in his household. She had been formed by his ambitions. She had become what she was because of the path he had cleared for her. And now the man who had cleared the path was gone, and the path itself was beginning to narrow. The war that had started in the eastern provinces was not stopping. The Minamoto forces under Yoritomo were not retreating. The Taira generals who rode out to meet them in the battles of 1180 and 1181 returned with reports that the men of the East fought differently from anything the Taira had encountered before, harder and faster and with less regard for the conventions that had governed Japanese warfare for generations. The summit had been reached, the descent had begun, and the woman at the center of the court, the mother of the emperor, the daughter of the man who was gone, could feel it in the changing quality of the conversations that reached her through the curtains and the screens, the different tone in the voices of the men who came to pay their respects. She could feel the world beginning to move. Part 4. The years between Kiyomori's death and the fall of the capital were years of slow collapse, not immediate, not dramatic at first. The collapse of a civilization rarely announces itself with a single catastrophic event. It announces itself in accumulations, in the pile of small reversals, that eventually reaches a height, from which the fall becomes inevitable in the quality of the silence that falls over a table when news arrives that cannot be answered with any available response. The Taira had generals, they had warriors, they had the resources of the western provinces, and the wealth of the inland sea trade, and the prestige of governing the household, of the emperor they had placed on the throne. What they did not have, it turned out, was a strategist of the quality they needed for the war they were fighting. The Minamoto fought a different kind of war. They moved fast, lived rough, made decisions quickly, adapted to terrain and circumstance with a flexibility that the Taira commanders, trained in a more formal tradition of set-piece engagements and carefully managed campaigns, found difficult to match. The battles of 1183 made the situation clear. At the Battle of Kurikara-toge, in the mountains of the north, a Minamoto general named Yoshinaka destroyed a Taira army in a maneuver so unexpected that the chronicles describe it with a quality of stunned disbelief. Yoshinaka drove a herd of cattle, with burning torches tied to their horns, into the Taira lines at night. It was not the kind of tactic that the Taira generals had planned for. Nothing in their experience had suggested that this was the kind of war they would be fighting. The defeat at Kurikara-toge broke the Taira position in the north, and with the north lost, the capital was exposed. In the summer of 1183, Yoshinaka's forces moved toward Kyoto. The Taira met in council. The options were discussed. The arguments were made for staying and fighting, for using the prestige of the imperial court and the walls of the capital to hold the Minamoto back. The arguments were reasonable. They were also wrong. The decision was made to go. In the summer of 1183, the Taira clan abandoned the capital. They did not leave empty-handed. They took the emperor. The boy who was the emperor was 7 years old. He was the son of the dead emperor Takakura, and the daughter of the dead Kiyomori. He was the reason that everything had been built and fought for. He could not be left behind. They took the sacred regalia, the sword, the jewel, the mirror, the three objects that were not merely symbols of imperial authority, but were, in the understanding of the Heian world, the actual substance of it, the physical embodiment of the line of succession, that stretched back to the age of the gods. Without the regalia, a man sitting on the throne of Japan was not the emperor. He was just a man sitting on a throne. The Taira took them. They also took everything else they could carry: the silk, the lacquerware, the records, the portable wealth that could be loaded onto boats and carried down the river to the waiting ships, and they took the women. Kenreimon-in left Kyoto in the summer of 1183. She was 27 years old. She had spent her entire life in the capital, first in her father's compound, and then in the imperial palace. She knew the city in the way that people know the places, where they have always lived, the specific quality of the light, in specific seasons, the particular sounds of the different districts, at different hours of the day. She did not know if she would see it again. The journey west was not elegant. The Taira were not refugees, not technically, not yet. They had their warriors, they had the emperor, they had the regalia, they had the resources to continue the fight. But the journey had the quality of flight, the urgency of people who know that what is behind them is gaining, and what is ahead of them is uncertain, who have made the calculation that moving is better than staying, even though moving means giving up everything that could not be carried. The court women rode in carriages, or were carried in palanquins, or rode on horseback, in the less dignified circumstances of the western roads, the silk robes that had been appropriate for the corridors of the imperial palace were not appropriate for river crossings and mountain passes. In the summer heat, the rituals of the Heian court could not be fully maintained. In the field, the poetry was still written, the incense was still burned, the forms were preserved as best they could be, but everyone knew that the forms were being preserved over a void that had not been there before, that the world that had given the forms their meaning was behind them now, and what lay ahead had not yet revealed its shape. They established themselves in the western provinces. They held the sea. The inland sea was Taira water, had always been Taira water, the heartland of their power, and the source of their wealth, and the fleet of ships that rode at anchor in the harbors of the western coast was still the most formidable naval force. In Japan, the emperor was installed in whatever accommodation could be arranged. The court continued its ceremonies. The regalia was kept safe, and Kenreimon-in, the mother of the boy emperor, the daughter of the dead man, whose ambitions had created this situation, arranged herself inside the smaller space that was now available to her, and waited. She was good at waiting. She had learned it in the palace. She was not yet done with losing everything. Part 5. The war intensified. In Kyoto, the Minamoto who had taken the capital found themselves unable to govern it. Yoshinaka, the general who had driven the Taira out, was better at fighting than administering, and the city under his authority descended into a disorder that the Heian court found intolerable. The result was that Yoritomo, the principal leader of the Minamoto, sent his younger brothers to remove Yoshinaka. One of those brothers was Minamoto no Yoshitsune. He was 24 years old. He was a military genius, and he would become the most formidable opponent the Taira had ever faced. The battles came in sequence. Each one pushed the Taira further west. Each one reduced the geography available to them, the ports they could use, the provinces that still supported them, the sea room in which they could maneuver. At Ichinotani, on the cliffs above the narrow beach, where the Taira had built a fortified camp, Yoshitsune led his cavalry down a slope so steep that the horses had to be lowered almost one by one and fell upon the Taira position from a direction so unexpected that the defenses were useless. The Taira fled to their ships. The shore was chaos. Warriors who had not made it to the boats drowned in the surf or were cut down on the beach. Atsumori died at Ichinotani. He was 16 years old. He was the nephew of Kiyomori. He was a musician as well as a warrior, and he had been known at the Heian court for the quality of his flute playing, the particular sweetness of his music. In the long evenings of the court, he had almost made it to the boats. He turned back. When a Minamoto warrior called to him from the shore, the warrior was Kumagai Naozane. He killed the boy, and found when he removed the helmet that the boy was the same age as his son. Kumagai Naozane eventually left the warrior life and became a monk. He could not forget the boy's face. At Yashima, on the island in the inland sea, where the Taira had established their new base, the attack came at night. From the land, again unexpected, again Yoshitsune. The Taira barely escaped to their ships. The emperor was in the chaos. The boy, who was 8 years old, was carried through the fighting, toward the water, toward the boats, toward the next temporary safety. Kenreimon-in was in the chaos. She was carried or she carried herself. The accounts are not precise about the exact movements of the women in the confusion of that night. What the accounts record is that the Taira survived Yashima with their fleet intact, and their emperor still with them, and the sacred regalia still in their possession. They moved to the ships, and the ships moved west, and the inland sea, which had always been their sea, became the territory, through which they retreated toward the final position. The final position was Dan-no-ura, a strait at the western end of the inland sea, where the waters of the inland sea meet the open waters of the channel that separates the main island of Japan from the southern island. The currents were complex here. The water moved in different directions at different states of the tide. The Taira knew these waters. The Minamoto did not. This was the argument for making the final stand here, at the place where their naval knowledge might compensate for the military disadvantage they had accumulated through 2 years of defeats. The fleet assembled. The Taira still had hundreds of ships. The warriors were still there, still capable, still fighting with the discipline of men who understood that this was the last available position. The emperor was on one of the ships. He was 8 years old. He was dressed in the ceremonial robes of his office. He had been told, or had intuited, something about the weight of what was happening. The accounts describe him as a calm child, not frightened, or if frightened, not showing it. He had been surrounded by chaos. For 2 years now, he had spent his childhood on ships and in temporary encampments, and in the hasty ceremony of a court that was trying to maintain its forms in the worst possible circumstances. He was calm. Kenreimon-in was with him. She would not leave him. Whatever happened next, she would be beside him. The night before the battle, the fleet rode at anchor in the strait of Dan-no-ura. The tide moved. The stars moved. The Taira prepared. Part 6. The Battle of Dan-no-ura was fought on the 24th day of the 3rd month of the year 1185. It began well for the Taira. The morning tide was in their favor. The Minamoto ships, approaching from the east, were fighting against the current, and the Taira archers, positioned in the bows of their ships, found their range and held it. For a few hours the battle seemed to be turning in the direction that the Taira needed it to turn. Then the tide changed. This is how the chronicles describe it, and the physical reality of the Strait of Dan-no-ura makes the description credible. The currents there shift dramatically, with the state of the tide and a fleet fighting with the tide behind it. Is a fleet fighting a different battle from the fleet fighting against it? When the tide turned, the Minamoto advantage in numbers and aggression reasserted itself. The Taira ships began to falter, and then one of their own admirals changed sides. This is the moment that the chronicles mark as the end of the battle. Not the shift in the tide, though that was devastating, but the defection of one of their own commanders, a man who understood the naval tactics of the strait, and who, in the chaos of the turning battle, made the calculation that the Taira were finished, and that survival required, changing his loyalties immediately. He pointed out to the Minamoto which ships carried the emperor, and the sacred regalia. The Minamoto arrows found new targets. What happened next is described in the chronicles, with a precision that suggests the writers had access to eyewitness accounts. The women on the ships understood. They understood before the men did, or perhaps they understood at the same moment, but acted on it more quickly. The grandmother of the emperor, Nii-dono, the mother of Kiyomori, the woman who had made her own calculation about what was and was not survivable, went to the boy emperor. He was 8 years old. He asked her where they were going. She told him that there was a pure land beneath the waves. She told him that beneath the water there was another capital, a place of peace, a place without battles, a place where he would be safe. She took him in her arms. She told him to face east and say his farewells to the great shrine of Ise, the oldest shrine in Japan, the home of the gods, who were his ancestors. He said his farewell. He faced west, the direction of the pure land of Amida, and he recited the name of the Buddha, Namu Amida Butsu, and then Nii-dono stepped off the ship and into the sea, with the emperor in her arms. Kenreimon-in saw this. She was on the same ship, or on a ship close enough, that the chronicles place her, in sight of what happened. She had her attendants around her. She saw the other women, going into the water, the decision being made. In the seconds available for deciding the choice between capture and the sea, she made the choice. She went into the water. The inland sea in the 3rd month is cold, cold enough to end things quickly. For a woman in court robes, weighted with silk and brocade, she went under. She did not stay under. A Minamoto warrior in a small boat, seeing her go in, reached into the water with a pole and caught her hair and pulled her back. She fought him. The accounts are clear about this. She fought to go back under. She did not want to be saved, but she was saved anyway. She was pulled into the boat. She was taken aboard a Minamoto ship. She was a prisoner. The battle was over. The Taira were finished. The emperor was dead. She was 30 years old. She was alive. She had not chosen to be. The sacred regalia was partially recovered. The jewel and the mirror were found. On the ships or floating in the water. The sword, the ancient sword, that had been the symbol of imperial authority since the age of the gods, was lost. It went into the sea with the emperor. It was never recovered. It remains there, in the strait of Dan-no-ura, in the cold water of the channel, the sword that once was held by the gods themselves, and that now lies in the silt of the sea floor, uncovered. The surviving Taira warriors made their choices quickly. Some swam to shore and surrendered. Some were captured on the ships. Some drowned. Some made the same choice that Nii-dono had made and went into the water deliberately. Taira Tomomori, one of the great commanders of the clan, had always said that a warrior of the Taira should not die at the hands of an enemy. He loaded himself with an anchor and stepped off his ship. He sank. He went down into the same water that had received the emperor. By evening, it was over. The inland sea was quiet. The ships that remained belonged to the Minamoto. The bodies in the water were Taira, and on a Minamoto ship, a woman in wet court robes, her hair still tangled from where the pole had caught it, sat among strangers, and was alive in a world she no longer recognized. Part 7. They brought her back to Kyoto, not gently, not cruelly either, but without the consideration that her rank would once have demanded, without the curtains and screens, and careful protocols of the Heian court, without the intermediaries, through whom a woman of her station had always communicated with the world. She traveled east as a prisoner, which meant that she was seen, which meant that the people along the road could look at her directly, which was a kind of exposure that would have been inconceivable in her life before. The Heian court lady existed behind veils. She was perceived through her poetry, through the sound of her music, through the rustle of her robes. In the rooms behind the screens, she was not seen. She was seen now. The city she returned to was the city she had left 2 years before, but different. The Taira compounds were gone. The Rakuhara, the great complex that had been the heart of Taira power in the capital, had been taken or burned. The other family properties had been occupied or demolished. The people who had populated her world, the men and women of the Taira household, were dead or scattered or in hiding. She had nowhere to go. A small house was found for her on the edge of the city, an accommodation that was not quite imprisonment, but was not freedom either, a place where she could exist under the new order, without being a problem to the new order. She had almost nothing. The silk robes were gone, traded or lost or left behind. In the years of flight, the household was gone, the dozens of women who had attended her in the imperial palace. The rituals were gone, the elaborate framework of ceremony that had given shape to every day of her adult life. What she had was the prayer, the Nembutsu, the practice of the Pure Land Buddhist, the repetition of the name of Amida, Namu Amida Butsu, spoken in the faith, that the Buddha's compassion reaches the person who calls, that the repetition builds a channel through which the light of the Pure Land can reach even into the darkest circumstances. She said it. She kept saying it. In the Heian world, the turn to religion was not unusual for a woman who had suffered. The court had always had its monasteries and convents, its retreats and hermitages, the places where people went when the world became unbearable, or when the world became irrelevant, when the things that the world offered were no longer sufficient compensation for the things it cost. Women of high rank had been making this choice for generations. Gyo, who had been one of her father's favorites, had made it. Others had made it before her. The path existed. It was understood. The question was not whether she would take it, but when and in what form and what would be left of her when she arrived at the other end of it. In the 5th month of 1185, within weeks of Dan-no-ura, she took the vows. A nun cut her hair. She put on the black robes of the renunciate. She received the precepts and the new name and the formal acknowledgement of the religious community that she had entered. The Heian world had a word for this transition. It was called Nii-dono, the entering of the way. It meant a formal break. With the secular world, a commitment to the path of the Buddha. That was meant to be permanent. She made that break. She made that commitment. But the small house on the edge of the city was not the right place for what she had become. A nun needed a temple, a woman who had decided that the world was behind her, needed the architecture of the religious life, the daily rhythms of service and meditation and prayer. That gave the spiritual life its necessary structure. She needed to go further. She needed to go somewhere. That was not the city, not the place of her former life, not the streets and buildings, and constant reminders of what had been and was not anymore. She needed to go to Ohara. Ohara is a mountain valley north of Kyoto, not far in distance, but far in every other sense. A narrow road leads into the mountains. From the edge of the city, the road climbs for several hours before it enters the valley, and when it enters the valley is enclosed on 3 sides by wooded mountains that cut off the noise and movement of the capital as completely as if they were walls. A river runs through the valley. The sound of the water is constant. There are temples in the valley, small ones, temples that had been built over the centuries by people who needed exactly what Ohara offered: distance, quiet, the particular quality of mountain silence that is not the absence of sound, but the presence of a sound that is continuous enough to become a kind of silence. She went there. Part 8. Jakoin, the Temple of Still Light. The name is a translation, an approximation, an attempt in English to carry the weight of a Japanese phrase. That means something like the light that has become still, the illumination that is not movement, but rest, the particular quality of sacred light. In the Heian Buddhist imagination, which is not the harsh light of day, but the softer light of the Pure Land, the light that does not disturb, but illuminates. The temple had been there for centuries. The tradition holds that it was founded by Shotoku Taishi, the great prince of the 6th century, who brought Buddhism to Japan from the Korean peninsula, and who built in the decades of his life more temples than most rulers build in their lifetimes. Whether Shotoku Taishi actually founded this particular temple is a question that historians approach with care. The attribution may be legendary. The devotion that the legend reflects is not. The temple sat at the edge of the valley. The mountains rose behind it. The cedar forest began, where the last buildings ended. Below the temple, a small pond caught the light in the mornings and the evenings, and reflected the mountains back upward in a way that made the world seem doubled, the real mountains above, and the water mountains below, both equally still, both equally permanent. A garden had been cultivated around the pond, not the elaborate managed garden of the Heian Palace, not the kind of garden that requires dozens of gardeners, and careful seasonal attention, and the continuous application of aesthetic judgment to maintain its effects. A simpler garden, one that worked with the mountain climate, rather than against it, that allowed the wildflowers to grow where they grew, and the mosses to cover what they covered, and the autumn colors to arrive in their own sequence without being arranged. Kenreimon-in came to this place. She came with a small number of attendants, women who had survived what she had survived, and who had chosen to follow her into the mountain valley. Awano Naishi was one of them, a woman of the Heian court, one of the ladies who had attended Kenreimon-in in the imperial palace, who had been with her through the flight west, and the years on the ships, and the chaos of Dan-no-ura. She had made the same choice. She had not gone into the sea. She had survived and followed her mistress into the aftermath. The life they established in Ohara was stripped of everything that had defined the life before. No silk. They wore plain robes, the simple undyed cloth of the religious life. No palace. They lived in small buildings that were adequate but not more than adequate, buildings that provided shelter, without the aesthetic elaboration that had always surrounded them before. No ceremony, or rather the ceremony was different. The ritual structure of the day was not the elaborate schedule of the Heian court calendar, but the simpler, more repetitive structure of the monastic day: prayers in the morning, prayers in the evening, the recitation of sutras, the maintenance of the temple, the attention to the small tasks of the religious life. And there was the garden. Kenreimon-in tended it. This is mentioned in the accounts, with a specificity that suggests it was understood to be important, not a detail, but a fact. She gathered the wild flowers of the mountain valley. She placed them at the altar. She knew the names of the flowers, and when they bloomed, and what they were called in the classical poetry. She had learned as a child the flowers of Ohara were not the flowers of the capital garden. They were smaller, more austere, the flowers that grow in rocky soil, at altitude that do not require cultivation, but bloom in their season, regardless of whether anyone is watching. She watched. She gathered them. She arranged them. She set them before the image of Amida, and recited the name of the Buddha, and let the mountain light fall where it fell. The days were not empty. This is something that people who have not lived a contemplative life sometimes misunderstand about it. The contemplative life is not empty. It is full in a different way, from the way that ordinary life is full of the kind of attention that ordinary life rarely allows, attention to the quality of the light, at a specific hour, to the particular sound of rain, on a specific kind of roof, to the texture of time itself, as it passes through a day. That is not rushed, that is not organized around the production of particular outcomes. That simply is what it is. She had lost everything. She was also, in the mountain valley, fully present, in a way that the years of ceremony had not always allowed. She prayed for the dead, for her father Kiyomori, who had built the world, that was now gone, for her husband Takakura, who had died young before the worst had happened, for the warriors of the Taira, the men who had fought and died in the Western Sea, for Atsumori, her nephew, the boy with the flute, for Nii-dono, the grandmother who had held the emperor and stepped off the ship, and for the emperor, for Tokuhito, who had been born into impossible circumstances, placed on a throne at 3 years old, carried through battles and sea crossings, and the chaos of a world collapsing, and who had died at 8 years old, in the cold water of Dan-no-ura, in his grandmother's arms. Her son, she prayed for him every day. She would pray for him for the rest of her life. Part 9. A year passed, perhaps a little more. The mountain valley kept its rhythms. The seasons turned in Ohara, as they turned everywhere, but more visibly, because the mountains that enclosed the valley made the colors of each season more concentrated, more specific, the green of summer richer, and the gold of autumn deeper than the same colors in the open city. She watched them turn. She prayed. She gathered the valley flowers. She maintained the temple. The news from the capital reached her, when it reached her, through the attendants who occasionally made the journey, down the mountain road, and into the city. The new order was establishing itself. Yoritomo in the east was building the administrative apparatus that would eventually become the military government at Kamakura, the government that would govern Japan for the next century and more. A new emperor had been enthroned. One of the ancient aristocratic families had managed this, the succession that the Taira could no longer control. The world was moving on. She was in the mountain valley. In the summer of 1186, the retired emperor Go-Shirakawa came to Ohara, Go Shirakawa was a complicated man. He had been the most politically experienced figure. In Japan for 3 decades, the retired emperor who had never quite retired, who had managed the shifting politics of the imperial court through the rise of the Taira and the collapse of the Taira and the rise of the Minamoto, with a combination of shrewdness and flexibility that had kept him alive and relevant through circumstances that had killed or destroyed almost everyone else who had tried to navigate them. He had been her father-in-law. His son Takakura had been her husband. His grandson had been the emperor who died. In her arms at Dan-no-ura, he was not her enemy, but he was also not simply her friend. He was a political creature, visiting a woman who had left politics, and the visit was both personal and something more than personal. The procession came up the mountain road. In the summer, it was not the grand procession that a retired emperor's progress would normally have involved. The accounts describe something smaller, more restrained, a journey made with a degree of informality. That suggests Go Shirakawa was not making an official progress, but something closer to a personal pilgrimage. He came to see her. He had heard about the life she was living. He had heard about the temple in the valley, the small group of women, the daily prayers, the gathering of mountain flowers. He came. She received him. The accounts are careful here, careful in the way that Japanese literary accounts are often careful about the emotional content of scenes that are emotionally charged, which is to say, they give you the details and let the details speak. The hermitage was poor. This is mentioned. The buildings were simple. The ground was covered with pine needles. The garden had been kept, but had the austere quality of a garden maintained by people with other priorities. He saw her in her nun's robes, the plain cloth. That was the uniform of the renunciate. Her hair was short. She had no ornament. She had nothing of the elaborate presentation that had surrounded her in the years of the court. He wept. This is in the accounts. He wept when he saw her, and the accounts suggest that his weeping was genuine, not performative, not the formal expression of sentiment that the Heian court had codified into a set of expected gestures. He wept because of what he saw in the difference between what she was now and what she had been. The daughter of Kiyomori, the wife of his son, the mother of the child emperor, the woman who had held the world at the center of her hands and had lost it entirely and had come to this mountain valley and this simple building and these plain robes. He had been partly responsible for the circumstances that had brought her here. The accounts do not say this explicitly. They do not need to. She told him about her life, not the facts of it. The facts were visible. She told him about what it had been, what it meant, how she understood it, from inside it. The tale she told is the heart of the last chapter of the Heike, the section called the Kenjo no Maki, the chapter of initiation, and it is one of the strangest and most beautiful passages in Japanese literature. She told him about the 6 realms. The 6 realms are a concept from Buddhist cosmology, the 6 states of existence that a being can inhabit in the cycle of birth and death and rebirth. Hell, the realm of the hungry ghosts, the realm of animals, the realm of fighting spirits, the realm of humans, the realm of heaven. Most people live their entire lives in one of these realms, moving between them. Only at death and rebirth, cycling through the possibilities of existence over many lifetimes. She said that she had lived through all 6 of them in a single lifetime, in this life, in these 30 years. She began to tell him how. Part 10. She said that the realm of heaven was the beginning, the court in its full glory, the palace of the Heian emperor, where every object was beautiful, and every moment was arranged, where the silk was always the right color, for the season and the occasion, where the music was always appropriate, to the emotional weather of the hour, where the people around her were accomplished and elegant and attentive to the thousand small signals of refinement and status that governed life in that world. This was the heavenly realm, the realm of beings who live above the human world in a state of pleasure and ease so complete that the suffering of ordinary existence does not penetrate it. She had lived there. She knew what it was. She knew also what the Buddhist tradition says about the heavenly realms, that they are temporary, that the beings who inhabit them exhaust their merit and fall back into the lower realms when the merit is spent. The Heian court was temporary. She had learned this. The realm of the fighting spirits was the war that had begun in the provinces and had moved west and had finally come for everything. The Asura realm in Buddhist cosmology is not hell exactly, but it is a realm of constant conflict, of beings who fight, not because fighting is necessary, but because fighting is what they are, because the nature of the Asura is to be in opposition, to meet every situation with aggression, to find in conflict the only form of life. They know how to live. She had been surrounded by this for years. The campaigns, the battles, the retreat, the ships, the sea. She had not been a fighter herself, but she had lived inside the fighting world, had been carried by it and through it, had understood it from the inside, had felt the way that constant conflict reshapes the people who live within it, makes them harder and faster and less attentive to the things that are not immediately relevant to survival. She had seen the Asura realm. She had lived inside it. The realm of animals was the flight. The chronicles of the Western campaign describe the Taira court in terms that are sometimes explicit about the degradation of conditions, the loss of the forms and rituals that had distinguished court life from ordinary life. The animal realm in Buddhist cosmology is not a realm of cruelty, but a realm of pure necessity, of existence organized entirely around basic needs, food and shelter and warmth and safety. The animals do not compose poetry, they do not arrange flowers, they do not burn incense and contemplate the quality of the autumn light. They eat, they sleep, they move away from danger, they move toward what sustains them. In the years of the flight, she had been reduced at times to something close to this. Not entirely. The court maintained its forms. She continued to write poetry. The incense was still burned when incense was available, but the necessities of survival had taken precedence over the forms of civilization in a way that she recognized from the distance of the mountain valley as the animal realm. The realm of hungry ghosts was the aftermath. The Heian cosmology of hungry ghosts describes beings whose desire is so intense and whose capacity for satisfaction is so limited that they are perpetually starving in a world that appears to offer food but never actually satisfies. Their mouths are small, their throats are narrow, their bellies are vast. They reach for sustenance but cannot consume enough of it to fill the emptiness inside. She said that in the period after Dan-no-ura, in the small house on the edge of Kyoto, before she came to the mountain valley, she had understood this hunger. Not hunger for food, hunger for the world that was gone, hunger for the sun who was gone, hunger for the life that was gone, a hunger that could not be satisfied because the things that would have satisfied it no longer existed. The realm of hell was the sea. She did not elaborate on this at length. She said it simply and let it sit. The moment of going into the water, the cold, the intention, the weight of the robes pulling her down, and then the pull in the hair, and the being pulled back, and arriving, wet and cold and gasping, into a world she had not wanted to return to. That was the realm of hell, not because of the cold, not because of the fear, but because of the coming back, because of the being returned to a world that had just taken everything, and that she had tried to leave, and that had refused to let her go. She had not wanted to survive Dan-no-ura. The survival was the hell. The human realm, she said, was now this, the valley, the temple, the plain robes, the daily prayers, the mountain flowers on the altar. The human realm in Buddhist cosmology is considered precious, precisely because it contains both suffering and the capacity for awareness. Animals suffer but cannot reflect on their suffering. Beings in heaven do not suffer enough to motivate the path to liberation, but humans suffer and know that they suffer, and can, if they choose, use that knowledge. As the beginning of the spiritual path, she was in the human realm. She was suffering, and she knew it, and she was using it. The prayer was real. The practice was real. The attention she brought to the flowers on the altar, and the quality of the morning light, and the sound of the water in the valley was real. Goshirakawa listened to all of this. He did not interrupt. He did not offer comfort or analysis. He listened in the way that the Heian world, at its best, knew how to listen with the full attention that the literary tradition had always required of its participants. When she finished, he wept again. The accounts say that the members of his retinue wept, the attendants wept, the women of the hermitage wept, the mountain valley held them all in its particular silence, the silence of a place where the sound of the water is the only continuous thing. Part 11. Goshirakawa stayed for the day. He ate what the hermitage could offer him, which was simple food, mountain vegetables and rice, the food of a community that had dispensed with elaboration. He participated in the evening prayers. He sat in the temple and listened to the recitation of the sutras and the Nembutsu, the name of the Buddha repeated in the darkness, the sound that Kenreimon-in had been making her life around since the months after Dan-no-ura. And then, as the evening came down over the valley, he prepared to leave. The departure is one of the moments that the narrative of the Heike handles with particular care. The retired emperor, standing at the edge of the hermitage, the woman in the plain robes, standing at the gate of the temple, the attendants and the retinue, assembled in the autumn dusk. He turned back. More than once, the accounts say, he could not simply walk away. There was something in the sight of her that held him, that made the ordinary mechanics of leaving, more difficult than leaving usually is, that made each step away from the gate feel like a finality he was not ready for. What was he leaving? This is the question the narrative raises, and does not answer directly, which is the Heian method, the method of a literary tradition, that believe the most important things are communicated through what is not said, through the gap in the text, where the reader's imagination must do its necessary work. He was leaving a woman who had been part of his world for almost 20 years. He was leaving the last living connection to the son he had outlived, the Emperor Takakura, who had died at 21, without seeing what happened to his clan and his son. He was leaving the woman whose child, his grandchild, had died in the sea. On a day when everyone's choices had been impossible, he was leaving her here, in the mountain valley, in the austere life. That was the only life, the The new world had left her, and he was returning to the capital, to the politics and ceremonies, and the constant management of a world in transition to the life of a man who had always known how to survive. She watched him go. She watched the procession move down the mountain road toward the narrowing of the valley and the place where the road disappears into the cedar forest. She watched until she could no longer see the last figure in the procession. Then she went back into the temple. She sat before the image of Amida. She recited the name of the Buddha, Namu Amida Butsu, Namu Amida Butsu. The sound of the water in the valley continued around her. The evening light came through the small windows of the temple and touched the altar and the flowers she had placed there, and the image of the Buddha with the particular quality of mountain evening light that was unlike any other light she had known. The years after the visit are the years the records are thinnest about. Not because nothing happened. Things happened. The seasons continued to turn. The prayers continued. The wildflowers of the mountain valley continued to bloom in their seasons and be gathered and placed at the altar. Awano Naishi and the other women continued their lives alongside her. They aged together. They learned together the particular wisdom that comes from living a contemplative life. Over many years, the knowledge that accumulates slowly in a person who is committed to paying attention. But the dramatic events were over. The narrative events, the things that would have given a chronicler something to chronicle, were over. What remained was not story, it was life. And this is something the Heike handles with extraordinary grace. The narrative does not fill the years with invented drama. It does not create events to justify the continuing attention. It acknowledges implicitly that the years after the great upheaval are years of a different kind of significance, years whose meaning is not in their events, but in their quality, in the texture of a life, lived in full awareness of everything that has been lost. She had been born at the center of the world. She was living at the edge of the mountain valley. This was not a diminishment in the way that the world usually measures diminishment. This was a different kind of life, organized around different values, pursuing a different kind of completion. The prayer was the center. The flowers were the center. The sound of the water, and the quality of the light, and the slow accumulation of one day after another, in the cedar-scented silence of Ohara. She wrote poetry. A few poems survive from these years. They are poems about the mountain valley, about the seasons, about the particular emotions of a life lived in the kind of stillness she was living in. They are quiet poems, not poems of complaint, not poems of grief, though the grief is there, beneath them, the way the bedrock of a mountain valley is there beneath everything that grows above it. They are poems of attention, poems that notice the precise thing worth noticing, and find the precise words for it. This was what the Heian tradition had spent centuries building, the capacity to notice and articulate the exact quality of a moment. She had that capacity. She used it in the mountain valley with the plain robes and the daily prayers and the flowers on the altar. She used the gift her education had given her. Part 12. The world outside the valley changed. Yoritomo consolidated his power in the east. The Kamakura government took shape, the military administration. That would govern Japan from the eastern city, rather than the ancient capital. The court in Kyoto continued, because Japan had not ended, because emperors were still enthroned, and the ancient ceremonies were still performed, and the aristocratic families still organized their lives around the ritual calendar. But the balance had shifted. The court was now what it had always, theoretically been, but in practice had never quite been, the seat of ceremony and culture without the seat of actual power. The power was in Kamakura. The culture was in Kyoto. Japan had divided itself in a way that would take centuries to resolve. Go Shirakawa navigated all of this. He was good at navigation. He had been navigating the impossible currents of Japanese politics for 30 years, and he continued to navigate them with the particular skill of a man who had learned early that survival requires flexibility, that the man who holds his position too rigidly in a world that is changing will be broken by the change. He corresponded with Yoritomo in the East. He maintained the ceremonial functions of the retired emperor. He continued to be relevant. Occasionally, in the years after his visit to Ohara, he sent messages to Kenreimon-in. The messages are not preserved, or if they are not easily found. But the connection persisted. He had not forgotten her. The visit to the mountain valley had not been the last time. She was present in his mind. The seasons in Ohara followed each other with the reliability that the mountain valley had always had. Winter was the hardest. The snow came down into the valley in a way that isolated it completely from the capital, that made the cedar forest into a wall of white and gray, and turned the sound of the water into something lower and slower as the cold affected the stream. The small buildings were cold. The plain robes were not warm. The women of the hermitage added layers as best they could, and continued the prayers, and kept the fires in the small hearths that the buildings had. Spring was the relief. The snow melted. The first flowers appeared in the specific sequence that the mountain valley followed. The plum first, while the snow was still retreating, then the cherries, and then the long progression of mountain wildflowers. That continued through summer into autumn. She knew this sequence. She had come to know it, the way you know the face of someone you have lived beside for years. Autumn was her season. The accounts that survive from the women of the hermitage suggest that autumn in Ohara was the time of the most intense beauty, the season when the maples turned colors so vivid that they seemed almost unnatural, the season when the light had that particular quality of autumn light that is clearer and more precise than the softer light of summer. She had written about autumn in the years of the court. She wrote about it differently now. The court poems of autumn were poems about melancholy, about the sense of things ending, about the specific emotion that the Japanese call monono aware, the pathos of things, the bittersweet awareness of the impermanence of beautiful things. The mountain poems of autumn were about the same things, but from the other side, from a position that had already lost everything, that new impermanence, not as a theoretical truth, but as a lived experience that could look at the red maples of Ohara and find in their brightness not the fear of coming darkness, but the grace of the light while it lasted. She was not healed. This is important to say. The Heian literary tradition, in its handling of her story, does not sentimentalize her. It does not suggest that the mountain life erased the losses or transformed the grief into something easier to bear. The grief was there. It would always be there. The emperor was in the sea. He was always in the sea. The prayers she said for him every day were the acknowledgement of that fact, not the remedy for it. What the mountain life gave her was not the end of grief, but the space to grieve properly, the structure that made grief bearable, the daily rhythms that gave the formless weight of loss a form it could inhabit without destroying the person it inhabited. The prayer was work. This is something that people outside contemplative traditions sometimes miss about them. The prayer is not passive. The Nembutsu is not simply a sound one makes with one's mouth. It is a practice. It requires attention. It requires the daily commitment to bring the distracted mind back to the single point of the name. She practiced this every day, morning and evening. The name of Amida, the intention behind the name, the faith that the intention is not directed into nothing, that the Buddha's compassion is as real as the grief, that the light of the Pure Land reaches even into the mountain valley, where a woman in plain robes says the name of the Buddha in the sound of the water. She did not know if this was true. She acted as if it were. This is perhaps what faith is. Part 13. Go-Shirakawa died in 1192. He was 65 years old. He had been the dominant political figure in Japan for 3 decades, the retired emperor who had outlasted every political arrangement that Japan had produced. In the second half of the 12th century, the man who had watched the Taira rise and fall, the Minamoto consolidate, the imperial court transform itself from the center of actual power to the center of ceremonial authority, and who had found a way to remain relevant through all of it. He had been her father-in-law. He had wept at her gate. He had listened to the 6 realms. He was gone. The news of his death reached the mountain valley in the way that all news reached the mountain valley through the intermediaries who traveled the road between the capital and Ohara. She received it. What she felt is not recorded in the way that feelings are usually recorded, not in direct statement, not in the form of a reported reaction. What the accounts give is the poetry, a poem she wrote after learning of Go-Shirakawa's death, that places his death in relation to the continuing presence of the mountain valley, the eternal indifference of the seasons, the fact that the autumn maples would continue to turn their colors, regardless of the political history of the world below. The poem does not mourn him directly. It mourns the accumulation, the ongoing subtraction of the people who had known her in the world she had come from. With Go-Shirakawa gone, she had fewer and fewer connections to the world before. Takakura, her husband, had died young. Kiyomori, her father, had died before the war ended. The emperor, her son, had gone into the sea. Most of the Taira men who had survived Dan-no-ura had been killed or exiled afterward, the Minamoto completing their victory by removing the people who might have organized resistance. The women who had survived were in mountain valleys of their own, in convents and hermitages, scattered across the country, each one carrying her portion of what had been, and making what she could of it. Awano Naishi was still there. Of all the women who had come with her from the capital, Awano Naishi had been the most constant. She had been in the palace when Kenreimon-in was the empress. She had been in the Western Sea during the years of the campaign. She had been at Dan-no-ura. She had survived and followed her mistress to the mountain valley and stayed. They had prayed together for 7 years now. They had gathered flowers together. They had watched the seasons turn together in the enclosed world of Ohara. The relationship between them was not, by the usual terms, equal. Awano Naishi had always been an attendant, a member of the household, not a peer, but the plain robes change things. The shared prayer changes things. The shared years of grief and attention and daily life in small spaces create a kind of equality that the hierarchies of the court do not. They were companions. They were sisters in the way that people who have survived the same thing together become sisters. The temple continued. Pilgrims sometimes came. The road from the capital to Ohara was not a famous pilgrimage route, but the temple was known, and people who were making the broader circuit of mountain temples north of the capital sometimes stopped. She received them when she could. She participated in the services that the presence of pilgrims required. She was, by this point, the senior figure of the hermitage, the woman around whose practice the community had organized itself, the one whose presence gave the place its particular weight. She was not performing. She was not maintaining a role. She was simply the woman who had been there longest, and who prayed most consistently, and who understood, by this point, something about what the prayer was for, and what it could and could not do. The Shibazuke no Densetsu. There is a legend attached to her years in Ohara that is told to visitors to the valley today. The legend says that she gave the people of the valley the recipe for the preserved vegetables that would become one of Kyoto's most famous foods. The vegetables of the mountain valley, preserved in salt and the purple leaves of the shiso plant, the combination that produces the deep purple color, and the particular sour salty taste that has been associated with Ohara for 800 years. Whether she actually gave the recipe to anyone, whether there was a recipe to give, whether the legend preserves any historical fact at all, is not something the historians can resolve. What the legend preserves is the sense of her, that the people of Ohara maintained across the centuries, a woman who was present, who was part of the valley's life, who gave something to the people around her, even in the extremity of her circumstances, a woman who was not merely suffering, but living. Part 14. The date of her death is not precisely known. This is appropriate somehow. The life she chose was a life that had moved away from the precise recording of dates and events and official moments. The Heian court had kept records. The lives of emperors and ministers were documented with the obsessive specificity of a civilization that believed that the accurate recording of things was itself a form of power. The hermitage in Ohara did not keep those kinds of records. The best estimate is that she died sometime in the 1190s, probably between 1191 and 1195. She was somewhere between her mid-30s and early 40s. She had lived longer after Dan-no-ura than most people expected her to live. The accounts of her final period have the quality of things, remembered rather than recorded, the quality of oral transmission, of information that passed from person to person. Over the years between her death and the writing of the Heike in its current form, what they convey is a woman who died as she had lived, in the years of the valley, in prayer, in the daily rhythms of the religious life, in the specific attention to the small things that the contemplative life makes large. The tradition says that she died facing west. In the Pure Land Buddhist tradition, the west is the direction of the Pure Land of Amida, the direction from which the Buddha's compassion flows toward the world of suffering. To face west at death is to orient oneself toward liberation, to turn the dying body in the direction of the destination. She faced west. She recited the Nembutsu, Namu Amida Butsu, the name of the Buddha, in the mouth of the woman who had been born at the center of the most powerful and most beautiful court in Japan, who had been made an empress at 16, who had given birth to an emperor at 23, who had gone into the sea at 30 and been pulled back and brought to this valley and this temple and this prayer. Namu Amida Butsu, the name, that was the container for everything. That had no other container. Awano Naishi was with her. She had always been with her. She would continue for some years after to tend the temple and keep the prayers and maintain the garden in the mountain valley. The account suggests that Owano Naishi understood her role as the continuation of something, as the keeping alive of a practice. That did not die with its practitioner, but persisted in the place and the prayers and the flowers on the altar. The temple in Ohara still exists. Jacoin, the temple of still light. It has burned and been rebuilt, most recently in the year 2000, when a fire, set deliberately, destroyed the main hall and damaged many of the structures. That had survived. From the centuries of her connection to the place, the fire was a loss. The rebuilding was a statement. The temple was rebuilt because it contains something that cannot be lost even when it burns, the specific quality of intention. That has accumulated in a place over 800 years of continuous prayer. She prayed here, others prayed after her. Others pray there now. The mountain valley holds the accumulated attention of 8 centuries of people who came here because they needed what the valley offers. The Heike ends with her, the great narrative of the war between the Taira and the Minamoto, the story of the rise and fall of the most powerful warrior family in Japan, the account of the battles and the politics and the poetry and the deaths. All of it ends, not with a battle, and not with a political settlement, and not with the consolidation of power. In the East, it ends with a woman in a mountain valley praying. This is a deliberate choice. The Heike is a work of Buddhist literature, as much as it is a work of military history and the Buddhist understanding. It is trying to convey is not that power wins, or that the righteous triumph, or that history moves toward justice. It is trying to convey something more difficult and more true, that everything passes, that the sounds of the great bell of the temple of Gion-shoja announce this truth at every ringing, that the colors of the flowers of Sarasoju demonstrate this truth at every falling, and that the appropriate response to the passing of everything is not despair, but prayer, not the aggressive assertion of meaning, but the patient accumulation of attention, not the pursuit of power, but the cultivation of compassion. She had learned this in the mountain valley, in the plain robes, with the flowers on the altar, and the water in the valley, and the nembutsu on her lips, in the evening light. She had learned it the hard way. She had learned it completely. Part 15. The sound of the great bell of the temple of Gion-shoja echoes among all things. The colors of the flowers of Sarasoju reveal the truth that the prosperous must decline, the proud do not endure. They are like a dream on a spring night. The mighty fall at last. They are as dust before the wind. This is the opening of the Heike. 800 years of readers have known these words. They have been read aloud and sung and recited from memory by generations of people who found in them the precise articulation of something they had always known, but had not previously found words for, the impermanence of things, not as a philosophical position, to be argued for or against, but as the simplest and most verifiable fact about the world, the fact that the things we build, the things we love, the things we fill with meaning, are temporary, all of them, everyone. She knew this. She knew it before the war. She had been educated in a tradition that made the awareness of impermanence central to its aesthetic, that wrote poetry about the falling of blossoms, specifically because the falling is the point, specifically because the beauty that arrives and departs is more beautiful than a beauty that simply persists. But she knew it differently after. There is a difference between knowing impermanence as a truth one has been taught, and knowing it as a truth one has lived, between the educated understanding of the person who has read about loss, and the embodied understanding of the person who has lost. She lost everything: the father, the husband, the child, the court, the silk, the music, the world. She lost it all, and she came to the mountain valley, and she prayed, and she survived. The Heike is sometimes described as a story about the Taira and the Minamoto, as a war narrative, as a record of the battles that transformed Japan from the court civilization of the Heian period to the warrior civilization of the medieval period. These things are true. The Heike contains all of this, but the Heike ends with her, and the ending it chooses is not the ending of a war narrative. It is the ending of something else, something that the Japanese literary tradition has always been better at than most literary traditions of the story of what happens to the person who survives after the story everyone else was telling is over. She was Kenreimon-in. She was the daughter of Kiyomori, and the wife of Takakura, and the mother of Antoku Tenno, and the woman who went into the sea at Dan-no-ura and was pulled back. She was also Tokuko, the girl born in 1155, to a father whose ambitions were equal to his world and a little beyond it, who grew up in the silk and incense of the Heian court, who learned to see the precise quality of things and to find the precise words for them. She was both of these, the title and the person, the ceremony and the woman inside it. The Heike gives her back her person. At the end, it strips away the titles and the ceremonies and the political significance and leaves the woman in the mountain valley, in the plain robes, with the flowers on the altar and the nembutsu on her lips. The pure land she was praying toward is not a place on a map. The pure land of Amida, in the Buddhist imagination, is not a geographic location, but a state of being, a condition of existence, in which the causes of suffering have been removed, in which the distorting effects of greed and hatred and delusion are no longer operative, in which the nature of things can be perceived clearly for the first time. She did not know if she would reach it. She did not know if it was the kind of thing one reaches. She prayed toward it anyway. She prayed toward it every day in the mountain valley, with the sound of the water and the flowers on the altar and the light coming through the small windows of the temple and touching everything it touched with the particular quality of still light that gives the temple its name. Still light, not the dramatic light of battles, not the brilliant light of the Heian court in its silk and ceremony. Still light, the light that remains after everything else has passed through and gone. She prayed here. She survived here. She found in this place the particular form of peace that is available to a person who has lost everything and has chosen, in the aftermath, to remain present, to pay attention, to gather the small flowers of the mountain valley and place them at the altar and say the name of the Buddha in the sound of the water, in the still light of the evening. The mountain valley holds all of it. The water continues to move. The cedar forest stands at the edge of the light, and somewhere in the quiet of Ohara, the name of the Buddha is still being said.